Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Saudi Arabia. We're here in the outskirts of Riyadh for 3 more days of racing here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Hakit and Merba Alays will look to follow in the footsteps of those winning connections there we just saw in the opener. Here this afternoon, 2 of the leading names, Merba Alays, with the likes of Forte, Final Destruction, Carmel Road, Tamadar, Riyadh Central, all in action tomorrow, and the big names keep coming here in the studio as well. Rory Delagi is here for another 3 days. Rory, there's so much to look forward to this weekend.
There is, yeah, and it's normally a nice quiet introduction, isn't it? But not today with a very, very good card by Thursday standards and some exciting horses to look forward to,
including Merba Alays and Hakit. I'm sure we'll be both on side with today.
I think we probably will be. You're desperately keen for me to show my hand before I have to, but. Yeah, you get a fair idea of who I like today. I do like a white stable runner later on, who's a less obvious one on paper, but I think could be an easy winner later on the card. So we'll leave that for a while.
Indeed, we look forward to that later on this afternoon. You can get in touch with the programme this afternoon on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. That's on YouTube. So any comments for myself and Rory, do write those in the comments, and we'll read you out throughout the show. We do have some standings to look at before we get underway this afternoon. We can look at the Jockeys, Trainers and Owners Championship. Starting with the owners, we can see Prince Faisal on the right there with 66 winners. Prince Mitzeb in the middle with 62 winners for the white stable. Red stable on the white stable in the middle, and unsurprising, Rory, to see them dominate so far.
Yeah, the biggest stables here, numerically speaking, and they've dominated the Owners' Championship in the last decade, really. That tends to sort of go flip-flop one way and another. The white stable very, very strong last season. The red stable coming back with a very strong hand this time around.
We can have a look at the trainers as well. We're delighted to say that we were joined with Tharma Al-Dahani. That's him, a younger face Tharma Al-Dahani on the right there. 31 winners. He's now topping the Trainers' Championship. Yeah,
he had a very high quality string last year. Not an awful lot of action in Taif, but this year he's still got very high quality. There aren't many poor horses in that yard, but more numbers as well, which means he's able to sneak ahead in that Trainers' Championship, which is a pretty tight contest.
And we can see the jockeys as well. Adel Al-Faradi leading the way on 54 winners on the right there. In the middle is Mohammed Al-Daham on 38 winners. Alex Moreno on the left with 33. Last year's champion Camilo Ospina about 25 behind Adel Al-Faradi. It's a long way back.
It's a long way to get back, but you'll see him sneaking up there as time goes on. I expect him probably to nudge Alex out of the way in the next 2 or 3 weeks. He's hungry for winners at the moment.
Indeed. Also part of our team this afternoon is Mr. Callum Helliwell, who will be doing all things in the parade ring behind us. Callum, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, team, and what an afternoon it is we have to look forward to. It's already been mentioned, but this is a high-class Thursday afternoon of racing, and we've talked about the White Stable and Camilo Ospina, and I think that team could be in with every chance here in our opening 2 races. I think Commissioner Dan is a good thing in the first race. Ex-American runner, cost his team an awful lot of money and has run well in some big races so far. And also Basharat, a big, strong girl in our second contest. She was an impressive winner last time out. The yard is now back in form. I imagine she will be quite hard to beat in our second contest as well. So the White Stable, Camilo Ospina, will be looking to get this week off to a red hot start. But the horses are already in the parade ring behind me, so we must get to Gareth Topham, who can give us the runners and riders.
Good afternoon, Callum. Good afternoon, everyone. And the runners and riders for the first of our 12 races here in Riyadh today. This is for horses who have won between 0 and 1 races so far. 1 Alamam with Khalid Al-Mamoni, 2 American Tail, Khalid Al-Azmi. Number 3, Commissioner Dan, Camilo Ospina. Number 4 is Faz Al-Wagha, the mount of Azil Al-Zahani. Number 5, Kefan, Fahad Al-Faradi. 6 is Marjour, Thab Al-Timyat. 7, Perfect View, Mohammed Al-Abib. Number 8 is Star of Latziza with Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 9, Thalim, Osama Al-Sharani. Number 10, Batal, Ali Mutib takes the ride. 11, Ekab, Victor Gutierrez. Number 12 is Janzor, Rakan Al-Obeid. Over the page to number 13, Jilwan. We're just awaiting a jockey confirmation. Number 14 is Saka Al-Naya, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein on board. 15 is Shayek, Ricardo Ferreira. 16, The Line, Alexis Marino. Number 17, Waktuk, Adel Al-Faradi. And 18, Yaflan, Abdullah Al-Fayrouz on board. Scratch numbers 19, 20, 21 and 22. All of the others run in our opening contest. And back to the guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Gareth. Can tell you and all the viewers at home that Farwas Wanas, the big race rider, winning rider from 7 days ago, rides number 13, Gilwan, who emerges from stall number 10. This opening race is a non-winners of 2 event, including maidens, over 1,200 metres. 6 furlongs is the trip here, where the odds-on favourite is number 3, Commissioner Dan, one of 2 for Callum Helliwell at the start of the programme in the colours of the White Stable. Camilo Ospina, 8 to 15, odds on from stall 8. Shayek, 5 to 1. Aleman, right at the top, 16 to 1, down to 6s. In shot there. What do we like in the opener here, Callum?
Thank you, team. Yeah, this is a fascinating contest. And let's talk about Alaman, horse number 1. What an absolute specimen this horse is for the FMQ team, these famous silver and black colours that we see all over the world. And they've got a nice looker here in horse number 1. This horse for the winner on last time out. That was 3rd start in the career, and it's just a pure ball of muscle and power. Good looking type. No wonder this one has been supported on the international market. Let's go back to Commissioner Dan, your international market favourite. I absolutely love this horse. This is horse number 3 in your race card. The White Stable team struggled really on Saturday last week, but they'll be looking to bounce back with this runner, who was a winner in America before changing hands for an awful lot of money. A very good mover for a typical American dirt runner here. Gorgeous type, has grown a fair bit from the last time we saw him, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Look at the power in the hind quarters of this one. Really, really strong back end and strong front end too. I like it a lot. Let's go back to horse number 9 in your race card. This is the Red Stable first run of the day. This is Salim here, Irish bred, sought by Zoffany, coming towards us now in these red blinkers. We're going to get a good look at this horse, Salim. Much lighter type, much more effeminate, certainly not going to strike you, but typically this is a gelding, so you'd be thinking that this horse is going to be a little bit less developed than some of the colts in the field as well. Getting a little bit sweaty in the hind quarter, that's not a surprise here. It's still quite warm, and had a nice loose walk about him, handling everything very well. I wouldn't be too concerned about how warm this horse is getting at all, and you know, with these visors on, he'd have every single chance. Just taking everything in all around him. As you see, when he stands up, he's got quite a bit of presence about him, this interesting individual, and no, I imagine will run quite a decent race, carrying a little bit of condition, other than preferred, but he certainly makes the short list. Let's go back to horse number 13. This is Gilwan, for a stable we know and love, Abdullah Al-Manif. Abdullah's been doing well this season. This is a slightly different type than we normally see this man train. A very light type, I would admit. Also a gelding here as well. Probably comes through the European rings too. Nicely built in behind, but there are others that impress me slightly more. Jig Joggy, that's not a concern for me. Here's one more that I do like though. Horse number 15, Shayek. This is a horse with plenty of experience with the 11 career starts, but a really, really well put together type. Absolutely red fit and ready to go. Certainly one you have to put on your short list. Looks really, really impressive, doesn't he? Just taking everything into stride and really biting down on that bit and walking out with a lot of power. Just going to make sure he doesn't get near enough to my cameraman, but certainly one that makes the shortlist. But guys, it's all about Commissioner Dan in this one, lads. I can't look elsewhere.
Well, we can see Commissioner Dan in action, Rory. This was the Golf Cup back in 2024. The winner looks smart. We'll see Commissioner Dan in the red cap.
Yes, in about 6th place as we join it. He's got another one in the White Stable who looks a bigger danger at this stage, but Commissioner Dan keeps on very well in the closing stages to finish 3rd to Hayat, who's shown himself to be a very smart performer here. And a repeat of this, down in class, gives him a very strong chance. The slight concern, obviously, with him is that he's been off since March. I've seen a few horses looking in need of the run of that kind of break, but he's quite an exciting horse. He should do better now in his 2nd season here.
We can see Hayat again, because Waktuk finished 2nd to him. This was over 1,600 metres last December.
Yes, it's an interesting form line. This is one of the other interesting ones on paper. Waktuk. and he runs on well to be second. Again, it's easy enough to make the comparison between the two of them based on these two pieces of form. I'd say Hayid improved from this run to his win in the Gulf Cup next time out, but this is a nice run from Waktuk, and he's one of the few in this race who's a single-figure price behind Commissioner Dan, who's a very warm favourite. Drawn out in stalls 17 today, the Waktuk, which is a little bit of a concern for him.
Waktuk has just gone double digits, 10-1 now. Commissioner Dan 1-2. There are two rivals between those in the market. Let's get the thoughts of number 15 and number 1, Shayek. Number 15 rated 75 based on his UK exploits.
Yeah, it was with Alice Haynes in the UK, like a fair few who run in these cutters here. His best effort here came when third in a not too 80 handicap over course and distance in February. Didn't run particularly well on his return at Taif, but I got the impression that was just to tune him up. That's very much the way with Thamar Al Dahani. Will be a lot straighter now, but he's reasonably exposed, and I think he was short in the betting for what he's actually achieved.
11-2 Aleman, divider layoff to win here impressively last month. Similar tactics, I'm guessing, from another low draw, and the big mover in the market.
Yes, this is, I mean, on ratings he's got it to do. He's rated 70, Commissioner Dan's rated 87. There are a number of these rated in the mid to high 70s as well, but I was quite taken with Alaman when he won in his third start last time out. He won in this first division of a maiden where Kifan won the second. He was much faster, he put up quite a good time for that maiden. Travelled strongly through it, will improve again, got a lovely drawn stall too. I didn't think he was particularly likely to beat Commissioner Dan if Commissioner Dan is fit, but I thought he was really solid for a place, and I was amazed to see him open up at 16-1.
Yeah.
That price did not last.
It certainly did not. So let's look at one that's at the other end of the market. This is number 5, Kifan, who won his maiden over course and distance on penultimate start and just didn't handle the 1600 metres last time. 66-1's a big price.
66-1 does look a big price. As I said, the maiden that he won was considerably slower than the one that Alaman won, and I didn't think it was.
Right.
It was a big improvement on what he'd done before Kifan. The form hasn't really worked out. I'm not sure it was Triple Lone that saw him beaten last time out. Again, he's fairly drawn in stall 4 here. The drop back to 1200 helps him. I think you could argue 66 is very big for a horse who ran the race of his life fairly recently, but I do think his rating of 60 is probably fair enough. You could maybe knock it up to 65 if you're being generous. Yeah. But I think you're going to have to run to a mark in the 80s, even if Commissioner Dan's a little bit rusty to win this race.
Well, second to Kifan that day was number 14, Sake Alanea, but that was his first start in a long, long time.
Yeah, I thought this was liable to improve past Kifan on this occasion. Sakar Alanea was well beaten on debut, came back off a break to run an absolute cracker. He was a huge price that day, and I thought he would come on for that run. Didn't really have fitness on his side, as he said, and led until Kifan ran him down in the closing stages. He will improve again. What rating are you giving him, having beaten by Kifan? Really, he's a 60 horse as well. Yeah. I think he'll be easy enough to place in the future. This is probably a little bit too tough for him, but might sneak into the prize money.
Who else might sneak into the prize money?
Not that many, really. I suppose Ikab and Thalim are interesting enough on the page that I happen to be on.
9-11?
Thalim won a course and distance maiden here last November and needed the run on return in July. I don't think Thalim stayed 1600 metres after leading early here last month and ought to do better. Rated 66, I think it can rate higher than that. And I thought Thalim was, if you were pressing me for one to finish third here, I think he's got a fair chance of actually improving on those recent efforts, which are not as bad as they look on paper.
Okay, they are circling down at the start ahead of the first of 12 races here in Riyadh. This is a non-winners of 2 event. How do you assess your chances in the selection competition this week?
Well, you've already spotted about 14 good things over the next couple of days, so it's going to be hard to beat you.
Well, you can back them as well.
And absolutely, I can select them as well. I'm going to play it fairly straight from the off. Yeah. Normally, I'm a little bit wild on the Thursday and looking to claw it back on the next 2 days, but I'm going to have to be serious from day one here.
So that means you're going with Commissioner Dan then?
Justify the big money. I'm going to go for a Commissioner Dan here. I do have slight concern. I mean, listen, if I'm betting in this race, I'm not betting Commissioner Dan. I'm betting Alabama each way at the prices that I can see. But he's been cut into a much more realistic price. But if you're just looking for a winner, you've got a slight worry about whether Commissioner Dan's absolutely ready for this. I think 1-2 is a little bit skinny, but the price doesn't matter that much when we're picking up, simple points for winners, so he'll do the job.
Okay, Commissioner Dan, for Rory then, might be the best horse from this race in a couple of months' time, but some of these have a fitness edge, and White Stable horses first time out this season have always not necessarily been the play. Alaman, because of that low draw, is attractive. I'll go with him to deploy the same style of running which carried him to victory last time. Alaman for me, Commissioner Dan for Rory. I'm pretty sure Callum Helliwell is with the Commissioner as well.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Mr. Mark Francis. Alamam is a very, very good-looking individual too. Don't take anything away from that one, but I cannot see past Commissioner Dan. Didn't look to be carrying a lick of condition around the parade ring either. You are right, though. These White Stable horses have tended to need the run, but they've always been, those horses that needed the run tended to be chucked into tougher races than this. I think it's interesting that they put Commissioner Dan in a non-winners of 2, considering his one career win came in the USA, not in Saudi Arabia. He's actually been beaten in all 3 of his starts here in Saudi. But I'd be looking forward to see him when now he's back for his 3-year-old season. Obviously did run as a 3-year-old at the back end of last season, but this is his proper 3-year-old campaign. I'm looking forward to see how he gets on. I think that run in the Gulf Cup was really impressive because a lot of horses would have spat the dummy out when clearly beaten off a rocket fast pace early on, but he kept chipping away, ended up finishing 3rd. That'll be one of the hottest juvenile races of the season here in Saudi Arabia, so good luck if you're with him. Alan Mam I thought was another good looker. I thought Shayek really caught my eye, horse 15 in the parade ring as well. A good looking individual who will certainly have fitness on side with plenty of runs to the name, and Jilwan as well is worth a positive mention too. Connections tend to be doing really well at this time of year, and Abdullah Al Manif certainly a trainer to follow. Gareth Topham is our commentator today. 12 races to look forward to. Gareth, take us through the first of them.
Yeah, cheers, Callum. Yeah, 12 races and over 200 runners. So it's, really busy day of racing. Looking forward to it. Certainly no shortage of runners here today. And as they head on in, 18 of the men in this opening contest. And this is for the non-winners of 2. And as they slot on forward, Alamam in shot, about to take up position in stall number 2. Just a reminder that these are generally young horses, 3-year-olds here, and there are varying degrees of experience among them. Commissioner Dan is a short price favourite on the international betting market and is in currently at 4-7, with Shayek at 5-1, Waktuk at 8-1, 12-1 the line, Falim at 16-1 with Marjour, and Alamam just in front of those. They're at 10-1, and I think has attracted a little bit of money, and 18-1 and upwards the other runners as they head forward on indeed what is quite a warm day in Riyadh. Beautiful, glorious sunshine. We'll be under the lights in a couple of hours or so as the racing begins obviously later on in the day, so that the temperatures just get that chance to ease and make it easier for the participants. Runners then heading in one by one, and we're already down to the final 3 or 4. Still out of line is Kefan and Fars Al-Wagar as well, and also Shayek to head into line. In goes Kefan to stall 4. And we're nearly set to go now. Fars Al-Wagar in shot in the stripes of dark blue and yellow, heading in together with Shayek. And then we'll be set to go. Fars Al-Wagar, Azdil Al-Zahani. Pretty busy day for that rider. Just about set then for the opening race, the first of 12. And that's it, they're away. Off and racing, little bit of a ragged start. Kefan is right at the back end of the field, and Fars Al-Wagar, who was drawn wide, is crossing over to show up prominently together with the line over to the inside. The latter, though, holding the advantage, and a fairly clear one as well, going a good pace into the bend. With Alamam close up in behind them. Then in the red colours, Falim, who's just in front of Commissioner Dan, the white jacket, green cap. And then up towards the outside is Waktuk, who's looking to make a little bit of ground up, and the others being headed off by Saka Alanea as they're on the home turn. The line now pressed for the lead by, on the outside, Farza Alwagar, who's been given quite a bold ride here, and from that wide draw has now taken up the advantage on swinging in and boots away by 2 lengths. The rider takes a glance behind. 3 lengths is the gap. Staying on well down the outside is Waktuk to go into second. Commissioner Dan looks held back in behind them as Waktuk comes out after Farza Alwagar. Farza Alwagar with the lead over Waktuk, who's definitely bridging the gap in second place. The line's on the approach. Waktuk near side getting to Farza Alwagar, and it's Waktuk who gets there. Waktuk on the line, beating Farza Alwagar. A bold display, but just denied. Shayak ran on in behind them, along with Saka Alanea. So the first race goes all the way, and it's Waktuk and Adel Al-Faradi. Oh, we've got a tumbler there shortly after the line. Let's hope all is okay. But Waktuk has landed our opening contest and has needed every inch of the trip to do it as well. It's the winner who's come down. Adel Al-Faradi is on board, and we'll bring you news on the horse as well as soon as we have it. Acknowledgement there from Adele that he seems okay, and you're not too sure what happened there shortly after the line, but Waktuk has worn down the leader in the closing stages, Farza Alwagar, who's done well from that wide draw. Mind you, the winner was drawn in 17, the runner-up ridden fairly aggressively, and they were chased home by Shayak back in third. The winner clocking a time of 1 minute 13.85 seconds. Farza Alwagar, the runner-up, beaten a neck. Shayak was third, and Saka Alanea back in fourth place. We'll hear from the connections shortly, but our opening race winner is Waktuk, and there's the horse, thankfully, all seemingly fine.
Well, the main thing is both the horse and jockey are fine. Waktuk took a false step just after the line, took a bit of a heavy fall there, but jumped straight back up. Adele got a bit of a slap from the dirt as well, but he's up okay, fine as well, which is the main thing. Horse just coming in now. Second on debut, has gone one place better today, and Adele Al-Faradi, that's winner number 55 on the season for him. He's now 17 winners clear of Mohammed Al-Daham in the race to be champion jockey. And when the White Stable needed a winner and Camillo needed a winner, this is the exact result they did not want. Adele pulling even further clear in the Jockey Championship, and Commissioner Dan, Mark Francis, was right. These White Stable runners are needing the run. and another one has bitten the dust here in defeat, quite heavily defeated in the end, ended up finishing 5th. Fars Al-Wajah, I thought, ran a very good race for a long way from a wide draw and finished 2nd. Shayek ran a good enough race in 3rd. 2 experienced runners there in Fars Al-Wajah and Shayek, so you could probably boost up this performance from Wak Tuk, who's only having the 2nd career start. We're just trying to make sure, just trying to interpret what he's saying to the doctors. We'll grab a quick word with Adele and make sure that he's okay. Obviously, English not being Adele's first language, we won't expect too much, but I'll ask for a simple thumbs up or thumbs down, and we'll get the word from the vets on Wak Tuk, who's taken a bit of a nasty tumble there as well. The vets are just checking up Wak Tuk now as we speak, so we'll have a good look at him as well. Adele Al-Faredi, your winning rider. They're just making sure everything's okay. They're waiting. Apparently there's someone just holding back from the stewards there. I think we're okay. Adele, are you okay? I think he's okay.
Yeah. Thankfully, horse and rider are up okay, and we can show replays of the winner, of course. Number 17, Wak Tuk. Has struck here on just his 2nd start and has returned here off a lengthy layoff to run down Fars Al-Wajah in the closing stages. Commissioner Dan, very disappointing with the green cap on the left of shot. Sheikh, it was also running on well. Fars Al-Wajah beaten into 2nd by Wak Tuk. It's another winner for Adel Al-Faredi. He's too far clear now, surely, Rory, to be caught, but we can take it from the start here.
We can. We saw a speed out wide from the outsider Fars Al-Wajah, who came from stall 18, and of course our winner was coming from stall 17. So we saw a little bit of a move away from that from the tendency for the low drawn horses to do best, and hopefully that makes we're getting to a stage where it's fairer all round, because we talked a lot about how if you're drawn out wide, you've got very little chance these days. But
well, you can see from the drone shot how quickly they got approaching that first turn, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's the thing. At this trip, it's difficult unless you've got lots of early speed. It isn't easy to get across. But we did see blazing speed from our leader Fars Al-Wajah, who was a little bit of a surprise package here, 25 to 1 shot on the off, and he's committed for home quite a long way out under Abdullah Al-Sahani. And he's looked like he might just have stolen a march there, but you see Wak Tuk making headway. Commissioner Dan, our favourite, just sort of struggling at the bottom of our picture there. Wak Tuk makes relentless headway at this stage, and I wondered whether he would get here at this stage, but the voice in my ear told me he would, and he got up close home as the early exertions of Fars Al-Wajah began to tell in the closing stages. Shayek had been running well and has finished a solid 3rd. The two of the 3 home were obvious enough contenders to hit the frame if Commissioner Dan failed to fire, and our worry with Commissioner Dan pre-race was that so many horses with big chances on paper aren't at their best after a long break. You do have to be hard fit to be racing here at Riyadh, and he wasn't really in that position at the moment, but no doubt he'll come on plenty for the run.
Yeah, it's certainly not a lost project, Commissioner Dan, as we're just seeing shots of them re-harrowing the track behind us. That's the first race done and dusted. Wak-Tuk has won the opener for Adel Al-Faredi. We move on to race number 2, which is a similar type contest. This is a non-winners of 2 event, once again over 1,200 metres, but this time it is 4-year-olds in action, and the man to take us through the runners and riders for race 2, it's Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Mark. Our second race on the card. Number 1, Abu Afadal with Adel Al-Faredi. Number 2, Al-Muassas Ali Al-Mutib. Number 3, Al-Shami Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. Number 4 is Al-Lula with Ahmed Al-Shra. Number 5, Dabiran Rakan Al-Obaid. 6 is Estijdad with Jimmy Carrion booked for the ride. Over the page to number 7, Hod Huri, the mount of Sultan Al-Mamoni. Scratch at the 8. Number 9 is Mota Kal with Hashim Al-Hariri taking the ride. Number 10, Motar with Mohammed Al-Yami. 11, Molim, Mohammed Al-Daham on board. Number 12 is Mustango with Selman Al Rashid. Number 13 is Pennywan Taverner Azil Al Zahani. 14 Torquay Fawas Wanas. 15 is Basharat Camilo Ospina. 16 Bojing Mohammed Al Habib. 17 is Mabhothar with Osama Al Sharani. Number 18 is Wazam Al Riyadh Alexis Marino. And 19 Unani with Khalid Al Mamoni on board there, number 19 Unagi. Take out 20, 21 and 22. The 8 is also a non-runner. The others go, and it's back to the guys in the studio for more.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Yes, race number 2 is due off at 3:45. We can have a quick look at the market ahead of the second race here, where Alula is the second odds-on shot today at 4-6 for the Red Stable. Jimmy Jerkins only has a handful of runners here this weekend. Ahmed Al-Shirar emerging from stall 16. Basharat, a very surprising price at 2-1 for the White Stable and Camilo Ospina. Al Moases at 9-1, 16-1 bar those. I guess, Rory, we should start with the top 2 in the market.
We should indeed, yes. I agree with you. I thought it would be very close between the front 2 here, Basharat and Alula. Alula, a shade of odds on at the moment, number 4. A useful sort of balance with a rating of 87. It's been 2 years since his only win. Got to remember, this is a gelding, not a filly, despite the name.
Yeah.
No Bebop Alula here. He's been keeping fairly good company, led in the home turn before fading into 4th in a similar contest over 1,600 metres last time out. He's got a very solid place claims, I thought, dropping back in trip. Couldn't see this out of the frame, but I thought odds on to win, given that moderate strike rate, was not particularly generous. 1 from 13 all told.
And Basharat, second choice, number 15, looking for back-to-back successes.
Yeah, I'll touch on Basharat in the moment, but let's throw to Callum straight away.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, we race on to race number 2 here, and I thought we should start with looking at Al Moasis, who is an absolute chunk of a horse. We saw Al Imam looking very well in the parade ring. The same could be said for this chestnut individual here. Older horse here, has had the 12 career starts, has had the 1 career win, but has been finding it a little bit tougher recently. But I thought this Al Moasis looked very well. Strong, good, powerful walk, nice individual, ears pricked all the way around. He's been taking everything into his stride. I'm looking forward to seeing how this chestnut gelding gets on. Let's track back to horse number 4, one of the market leaders here, Alula. Is just coming towards us now in these red blinkers, horse number 4. I don't know what to make of Alula, to be honest. I've put it in the shortlist here because of the place in the market. It's not doing much for me, and I know people want to see this. Not particularly blowing me away, I'm not going to lie to anybody. Not walking out with particularly too much gusto. I would say carrying a bit of condition, getting a little bit warm under the girth as well. A short price in the market, team, but probably not the play for me. Let's go back a couple to horse number 11. This was one that was a bit of an eye-catcher, Mulim. A very tall, leggy sort here in the black colours with the red star. Got the flare strip on as well. Getting a little bit warm, I must admit. This horse is just getting a little bit warm. I thought from an equine perspective, quite athletic, quite good to look at, and very long and leggy. Comes here off the back of a pretty poor run last time, but shaped well on previous occasion when just finishing second, and a decent type on this occasion. Just getting a bit warm for me, that would be the only concern. On the neck and on the saddle as well, you can just see the saddle cloth is getting very wet and a bit moist behind the legs as well in those hind quarters. That would be a negative for me, but certainly from an equine perspective, if there was one I wanted to take home, it would be Mulim. Let's go back to the next white stable runner, that's horse number 15. This is Basharat. The double is already in the mud after Commissioner Dan could not get home last time. Basharat here to try and get some redemption for the White Stable, who have been arguably in a bit of a rut after a strong start to last week. Saturday was really poor for them, and Thursday hasn't got off to the greatest of starts. But Basharat was very impressive last time. She looks immaculate, I'm not going to lie. Very well turned out, typical of the White Stable runners, showing plenty of fitness on side, lovely bit of strength in her hind quarters, got a good poverty line on show. She's walking out strong enough. She's not got the most swing to her hips, but that's not a particular surprise. It's almost a bonus if you can get that at this sort of level. But she's certainly one that catches the eye, and I'd arguably just about make her the paddock pick, guys, but it's a tough one.
Indeed, Callum Helliwell. So it is 8-15 the field here. Alula for the Red Stable and Jimmy Jerkins. Basharat second choice at 2-1. Let's see both of those in action, Rory. Starting here with the Red Stable runner Alula, fourth here over 1,600 metres on Riyadh return in a big field.
Yeah, travelled well on the front end until turning into the straight before coming under pressure and just fading in the last furlong and a half. Looked to me a non-stayer. This is a good run in the context of this race. Rallies briefly when headed, but then just fades back into fourth place in the last 100 yards. This drop back in jib is definitely a plus for Alula. And as I said, if you're looking for one to hit the frame, this will definitely hit the frame for you.
Yeah.
It's just a case of whether you want to get. I was going to say 5 to 6 didn't look great value to me. 8 to 15, I'm saying at the moment, which seems very short. This is Basharat. It has to be said, a much weaker contest, but I thought Basharat was very impressive from the front here, and crucially, again, did a pretty good time. So although this is a step up in class for Basharat, I thought this was a very good starting point for her. It was a big improvement on her debut effort, and you'd like to think she'll step up again. Doesn't have an official rating on the back of that. She's beating horses rated in the 50s and 60s here, but did it with plenty to spare and is surely going to do better.
Okay, we've covered the top two in great depth. Let's look at the remainder, who are headed by number 2, Al Moasses, who is a 9-1 chance. Only success so far was over 1,600 metres. Is he really a sprinter?
Well, his one run, it doesn't actually say it in the form book. It suggests the race was over a mile, but I know that he actually ran very well behind Mahalik over course and distance last season in the spring. So he's shown that he can mix it in a good race over this trip. Most of his form is obviously over further, but I was happy enough with that in terms of the context of this race. And it's worth pointing out again, he's been running in better races. This is a drop in class for him, and I thought Al Moasses was definitely shortlist material. I had him as third best.
Okay, Dabaran is fourth choice in the market. Rakan El Abeid, who is jocked up in stall 4, opened up at 10-1, has nearly doubled in price, number 5.
He's got plenty of ability, Dabaran. He's run well at this trip. When he was trained in Ireland, he stayed a mile and a quarter, but he wasn't massively reliable. His better recent effort came when 5th to Sir Titus, and what was a decent course and distance open, but then was a bit disappointing over the 1400 behind Barak last time out. That's not trip related. It's not like he doesn't stay. He stays beyond 7 furlongs. He's just a little unreliable, I would say, and although he's got the class to go close here, I'm not sure I trust him implicitly.
There's one at a bigger price I want to get your thoughts on. This is number 10, Mothar, who's the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Excuses the last day, got bumped around, does have a tough task from stall 15.
Yeah, well, we saw wide-drawn horses do well in the first race, so perhaps the draw is not such a massive issue. Only had the 4 runs. Winner second time out, showing improvement for debut. Wasn't at all disgraced when behind Ancestral Lands 2 starts ago. I thought it was a decent enough effort. As you said, disappointed last time out, but had some excuses there. Is still lightly raced enough to improve, and I thought Mothar wasn't a complete no-hooper.
We've got to discuss Adel Al Faredi, who rides the top horse here, Abu Al Fadl. Adel, of course, looking for a quick-fire double, 20-1 chance here, but has won a race.
Has won, yeah, one over course and distance as well. That was on his second start last December. Hasn't really made much of an impact in a couple of runs since, but he was 8th in a better class race last time out, so he's another one who could show a bit more spark dropped in class, and that can often be a catalyst for a much better run. So I thought he, again, deserved a positive mention because the draw's good, the jockey's good, he's unexposed, and I could see him doing better. He's a 5-year-old already, so he's the oldest horse in this race, but he's still lightly raced for his age, and it wouldn't be a surprise if he did a little bit better than he's done in his last 2 starts. And
chasing Adel Al Faredi in the Jockeys Championship are both Alex Moreno and Mohammed Aldaham. They ride horses 11 and 18 here, both 20-1 chances. Molim has shown some ability. How do you assess those chances, 11 and 18?
Molim actually won his maiden at this meeting 2 years ago, but has been very lightly raced since that, suggesting he's not been easy to train. He was absent 17 months before running a couple of times after running a couple of times at Taif last season, and he was well beaten on his return to action. His penultimate run was a good one in Taif, but he went missing then afterwards. So it's quite likely that he was badly in need of the run last time out. And again, if he can stand his racing, he's capable of better than he showed last time out. But you're taking a bit of a risk with a horse with that kind of profile.
And 18, Wasim Al Riyadh?
Wasim Al Riyadh showed his better effort this term, when 5th in a course and distance handicap last time out. That was a 0 to 65 event though, and she, the 5-year-old mare, needs to step up on that. She's not unexposed. There's no real reason to think she should be doing better. That's her level last time out, and I think she'll struggle to make the places.
Okay, that is some of the leading players covered here as we approach the start of race number 2. It is selection time as we all seek our first winner of the weekend. Alula or Basharat then?
Well, I say, why don't you tell me who you're going for?
I'm with Basharat.
You're with
Definitely,
Basharat.
yeah. I know she didn't beat a lot the last day. She's got a better draw than her chief market rival. She was all speed when winning here last time out, and I think bigger and better targets await her down the line. And a big plus, of course, Camillo is back aboard. Straight to the front, Basharat, 15 to 8. Are you joining or ignoring?
She's definitely the more attractive betting proposition in this race.
But
you know, do I play the I really like Basharat, but I'm going to go for Alula because
you'll only be kicking yourself
on the figures. That's the value call.
All you've got to do.
But no, I'm going to agree with you and go with Basharat because I'm a man of my word.
Is agree with me until the last race on Saturday,
yeah, exactly,
and then
go for it.
Exactly. Okay, so Basharat for you. Perfect. Basharat for me as well. Callum, are you making it a hat trick?
I am making it a hat-trick, team. The triple kiss of death has been landed aboard Basharat, and hopefully we can get some redemption after Commissioner Dan letting us down in the earlier race. It was nice to get a good mention for Abu Al-Fadal. As you can see, Adel Al-Faredi clearly cleared from any injuries after the post-race incident in our last contest. Stewards have got back to me and told me he got the all clear, which was good to hear. He's aboard Abu Al-Fadal. I thought that horse looked good in the parade ring, actually. I would not be surprised if that horse runs a big race at a bigger price. I know you propped him up already there, team, but in a race where not many of them were standing out, Abu Al-Fadal certainly gets a mention. Al Muathas looked really good. Alula for me did very little, but we've seen this with Jimmy Jerkin's horses before. They tend to carry a little bit of condition, a little bit of chunk, but doesn't tend to slow them down. So I wouldn't be totally put off Alula, but I couldn't go that way. Hudhori, we've seen an awful lot of. I absolutely love looking at that horse every time he comes in, but maybe this might be a wee bit tough, but it's been trending in the right direction. Hudhori, worth a second look in that. Pennywern Taverner, horse number 13, famous for causing absolute carnage at Taif last season when he physically ran through the bit. Ex-British trained runner, bolted down to the start. That was the point I was going to make on Pennywern Taverner. Big negative for me, and cannot trust that horse after what I've seen him do in the past. Basharat is going to be the play for me. If Moline was a little bit calmer in the parade ring, you'd like that one as well. That's actually in the vet check area right now, Moline. So clearly, I wasn't the only one with some concerns there. You can just see Moline behind the tape. When the horse is behind the tape, it just means the vets are having a second or third look. But hopefully all will be okay with horse number 11, Moline, who is getting checked out. A couple of some big old style players here. Torquay, we've seen plenty of a row of duck eggs for that one. And I was really disappointed that Golden Soul didn't get into this race, a horse that doesn't quite sneak into the reserve thanks to the full fields. But that would have been a big player in a contest like this, but unfortunately not able to get the run. Basharat is going to be the play for me, which means, ladies and gentlemen, it has only taken us to race 2 until we've hit the triple kiss of death. Gareth Topham, you have one job and one job only. Call this horse home a winner.
I'll do my best, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls now, getting a little bit worked up in stall 5, Motor Car, and as you can see there, Hashim Al-Hari getting off the back of Motor Car here, so there is a slight issue with horse number 9 and Motor Car being backed out following that incident. So we'll keep you posted with regards to this one's participation, but has just proved a little bit restless in the starting stalls. Al-Shami is about to head forward. Abdulaziz Al-Faredi taking the ride. And Mothar heads in. Still a couple of them out of line. Molima in shot in a black-coloured jacket, and also Basharat, quite well fancied here. I've got my doubts about this 9-horse Motor Car lining up. I must admit, the horse being led away. In goes Basharat, and that will just leave Molim, as Motakar led away from the other runners, and heading in now is Molim. 4-5 favourite on the international betting market is Alula, just about set, so no Motakar with the field. All of the others stand in line now. By the looks of things, maybe a small issue in one of the single-figure stalls. I'm looking at stall 7. Are they going to give this Motakar another chance? I'm not sure. Just circling at the moment, well behind the other runners who are in the stalls and waiting patiently. Still a sizable field here. And as we were saying, Alula the market leader, but Basharat considered a big danger. And it's a very long hold for these runners who have been in the stalls, but they're off and racing. So they go without Motakar, withdrawn down at the start. And as they bring themselves through the opening furlong, Basharat is away well and leads here in that green cab. From Molim, who's not too far away, nor is Estijdad in these early stages as they make this left-handed turn out of the back straight. Al-Shami in a spotted jacket is around the outside, and in green is Abu Affadil over towards the inside. They're chased next by the grey Dabaran, who's over along the inside of Al-Moases, and the others being headed off by Alula, who's in that red-coloured jacket on the wide outside. Must be a good 6, maybe even 7 horsewidths wide of the rails there, as Basharat begins to steal a march on the field and is going to take plenty of catching from here on in. Less than 400 to run. Basharat straight and some 5 clear. Giving chase now is Al-Shami into second position in front of Abu Affadil. Al-Moases down the outside, then Dabaran. Alula follows those, but is well held. And it's all about this leader. It's all about Basharat, who in the hands of Camilo Ospina poached a big lead turning in, and from then on in they didn't see which way she went. Basharat is an easy winner. From in second position, Dabaran, who ran home strongly. Al-Shami next, and then Al-Moases and Alula. It's a facile victory for Basharat, well fancied by the guys beforehand, and Basharat records a pretty wide margin success, it must be said, and made a decisive move in the hands of Camilo Ospina off the home turn. And that turn of foot quickly settled matters, and Basharat comes home in a time of 1 minute 13.58 seconds, and winning, as I say, by a pretty long way. Basharat then home in front and is going to return at around about 2-1, I feel, on the international betting market, and was won by, I'd say, at least 4 lengths there from Dabiran, who's run well in second position. Similar margin back to Al-Shami and Al-Moases. Dabiran home in second place, beaten 3 3/4 lengths officially, and in turn was a little way on from Al-Shami, who's bagged the third, and Al-Moases back in fourth place. Basharat it is, quickly settling this, and wins impressively our second race on the card.
kiss of death has not stopped Basharat from winning our second race on the card in a very, very dominant performance underneath Camille Ospina, who will be over the moon after the defeat to Commissioner Dan earlier on. This was never in doubt, team. A winner last time out has backed that up again with another big performance, and the only way is up for this filly, and we're looking forward to seeing what she can do going forward. Remember, she's already 4, so she's had very little racing for her age, but she certainly knows what she's doing, so keep an eye on her going forward. That's now 2 from her last 2. She's only had the 3 starts, and the White Stable get another win, and a much needed win after an arguably disappointing end to the week last week. Camille Ospina back in the winner's enclosure as well. We'll grab a word with him. As you probably hear, I'm a little bit out of breath. Had to deliver some water to horse number 11, Maleem, who just bled quite badly after racing. That horse is being checked over by the vets right now. But I'm all over the place. I get everywhere here, and we'll grab a word with Camille as well. And they're going to go very quickly. Oh, he's running off straight away. I think the scales aren't working at the outside area, so everyone will get weighed in. Team, I will let you know more going forward.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. I think we saw the word error above Adel Alvaradi in the first race, or after the first race, which would make obvious sense that Camilo Ospina is now weighing in inside the steward's room. Anyway, the performance of race 2 should not be undermined here. Basharat has bounded away to win for the second time in her career, and as Callum alluded to, she is a 4-year-old. She's a little bit more forward than some. Basharat wins again, and as Gareth said in commentary, Rory, there never really was a moment's doubt with this.
No, I think you said it off air. Race over, you said, after about 4 seconds.
I think it was around this shot,
yeah.
And at this time I said race over.
She just moves up between a couple of other reasonably fast starters, gets herself to the front. Alula doesn't go forward from his wide draw, rather, I should say. And essentially, something would have to go wrong for Basharat not to win from here. As we said, she won in a really good time last time out. For all that wasn't a particularly strong maiden on paper. She's clearly been a little bit slow to come to hands. I've only raced twice at her age, but she was very comfortable. No one putting pressure on her in front, which obviously can make a big difference if you get horses, forcing you out of your comfort zone and making you go just a little bit faster than you want to. That can make a big difference in the finish. But she was able to build up a lead of 2 or 3 lengths, and she was very comfortable throughout the race.
Indeed, Dabaran in second place. We can actually now hear from the man himself, Camilo Ospina.
Thank you very much. Yes, Camille Ospina comes out of the weighing room to get weighed and comes to greet us and talk about this horse. Basharat, she was very impressive.
Yeah, it's nice filly. It's nice filly. Thanks, guys. The first thing always, thank you to Prince Mita, bin Abdullah, our manager, Talal bin Sharain, and Abdulaziz Mushawa, all team in the stable. Yes, I'm so sorry, because the waiting this way is not working today, but I had to go inside. But this guy is nice filly. She won in the first time with Ryan a few weeks ago, and she broke maiden very good. And I was working in the morning, and she's looking very good. She's improving every day, and I hope that filly she keeping the same way, because she's nice filly. She has very good pedigree. She's for an American. She's doing very good.
It was interesting that she's a 4-year-old now, and she's only had 3 runs, and clearly she's got plenty of ability. But is there a reason why she's taken so long to kind of get going?
Yeah, that filly is very lucky, because I remember from 2 years old she has problem, and sometimes she's ready to run, and she can run for some question. But thanks God, this year the trainer is making very good. Great job with this filly, and she's coming improving, and now is focused on the race because she's a little bit nervous. But thanks God, she's nice filly, and I hope she keeps sound until the big races, because that filly she can go to these races.
She's got a big future. Commissioner Dan, in our first race, did something go wrong? Was there anything that you could feel when riding the horse? Because he's a much better horse than that we've seen before.
Yeah, I know he's a nice horse. I know. I was thinking that horse is distant horse. It's my horse. I think in 6 furlong is short for him. I talking with Acme in the area about this one before the race. But I hope that he improving after that race, because long time no run. But a mile or maybe 7 furlong, but I prefer mile. Mile is very good for him, because today, when from the start I pushing, I try to catch very good position, but he can follow the another horses, and But for me, he ran very good. He finished in place. After that race, he will come better.
Well, hopefully he will improve for a step up and trip, and Basharat will continue her good form. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, Camillo.
Thank you very much, Kajun. I hope giving more winners to the Prince Mita and the White Stable. Thank you.
We hope so too.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Camilo Ospina there. I think Callum's going to have to take up position outside the weighing room today because the outside scales clearly aren't working. And Callum will look to grab a word with all our winning riders. Camilo Ospina with 3 more rides today, all in those colours, Rory. I'm sure we'll hear from him again, hopefully after winning on Hakit.
Yeah, it must be a decent chance. Hakit looks to have strong claims. He's got a very good book of rides today. I mentioned at the top of the show that I quite like. I've got to go all the way down. Mafrood will be around an even money shot in race number 7 as well. Looks to have very solid chances on paper. Hakit, as you've mentioned already. And then, in one of the worst races of the day, and you've got to keep yourself to the bad races if you're looking for good things, I really like his chances on one who was disappointing on debut.
Yeah.
Only finished 7th. But this is a horse, if I can find him, what's his name?
Calburnia, is it?
Calburnia. Yes, and that is in the local bred maiden, the second last race on the card. He was only 7th on debut, but looked like he was going to run away with that to halfway. Came from a bad draw, got to the front really easily. Jockey didn't ask for questions, about 4 or 5 lengths clear on the turn, and he just stopped. And that was when the horses were sick. So I think he'll be a much better horse today.
OK, we have all that action to come here on the JCSA English channel. Race 3 is looming, and the presence of Merba Alays certainly catches the eye. Gareth Topham, back to you.
Thank you, Mark. Runners and riders then, we've got a field of 15. Number 1, Besht Al Hakim with Abdullah Al Khamis riding. Number 2, Merba Alays with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 3, Barik Al Fuz, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 4, Tej Tahom with Anthony Campos. Number 5, Til Al Fard with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 6, Adhar, the mount of Ayad Al Tarisi. Over the page to number 7, Ala Jcsa with Naif Al Nazi. Number 8 is Amir Al Maidan of Sama Al Sharani. Number 9 is Kawad, the mount of Rayan Al Tuesh, with number 10, Midrak. Victor Gutierrez on board. Adel El Faradi rides number 11, Nasser Al Muhammadia. Number 12 is Tawi Al Baid, Abdullah Alofi. Number 13 is Abu Jarrah, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 14 is Abu Nada, Abdullah Al Saeed taking the ride. Scratch the 15, and number 16 is Gassamar with Alexis Marino in the saddle. So take out number 15 to go, and casting his eyes over the runners in the paddock, it's over to Callum Helly.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Let's have a look at horse number 1. This is Besht Al Hakim. A horse who sort of dances every dance and dances better than most. A good-looking individual, this grey, with some beautiful dappling on the hindquarters. Look, not going to strike you away physicality-wise because he's still got some growing to do into that neck of his. The shoulder's okay. We know he's got plenty of fitness on side, but he needs to bounce back after a few lower-level performances here. But not a bad mover, and certainly looks revved up and ready to go today. Let's drop back to horse number 2, Merba Alays. Now, this is a horse that I know Mark Francis absolutely adores. I don't know what happened with the training, but this runner was really a revelation towards the end of the Thai season, winning race after race after race and culminating in a very good win at the end of that Thai season. If she can repeat that form here in Riyadh, this 3-year-old filly will be hard to beat. She does not blow you away in the parade ring, but she does have Abdullah Al Saidi on board, who we know is mustard for that 1 kilo claim. Let's go back to horse number 4, Tej Tahom, who's coming towards us now. Anthony Campos will get the ride here. Anthony basically riding for his future for this stable, because they're looking for a second string jockey and hoping that Anthony can be the man for the job. I think Tej Tahom for me isn't blowing anyone away in the parade ring, looks well in the coat. You just see he's just got a bit of a lesion on the neck there, which is swollen up a little bit there, and I imagine that's not an issue, it's probably more of a superficial thing, but it's something worth noting. Got the earplugs in, a bit jig-joggy, and certainly not a negative. Has got a nice poverty line in the hindquarters, looks very well put together, but others have caught my eye more. Let's drop back. Horse number 9 is the next one we're going to have a look at in the parade ring. This was one that really caught my eye straight away as soon as it came in. This is Kawad, who we're going to see now coming towards us. A much more petite type, but look how well Kawad is put together with the tongue strap on, short back, nice powerful hindquarters, a little bit weak up front, but certainly worth a look here if you're looking for a horse that is a bit of a paddock eye catcher. And finally, we'll go all the way back to horse number 16, Jcsa is the other horse I want to just give a quick shout out to, because the horse that, again, like Best Alakem, has danced every dance. I think Jcsa might have a sneaky chance here. Stall 10 isn't ideal for horse number 16, but looks in really, really good condition. Red hot fit, and amazingly, the last horse they look at is going to be the paddock pick. Jcsa is the one for me.
Jcsa for Callum then in the parade ring is a 10-1 chance. Joint third favourite with Tejdahom, who we also caught an eye of. The top two in the international markets, though, unsurprising to see Merba Alays right at the top. Even money now into 4-5 for this local bred open. Barik Al Fouz, second favourite at 7-4. Let's start with this star filly from Taif then, Rory, beating Besht Al Hakim in the Jcsa Sprint Cup in September, setting the standard here.
Merba Alays has had an extremely good summer in Taif, winning 4 on the trot, including the Jcsa Sprint Cup last time out. No surprise to see her in as a short price favourite here, but perhaps Besht Alakem is a little bit ignored in the market. You will see in this clip as well. These the grey further back in the field. Merba Alays in the red and dark blue colours. Just sweeping around the field in the straight to go on to win. But Besht Alakem not disgraced, slightly further back, and that horse has been running over the wrong trip subsequently. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Besht Alakem bounce back and maybe run into the prize money here. But there's no doubt that Merba Alays has an edge on Besht Alakem on this form, and had more in hand than the winning margin. Just idled in front, could have won by maybe double that margin. So very hard to be against.
And she proved herself against the boys that day as well.
Yes, exactly. Had been winning against her own age group and her own sex, but showed that she could mix it with the boys last time out, and absolutely no reason why she won't be doing it again here.
Barik Al Fouz for Farhed Al Faredi is number 3, rated 91, twice a winner in 2023.
Yeah, this has got a chance on paper again. It's worth looking at the weights. Besht Alakem's got 61 kilos, Merba Alays 60, and Barik Al Fouz has got 59 kilos. So getting £2 or 1 kilo from Merba Alays, and has a rating of 91. So not much between them on official figures. Won his second start last time out. In the Jcsa auction contest over 1,400 metres, which is a very valuable event, but one where it's got a rather mixed bunch of horses running in it. That's going back to, the best part of a year, which is a big concern here. And again, we've pointed out several times that it's not easy coming back from a long layoff. But we did see it in the first race, though. Of course, one horse disappointing off a layoff since March, but the winner coming back from a year off the track. So it can happen. And Barik Al Fouz, if he can find that form, would have every chance. I find it difficult with a 3-year-old who's been off the track for that long, because obviously the form that they were showing last season was when precocious youngsters.
Yes.
And you need to see how they develop physically from 2 to 3. So that would be a little bit of a concern. But on the ratings, Barik Al Fouz has every chance.
We've got to discuss Tejdahom, of course, who we've seen plenty of. This is her 12th start at the racecourse. She's won on 4 occasions. She's an obvious pace angle here. A very talented filly on her day, but stall 16 is a concern.
Stall 16 is a concern. She's got the speed. She's definitely got the speed to get across from a wide draw, but she doesn't have anything in hand in terms of form. And she's held by Merba Alays on their meeting in August. Not easy for her to dictate, I should say, from stall 16. If she gets across, she's got a chance, but it could be that her race is over after a furlong if she's not able to get across the rail and dominate the race. That's essentially what she was trying to do.
Callum's paddock pick has now gone third favourite. This is Jcsa, number 16, who's gone from as big as 16-1 into 9-1. Also running that Jcsa Sprint Cup we saw a few moments ago, but a very tame return here, though.
Yeah, that's the concern. The best of Jcsa's form is in Taif, and although she was not disgraced at all behind Merba Alays and Besht Alakem in that clip that we saw, her return here was disappointing, and she needs to show that she can do it here. Again, she's got a draw in no man's land in stall 10. She's probably like about fourth in this field, but again, I'm not sure that
Market's right then, isn't it?
Yeah, in terms of the ratings, but she does need to show that she can run to the best of her time form here, and she was busy in Taif as well. So
Yeah.
she was making hay there, and I think she's a little overexposed by now.
And a quick word on number 11, Nasser Al Mohammedir, who represents Leading Connections here.
Yes, represents a good stable at El Alfaredi on board. 1 from 3, she's been in the frame in all 3 starts. All Taif runs, and again, it's one of those arguments. If Taif particularly suits him, then this is a tough ask. Perhaps he's better suited by Riyadh, and we don't really get to see that until he runs. So he's a bit of a dark horse here.
Okay, we've had 1 or 2 comments come in on the YouTube page where Sajid has put forward the first 4 home here. He thinks Midrak at 40-1 is going to win this race. 16 Gashamar in second, with numbers 1 and 2, third and fourth. Besht Al Hakim getting the better of Merba Alays, who remains the 4-5 market leader here. Barik Al Fuz at 7-4, Gashamar 9-1. Tejdahom 10-1, Nasser Al Mohammedir at 14-1, and it is 20-1 and bigger the remainder. Are we going with the favourite here, Rory? I know I am.
Yes, very much so. Again, you know, from a nicking a bit of value perspective, I think Besht Al Hakim is interesting at 20-25-1, but Merba Alayez has the edge on fitness over Barik Al Fuz, and that's good enough for me.
Okay, yeah, I think she's definitely one of the easiest selections of the day, perhaps one of the biggest bankers. She's an absolute superstar and just got better and better as the summer went on at Taif. I don't see any reason why I should be against her today, and the winning should continue here. It's Merba Alays for myself and Rory. Is it another hat-trick, Callum Helliwell?
Unfortunately not, team. No, Gashamar is going to be the play for me in this one. Just got a slight concern about Merba Alays, whether she's a bit flattered in Taif would be my pet. She's certainly not a paddock selection. She's not a good-looking individual, but it doesn't matter when they run fast, does it? She certainly won't catch her eye in a paddock, but she does on the track. And she, like you said it all before, I was looking back at her form last night, and she just improved and improved and improved, and she's at that age where you just think they've clearly taken some time to get it right with her, but now they know what they're doing. She's absolutely flying, and best of luck to you. A banker already on race 3, Mark Francis. I love it. I love the confidence there. I think Tejdahom will be getting an additional check there. I mentioned the swelling on the neck for that one. I thought it was more superficial. The vets did have a second look, but I think everything is okay. Nothing to me saying that horse has been withdrawn. So Tejdahom still goes. But worth a note that little bit of swelling there was not something that is obviously normally on the horse. So worth keeping an eye on that one. But team, it's going to be Gashamar for me. A good-looking chestnut coming out of stall 10. But all eyes on the Saudi banker, Merba Alays, horse number 2, coming out of stall 9, looking for 5 wins on the spin. Gareth, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls. The 9, Kawa, just being led forward here. Brown Altuash about to get back into the saddle, due into stall 4 here, this Coward. And just needs a little bit of encouragement. Still plenty of them out of line. In goes Besht Al Hakim with Abdullah Al Khamis taking the ride. Just has the blind on for stalls entry. Do like those silks. The black and yellow. And in goes Tejdahom, who was the horse that Callum was referring to a few moments ago. Has just got that little cut down the neck. Hopefully all is okay, but deemed fit and stable to run. Tawi Al-Baid heading forward. I can tell you that on the international betting front, Merba Alays, who is indeed looking for this 5-timer, is the 4-5 favourite, with Barik Al Fuz at 7-4, and then it's basically double figure prices bar those. That brings in Tejdahom and Gashamar, who Callum like. They're both in at 10-1, 14-1 Nasser Al Mohammedir, and 20-1 and upwards the others. So we're halfway through loading. Still Besht Al Hakim giving the stalls team a little bit to think about. Out of line also is Adar, along with Jcsa, and also slotting in Abu Jarrah, along with Midrak, who was fancied by our YouTube commenter, as the final couple are heading into line. Looks like Besht Al Hakim is finally there now. And we are just about set to go. Best of luck. Lined up then for the third race, and they're away, off and running. Again, a little bit of a ragged start, but one of the first ones to show, Midrock in the light blue down along the inside. Merba Alley is also well positioned in red, and also up there as well in the early stages, Tej up towards the outside as they settle themselves down. The leading few being followed by Jcsa, and with that one on exiting the back straight, Nasser Al Muhammadia. As they continue this run back towards the home straight, Jcsa is racing next over towards the inside, and then Amir Al Maidan as they're galloping back towards the straight, and Tej is showing out in front by 2 lengths over Barik Al Fuz, the horse with the white face, who's now moved up into a good position and forces Merba Allays a little wider out into the straight. They're being followed 2 lengths further behind by Nasser Al Muhammadia and Jcsa, who's trying hard to finish, as Merba Allays, who made hay in Taif, has now struck the front here in Riyadh and goes on by a length and a half to Barik Al Fuz, and then a 1-pace Tej, and running on down the outside is Nasser Al Muhammadia. Nasser Al Muhammadia will in the end run second behind Merba Allays, who gets a 5-timer. Second position goes to Nasser Al Muhammadia. They were chased in by Barik Al Fuz, but it's another win, a stylish win for Merba Allays, who wins for the 5th time in a row. Abdullah Al Saidi on board, and Merba Allays has found plenty in the closing stages to fend off her rivals. She's just at the moment a filly in flying form, and when you get fillies like this that hit a rich vein of form, they can just be worth following time and time again. They seem to keep that real winning streak going. Merba Allays in a time of 1 minute at 13.9 seconds beats Nasser Al Muhammadia into second place by a length and a quarter. Barik Al Fuz back in third, and Tej in fourth place. Merba Allays then justifying short price favouritism, and it's 5 in a row.
Al-Saidi has guided Merba Allays to victory here, giving her 5 wins from her last 5 starts. And although there was a little bit of a concern probably turning in, she's actually done that very nicely. I think it's great to look at the collateral form of this. Barik Al Fuz is no slouch. That was a horse that won a very valuable sales race last season as a juvenile and has put that horse away in ease. And I think Merba Allays is certainly a filly to keep on the right side of. She seems to be in such a rich vein of form, and you'll see it, the shots here, you'll realise she's not particularly good looking at all, and she offered very little in terms of like paddock presence but my goodness, she certainly knows how to win and win well, and connections are all gathering up here to celebrate this victory, and the only way is up for her really, because she keeps clearly dominating Open Company and she'll be in much tougher cup races going forward, but it's certainly one to follow. Abdullah Al-Saidi is going to be coming out as well. We're going to try and grab him as he walks down to the new weighing in area, because we know he can't weigh in at our usual spot, so we'll try and catch him as he comes towards us now. Just make sure my cameraman gets through the gate. Abdullah, congratulations. So we'll just get him now. Well done, Abdullah. Good ride.
Thank you, shukran.
She's a lovely horse, very talented.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Well done.
Yes, this is a really striking partnership. Abdullah Al-Saidi taking the 1 kilo off Merba Alays, who wins again. It is the 5-timer landed for number 2 Merba Alays, and as Callum highlighted, was just given the hurry up at the halfway stage, but has picked up very, very well indeed. Doesn't win by far that often. Nasser Al Mohammedia eventually got second for Adel Al Faradi. It was Barik Al Fouz and Tejdahom who tired in the closing stages to fight out third and fourth. But the best filly has come through, Rory, and she wins again.
Yeah, she's obviously 5 in the trot, and she won in a very similar style when she won the Sprint Cup at Taif, which has come from just off the pace into the home straight, coming wide of runners and finishing strongly.
What an exit that was.
Yeah, she got out really well. You thought at this stage she might just go straight to the front and win, but she likes to have something to aim at.
She definitely likes
and
company,
I think she was very happy to see Tejdahom going up hard on the outside. She came out of stall 16. We were saying the key to her was she needed to get across and get to the lead and dominate. And she has done that, but of course she's had to go quite fast to get there. And then you also get Barik Al Fouz pushing up on the inside so that Tejdahom can't really put the brakes on when she gets to the front. She's forced to go that little bit harder. Fahad Al Faradi just then took back a little bit on Barik Al Fouz, and the order didn't change an awful lot from this point onwards. The first 4 in the picture at this stage finished in the first 4 places.
Yep.
Not quite in that order, as we saw Tejdahom fade late on. Barik Al Fouz briefly looked a big danger, and again I think that he's just looked like he's needed the run slightly on his return from a long break, whereas Merba Alays could not be fitter. There's not a pick on her, and she's been very busy through the summer, so she was taking advantage of race fitness and that really good run of form that she's in at the moment. But a good run. We should point out the runner-ups run a very good race from not a bad draw in stall 6, but had to come wide of horses to make its challenge. That wasn't at all a bad run. We said pre-race about Nasser Al Mohammedia that the one thing we didn't know about him was whether he was a Taif horse or whether he might be at least as good at Riyadh, and he certainly matched his previous form in finishing second here, if not stepped it up a little bit, so he's one to make a note of as well.
It was one of those very rare occasions where what happened in the race was more or less what we said before the race, where Tejdahom will be looking to get across from stall 17 and lead, Merba Alays will cruise up and take over, and something will run on. That's exactly what's happened, more or less.
Pretty much, yeah. The top 4 were 4 of the most interesting ones. The other one we gave a mention to previous, or I did, was Besht Al Hakem, on the basis that they've been running over longer trips, which he doesn't really stay. And this was a chance for him to get back to form, but he didn't show the speed from stall 15 to be able to come across with our leader, Tejdahom. And once he was trapped wide in the midfield, his chance had pretty much gone. He ended up being eased off. He's had a very busy period, and he looks like he's a bit flat at the moment.
Merba Alays, though, is our first winning favourite of the day, and she looks a top filly to keep on side of as we go through the remainder of the season. A top filly there who's racked up a 5-timer. We now head into a local bred fillies maiden. These fillies looking for their first success. We race over 1,400 metres here. 3-year-olds only in action. It's back to Gareth.
Thank you, Mark. Runners and riders, big field here. Even in the absence of number 1, Ain Al Karim. Number 2 is Aidawa, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. Number 3, Bint Wajhal with Adel Al Faradi. Number 4, Faras Al Maidan with Alexis Marino. Number 5 is Ghazal Al Arab, Azil Al Zahani. Number 6 is Hanaya, the mount of Jimmy Carrion. Number 7 is Hotam Meir with Abdullah Al Saidi looking for a double. Over the page to number 8, Jamrat Al Arab, Mohammed Suleiman on board. Number 9 is Juman Al Kir, Hamza Saad. 10, Kathira, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 11 is Malakea with Rakan Al Ubaid taking the ride. Number 12, Mijan, Salman Al Rashid. Number 13 is Nomasin with Rayan Al Tuesh on board. 14 is Rodat Saham with Naif Al Anazi. 15 is Sas with Fawaz Wanas. Number 16, Tarkar with Ahmed Al Shra. 17, Tanasab, Osama Al Sharani. Number 18 is Tajamar Abdullah Al Lawfi. Number 19 is Wadini with Abdullah Al Khamis. 20, Wadat Fada with Fahid Al Faradi. And 21, Moshakila with Ali Al Mutib on board. Let's head back to the guys in the studio who've studied this race in a little greater depth.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. I hope we have, because this looks a tough puzzle to solve. This is a fillies maiden over 7 furlongs. Bint Wajha is the 5-6 market leader after a second-placed effort on debut. Tanasob, number 17, is second pick at 6-1. Wada Fadar is 7-1 third pick, with Faras Al Maidana 8-1. Jamarat Al Arab is also 8-1. Mijan is at 12s, and the rest are 20s and bigger. Have we got the right favourite here, Rory Delagi?
I think there's very little doubt about that. But perhaps you got a slightly different view to me. I thought it was hard to find anything to oppose Bint Wajha with.
I was hoping for a bigger price for number 4, Faras Al Maidan, who has finished 9th and 17th on 2 starts and is 4th favourite.
Yeah,
Explain.
well, again, Alex Moreno for Gaith Al Gaith only had 2 runs, showed promise on debut, didn't build in that last time,
Not happy
but
with
possibly with excuses. Piano, you're looking for a bigger price. You need to convince Gaith Al Gaith to put a 2-kilo claimer on board, and then you can get the price that you like. But whatever Alex writes is going to be a reasonably short price, sitting third in the jockey's table at the moment. It's difficult to get a price about any of his rides, really. Similar story with Adel Al Faradi, of course, who rides Bint Wajha. And I thought she shaped very well in her debut in a race we saw here a few weeks ago when beaten 3/4 of a length by Bint Mastery. And the first 2 came a long way clear of the field that day. And to be honest, I had to put up 3 potential alternatives in this race against Bint Wajha, and it was a real struggle to find 3 horses I could be positive about beside her. So you've got to make allowances and say, well, if you ignore that run, this has got a chance. Obviously, you don't have to ignore any bad runs with Bint Wajha. It represents a top stable, good draw, good piece of form, ticks all the boxes, really.
And was behind Bint Mastery on debut, whose effort I'm happy to ignore last week after that lengthy delay that we had.
Yes, and that's a race you can pretty much draw a line through for anything that disappointed. And that was, although this was just an ordinary maiden that Bint Wajha was in last time out, this is an even more ordinary maiden, and she shouldn't have that much trouble as long as she improves a little bit for the first experience, which you would expect for one from this stable. It's not easy to see what's going to beat her.
Indeed, yes, we have, of course, completed our first month here on the JCSA English-speaking channel. We're all looking forward to the Saudi Cup.
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Ishbot of Zoran, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
Great to see that the Saudi Cup is creeping ever closer. What a 2 days of racing. Plenty of Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 action. Great racing for the Purebred Arabians and the Thoroughbred. And of course, the $20 million Saudi Cup. What a race. Senor Buscador was last year's winner in an absolute thriller. Hopefully, we can get an equally as exciting race this year. But let's move on to race number 4 here today, a local bred fillies maiden. And let's focus on horse number 3. Bint Wajha. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you will know me as a man who likes to pick outsiders because they look good in the paddock. I'm not picking an outsider in this one. This horse is an absolute stunner. And Bint Wajha, I'm going to make it very clear, straight away, is the paddock pick. There's a few others that I'll put on my shortlist, but this horse looks in immaculate form, walking out really well. Lovely bit of muscle definition. I do not remember this horse looking so good last time out. Quick turnaround after that effort last time. That was second place on debut. This looks an easier contest on paper. The boys have said everything they've said. I can back up what you said, lads, with a very, very nice looker in the parade ring. Hopefully, Adel Al-Faredi can get his second winner of the day. Let's go back to horse number 7, who are coming towards us now. Hutamea is this horse. Now, she's an interesting individual here. Has had the 3 starts, not blown anyone away in those 3 starts, but I thought she just looked really well there. I thought she was well turned out. Got that cross nose band on just to give the jockey a bit more control. She's got a very exaggerated walk. Just look at the way she flicks out her front legs as she walks. She's a lovely individual, and hopefully she can run a big enough race today. Let's go back. Horse number 9 is the next one we'll look at. This is another one that caught the eye. A little bit of a low-key horse here, Jamal Al-Khair. But I just thought Jamal Al-Khair looks really, really well. It looks beautiful in the sun, actually, as you see here. But this is Jamal Al-Khair, just in short. Much more sort of, she's quite masculine, Jamal Al-Khair. She's a big, strong girl, and I'm intrigued to see how she gets on here. She's still got a little bit of growing to do in behind, you can see as well. She's got a couple of quarter marks on, and she looks in good enough shape. For me, she's one that catches the eye. I'd arguably think that she could come into a coat just a little bit more. The last one we'll look at is the bottom horse here, 21. Moshakila is the last one, right at the back on the other side of the parade ring. Got this blue noseband on, jockeying the yellow and blue colours. I thought if you were looking for a horse that looked a little bit further ahead physically than some of the others in here, I would go for this one with all the sheepskin. We've got cheek pieces and noseband, all the sheep as possible is on this one. But I just thought Mosha Killer just looked really, really well. Strong individual. She's a low, powerful type, but just look at the muscle definition on her. She's a big, strong girl, and I like her quite a bit. She's covering the ground when she walks. She eats up the ground. She'll find it tough today, but this isn't the toughest of contests. I'd be intrigued by Mosha Killer at a bit of a bigger price on the international market. But lads, it's all about the favourite for me, Bint Wajah.
Well, you're going to get a lovely price on Mosha Killer, Callum. She is the biggest price of all at 80 to 1. Yes, 80 to 1. Any comments there, Rory?
Well, that seems a perfectly reasonable price, all things considered, for Mosha Killer. 4 duck eggs against her name, and very difficult to fancy. Hopelessly tailed, not just tailed off, hopelessly tailed off on all 4 starts to date. I thought 80 to 1 probably, well, it's fair. It wouldn't tempt me, put it that way.
It was the kind of price I was hoping for Faris Al Maidan, to be honest, but as you've rightly pointed out, at 8 to 1 is probably the right price. Let's see the favourite in action though, as she's now gone 8 to 11. Showed plenty of ability on debut. At the front 2 going clear. Up in trip today, Rory.
Yeah, that should suit. She was just always playing second fiddle to Bint Mastery here last time out. But what you'll notice from this point to the line is how well she sticks on in relation to the rest of the field. To be honest, I don't think she ever quite looked like getting to Bint Mastery. She closes the gap very gradually all the way to the line, but look at the others. All dropping away in relation to her, and she's clearly going to benefit from the slightly longer trip here. No turn of foot, but just kept going, and she'd have got there in another 100 yards. So this trip should be ideal. She doesn't seem to face anything of that calibre unless something's been hiding the light under a bushel in this field, which is always possible in races like this. We have seen a few horses pop up at surprising prices, but it's not easy to see on paper for all we got a few at single figure prices.
Let's speak about the other trio that are all single figure prices, including number 17 Tanasob for Osama Al Shirani, who's been amongst the winners in the last fortnight.
This, I would give Tanasob the most obvious chance of chasing our winner home. I thought she looked very well. Myself, I'm not the paddock expert, but she caught my eye. Her better effort today was last time out when finishing 9 1/4 length 6 to Shamonia in a 1400 metre maiden here. That's modest form on balance, but this is a pretty poor race, and she does give the impression that she'll progress again. So she's in a fairly weak race. I thought Tanasob was the prime danger.
Number 20, Wada Fadar. Farhed Al Faredi's been in good form at the start of this campaign. Third pick at 13 to 2. Number 20.
The slightly off-putting thing about her is that she changes trainers very regularly. So she's been in the field twice over 1400 metres in a 9-race career, but I think she's been with 5 different trainers in that time. She got place claims if improving for a stable debut last time, which was disappointing on paper, but probably needed. So you give her a chance to step forward from that. And given that she's shown the ability to get in the frame in races like this before, she would be a player. But you're always slightly worried that the 5th or 6th or 7th change of yards will will coincide with a drop-off in form.
Number 8, Jamarat Al Arab, has not reproduced anything close to what we saw last winter. Mohammed Suleiman, who we don't see that often, still 17 as well.
Still 17, not great. Was runner-up in a 1400 metre maiden here last term, but 2 runs this season have been very disappointing. I called her form patchy, and I think I was being very generous. That the second is a massive standout.
Okay, selection time. Are you going with the market leader?
Cannot possibly be against Bint Wajah here. If you want to spice it up a little bit, then Tanasub to chase her home.
Okay, so Rory siding with the market leader at 8 to 11. This is a poor race by my reckoning, so I'm happy to take on something bigger. You'll probably tell me that I'm stupid, but Faris Al Maidan has totally been discounted here. Slowly away, she was a mile back at halfway, eventually finished halfway down the order when getting no run up the straight behind Merba Alays, funnily enough, on debut. Everything went wrong that day and she finished the race all right. Connections then tried 2,000 metres next time out, and that was a completely pointless exercise. She was more demonstrating her speed on debut as opposed to her stamina. 1,200 metres today, Alex Moreno on board. If she can break better, she has to have a chance, and she's been well found in the market at 8 to 1. Sadly. Bint Wajah for Rory, then Faris Al Maidan for me. That's numbers 3 and 4. You're not sticking with this 80 to 1 chance, Callum, are you?
I'm not sticking with the 80 to 1 shot, but if you're looking for a little bit of an each way play, I wouldn't be too crazy with Moshe Killer. I just thought it looked really well. Really well. Strong, muscle-bound individual, but the form gives it away. She's shown nothing in a few starts, but it should maybe in a race at this level that she'd be able to kind of put her best foot forward, so she'd be in there. But no, I'm not going anywhere apart from Bint Wajah here. This is the play for me. I thought she looked in really good nick, shining up there in that chestnut coat of hers. She's a gorgeous individual. Adel Al-Faradi on board. You're drawn in stall 4. You've got a second place effort to your name already. I think it's very hard to look elsewhere. Faris Al Maidan didn't offer me many paddock negatives, Mark, so I can understand why you're going that way. You're very good at finding this sort of under the radar form. You've seen it to great success so far, and I know you were furious when you saw the price of 8 to 1 being made available, which suggests how confident you are. So, I mean, looking forward to seeing how that horse jumps out. Now you're looking for stall 9 with that one. I thought Jumran Al-Khair was another one that I highlighted in the parade ring. Had the 3 starts, disappointed last time, but gets stall 5 today, which is certainly a positive. Hamza Saad on board as well. He's worth the claim. Keep an eye on him, Hamza Saad, 1 kilo claim. As has been mentioned plenty of times before by all trainers and jockeys, these apprentice jockeys are like absolute gold dust because the claims are ridiculous. It's not done in pounds, it's done in kilos. So a lot of these lads who are very talented in their own right get a 1 kilo claim, which can certainly give them every single bit of advantage here. Malakea went down to post well as well. Horse number 11. Another one was just the 3 starts. That horse has Rakan Al Abeid on board. I think he can claim 2 still, so he's worth keeping an eye on as well. That jockey might not be in your race cards, but I did see Rakan on board. Naif Al Anavi rides Wadwat Seham, who's looking for another big week for Naif. He had a good week last week and will be looking for more success this week. I'm sticking with Bint Wajah here, and Gareth Topham can call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls then for this, our 4th race. Locally bred fillies maiden. And Bint Wajah, we saw a few moments ago on the VT, running second on her debut and in turn pulling well clear of the other runners. Well, she's in at 8 to 11 on the international betting market to go 1 better here today. And goes in those famous red silks. It's Faisal colours and Adel Al-Faradi. No better man to be in the saddle. And a nice draw as well, stall 4 for Bint Wajah with 13 to 2 at present, bar 1. That brings in Tanasub with a 7 to 1 Wadat Fada, and 15 to 2 Faris Al Maidan and Jamrat Al Arab. It's 12 to 1 and upwards. The other runners as they continue to slot into the stalls here. The 19 just heading forward is Wadini. This is 15. Sass about to slot in as well, and it now looks as though Jamrat Al Arab, the 8 horse, will be the only one left to head into the line, although at present not looking as though it's going to happen straight away. And Mohammed Suleiman has jumped off for the time being. Jamarat Al Arab some way behind the starting stalls here, and just proving to be a little bit uncooperative. Has actually had a few starts, this filly, so she certainly knows what the game is all about, and she's about to head in the right direction now, over towards the starting stalls, and I think once they've managed to get her forward, then Mohammed Suleiman will get back on board. She wasn't really fighting them, she was just being a bit of a lass there, and in she goes and completes the lineup. We are set. Suleiman now back in the saddle on Jamarat Al Arab in stall 17. So big field here, stretched right across the track. Start to the race at the entrance to the back straight, and they're away, off and running. Mijam was the slowest to break from the stalls, but Bint Wajda in the red coloured jacket is away well down along the inside. Hanea is also well to the fore as they settle themselves down, and not too far away either in the early part of the race is Sass, who's parked a bit deeper out in that blue coloured jacket. Wider still to Ghazal Al Arab, who's another front runner, as they now prepare to turn left-handed out of the back straight. Idaur is over towards the inside as they continue this left-handed run, working back then to the likes of Tajama and also Kafira Juman Al-Kir as well, as they're galloping on now inside their final 500 metres, and it is the favourite, Bint Wajda in the red coloured jacket, giving a narrow lead here. Only Hanea at the moment able to go with her. They are 4 lengths in front of Ghazal Al Arab back in third, and then Idaur over towards the inside, the other grey racing in fourth on, swinging in. Back in behind them, Tanasob, the blue headgear, begins a run down the wide outside, and Faras Al Maidan is also trying to stay on, but this Bint Wajda has cleared away, racing inside the final furlong. Hanea very quickly dropping back, paying perhaps for trying to go with Bint Wajda, who's just outclassing them here, and Adel Al-Faredi will get a double on the card, courtesy of Bint Wajda, who's off the mark, second time of asking, and the only one in camera shot passing the line. Second position will go to Hothamayer, who stayed on really strongly, tight for third as well. A couple of them involved, Faras Al Maidan, Juman Al-Kir also putting in some good late work. Tanasob was out wider, but this is a clear win and a very impressive win for Bint Wajda, who was sent off at a short price. Went through the line strongly on debut when finishing runner-up, and has built on that promise to win readily here today, and in a time of 1 minute 29.56 seconds. Bint Wajda scoring by a long way. Adel Al-Faredi, his second winner on the card. He's had an up and down day, quite literally. 2 winners. He had that tumble as well on the first winner shortly after the line, but thankfully he was okay. Hothamayer, that's a pretty eye-catching run, has stayed on strongly there for the second spot. For all that she was beaten some 7 1/4 lengths, and Faras Al Maidan, we're hearing, got the head bob for third. It was a close run thing for third. Faras Al Maidan, horse number 4, has been awarded third place. But Bint Wajda it is, who's off the mark, second time of asking.
Adel Al-Faredi is at the double, and it was never in doubt Bint Wajar goes one place better than she did on debut to land. There's a local bred fillies maiden over the 1400 metres and in good style as well. She looked the best of them in the parade ring and she's gone and looked the best of them on the track as well. She will have much tougher tasks ahead of her in the future, but this task she has handled with aplomb. For the Red Stable, who will be over the moon with this winner, considering the White Stable had a winner previously early on as well. The battle for leading owner is always a fascinating contest here in Saudi Arabia. Just make sure people stay out of the way, because remember team, the front end bites and the back end kicks. And Adel Al-Faredi has kicked home this winner and done it in good style. Adel doing his best Camille Ospina impression here, keeping it simple from the front, low draw, wins. Nice and easy. Also good run from one of the paddock picks as well, Hussameya, who was a good second too. They're going to send Adel round, so we'll do another walk and talk with Adel, hopefully get more of a word than him after his last incident, because this time he's not fallen off. We're just going to get him coming through here. Adel, well done.
Alhamdulillah, shukran.
Are you okay after the fall? Are you hurt? Are you okay?
No English, Habibi, no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Shukran.
Adel Al-Faredi.
No.
You wouldn't think that he's just ridden his second winner of the day, would you?
No follow-up questions.
No follow-up
please.
questions. Bint Wajar there wins on start number 2 for the first time here.
I'm guessing he's not hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be riding winners.
He wouldn't be riding.
That would be my guess.
He's
but,
absolutely fine.
He's seen to best effect there. And
pretty straightforward, really, wasn't it? In the end, I know you were worried about the grey that was.
Yeah, the only worry was that the outsider who kept pace with Bint Wajar in the early stages. I thought that might have just forced her to go faster than she wanted, but she seemed perfectly happy. That was Hanaya, and we'll see from the replay again. She was drawn in stall 7. Quite a big price. You see her getting away well on that freeze frame, which is not meant to be a freeze frame.
Well, this is superb analysis.
But actually, it's really good because you see exactly how a load of them started and how they came out in the
middle of the race doesn't matter because this is what happened in the end.
And for shortly after that, she shook off Hanaya and came well clear in the straight. Here we go, the start again. She breaks well from stall 4 there. Immediately gets a length up on her inside. And it's Hanaya the grey who goes forward with her. She holds her place in the rail. That's crucial. Obviously, if Hanaya got to the front and got across her, that might have been an issue. So Adele obviously keen to go forward and make sure that that the grey doesn't get in front of her at the rail, because if that had happened, then you'd also have the opportunity of the horses on the outside of Hanaya to also come across and put her in a pocket. But once she actually gets alongside, essentially the only danger now is that being pestered for the lead causes her to over-race a little bit. Yes. But she was very relaxed in the race. The pair of them have pulled about 6 lengths clear at this stage, and you were looking back to see if you could see anything going well in behind. You might come with a late challenge, but never really looked like happening. We did see a late run from Hossameya, but she's out of the shot at the moment and finishes strongly in those white colours of the brown sleeves. Faris Al Maidan, your selection in the predominantly light blue colours, in about 5th place at the moment, runs on quite well between runners and grabs 3rd place, staying on quite nicely. You see the grey filly weakening now at this stage. Ghazal Al Arab in the blue and gold is just 2nd at this stage, but she's about to get passed on both sides, with Faris Al Maidan just holding on for 3rd place from another fast finisher in Jaman Al Khair in the beige colours with the black cap and black braces. That's a career best from that filly who'd been out of the frame on 3 starts to date.
Are we seeing a bit of a trend today? It seems that all our 4 winners so far, Waktuk, Basharat, Merber Alays, Bint Wajar, were all very close to the speed, if not the speed, at the halfway stage.
Yeah, we just saw a little bit of a jink actually from the favourite, about 100 odd yards from home, but that was just a momentary concern. Adele then made sure that she concentrated on her job after that. Yeah, listen, speed, the track does favour speed. Clearly, if you go too hard, you're in danger of being picked up by something late on in the day. But if you've got the natural speed to hold a good position and go at a pace you can maintain, then that's the best place to be. Particularly in big fields. In smaller fields, obviously, you can pick your way through. Half the issue is being tight for room in a big field and getting kickback as well. Though the kickback here obviously is a lot less severe than it is at other tracks. But you'd still rather be giving it to your opponents than getting it yourself.
Two on the day then for Adel Al Faradi, 56 winners for the season, one apiece for the White Stable and Red Stable this afternoon. They remain 4 clear, the Red Stable on 67 winners, the White Stable back on 63. Fillies in action once again for race number 5. This is a non-winners of 2 event. Once again, we race over 1,400 metres. 3-year-olds only. Rory is taking the lead in the selection competition, but I'm ready to bounce back in race 5.
Still plenty of chances, Mark. Still plenty of chances throughout the course of the day. And as we say, we move on to race 5. And number 1 is Aldaflar with Alexis Marino. Number 2, Al Nouri, Camilo Ospina. Number 3, Fadwat Uyunik with Ahmed Al Shra. Number 4, Garcia with Azil Al Zahani. Number 5, Mariamni with Abdullah Al Kredis. Number 6 is Mobira with Yusuf Al Hussein in the saddle. Over the page to number 7, Moscow, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 8 is Mumayyaza, Osama Al Sharani. Number 9 is Shamonaya with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 10 is The Strong Girl, Mohammed Saeed. 11, Alamia, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 12 is Al Ri, Mohammed Al Yami on board. Number 13 is Al Sharek, Hamza Saad. 14, Bint Havana Grey, Naif Al Nazi. Scratch the 15, Diamond Shadow Doesn't Run. 16, Hagwa with Mohammed Al Daham. Number 17, Lily Nation, Fahed Al Faradi. 18 is Madid Kareem, Salman Al Rashid. Adel Al Faradi partners number 19, Oneza. 20 is Shibraya, Thab Al Timiat on board. Take out 21, Agay. 22, Faithful Springs, Sultan Al Mamoni. And take out numbers 23 and 24 as well. So the non-runners here, 15, 21, 23 and 24. The rest go, and it's back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Yes, you can see the final few runners making their way from the pre-parade ring to the paddock proper. I can see Callum is just glancing an eye on those that are coming in to the parade ring itself, and we'll get back to him in the next few moments. The market leader here is Mobhira with form figures of 3, 2, 1, looking to go back-to-back here from stall 19 for Yusuf Al Hussein in the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman. 13 to 8 to win again. Aldaflar right at the top is 11 to 4. Hagwa for Mohammed Al Daham and Thama Al Dahani 11 to 2. Fadwat Uyunik at 8 to 1 with form figures of 70,000. Sure you can work that out. Lily Nation number 17 10 to 1, Mumayyaza 12 to 1, Alamya and Shibraya, and also Faithful Springs who gets in here as a reserve, all 16 to 1. So the favourite here is Mobhira, who has looked very, very strong in her races, particularly the last twice. Totally dominant here the last day, Rory. Previously behind Shamkat Tawake, who of course came out and doubled up here last week.
Yeah, and Shamkat Tawake features in the foam lines for a few of these from that race that Mobhira was second in. She holds various of these rivals, although I think better runs from a couple of those who were well behind her last time. It could be in the offing. Built on that promise when winning a course and distance maiden last time out by a wide margin, 10 1/4 lengths from a rival who's rated 68. So you'd have thought that, although there's rating of 82 seems absolutely spot on for that, and no reason to doubt that form. She's clearly the one to beat in the form that she's in at the moment, Mobhira. But stall 19 is wildly different from the stall 1 she came out of last time out, so I'd ask another question of her.
Indeed, I can see Callum walking alongside Aldaflar. Callum is raring to go.
I am indeed. Let's have a look at Aldaflar. Very eye-catching individual here. This 3-year-old filly. She has a real presence about her, doesn't she? She came in leading the group, and you could see she's a classy individual, and she's certainly shown that class so far with a rating of 83. I thought she just looked really, really good, and high hip pointers. She's certainly got fitness on side. She's walking along really nicely. She's got plenty of sheepskin on. I wouldn't use that as too much of a negative. She is carrying a little bit of condition. I imagine she could come on fitness-wise, but she makes the shortlist. Let's talk about a very good walker. Horse number 4, Jcsa. This horse doesn't just glides across the ground. I was really taken aback. Look at the ground this horse covers as he walks. absolutely eats up the ground as she goes. She's a lovely individual. She'll find this tough, no doubt, but she's a little less exposed than some of these with the 8 career starts. Looking forward to seeing how she goes. Looks well in the coat as well, but certainly a very good mover. Let's go back a couple. Horse number 6 is the next one we will have a look at. This is Mubhira. This is your international market favourite. Has still 19 to deal with. A winner last time out, has improved with every run. I know Rory Delagy's favourite phrase is worth using with this horse, trending in the right direction. Nicholas Bachelard doing the training. Not much success for Nicholas last week, but this is a lovely looking individual. She really is an eye catcher, this 3-year-old. She's leggy, she's well built though. You can see she's filled in the middle, and she's certainly a good looker and well worth keeping an eye on here. Totally understand the favouritism. I've got no negatives in the parade ring for her. The draw is a big concern though. That would be your only worry. She's capturing plenty of attention from everyone in the parade ring as well. People are looking at her because they think she might be the one they all have to beat. Let's go back. Horse number 10 is the one that caught my eye the most. This is the Strong Girl, a phrase that I love to use here to describe some horses, and the Strong Girl lives up to that name. Let's take a look at her. She is gorgeous, isn't she? The Strong Girl got the hood on, not a concern for me at all. That's a black hood, that will stay on all day. She is just a really well put together individual. Now her form is not blowing anybody away. She has to come from stall 5, which is a positive for me, but she just looks in great shape, doesn't she? The Strong Girl. She's a paddock eye catcher for me so far, and I've only got one more left to show you. So the Strong Girl is going to be the pick for me. She looks lovely. Let's go back. Horse number 22 was the other one. Another massive one outsider player. But I thought of the reserve that sneaks in, I thought she looked quite well as well. This is horse number 22 with the star on the colours as well. This is Faithful Springs, the Irish bred by Oasis Dream, out of fond words. I thought she just looked in really good shape. A few of these weren't blowing me away too much, and I thought Faithful Springs was Sultan Al Mimoni in the saddle. Very talented young jockey, as I say every time, famous for his win in France. He's looking at me because he knows I always talk about that win at Deauville. It was a massive moment for Saudi racing, and he is from a good, strong racing family. We spoke to his dad on our first week here in Saudi Arabia, and he was so proud of all his sons. He's part of a real racing dynasty, and hopefully he can give Faithful Springs a big ride today. Those are our paddock eye catchers. I'm going with horse number 10, the Strong Gal.
Thank you very much indeed for your hard work there, Callum. Thumbs up to Sultan Al Mimoni as he heads out and away from Callum as well, as we see some of the participants on their way down to the 1400 metres start. I know we've already discussed Mubhira, Rory, but we should see her in action here. A runaway winner here on Halloween over course and distance. Won't get the same luck today from stall 19, you'd imagine.
No, just in a stronger race, but as you can see, she's already got her opponents well strung out behind her when winning a pretty ordinary maiden last time out. She was drawn in stall 1 here. She didn't lead, but she just sat behind the leaders, cruised through on the inside on the turn, and has gone on to win very well. Difficult to know exactly how good she is on this, but rating this through the runner-up, who's rated 68, her rating of 82 looks about right.
Yeah.
And she's clearly capable of better again, because she's got nothing to race against for the last couple of furlongs of the race, so you'd certainly be marking her up a little bit. She will be hard to beat if coping with a completely different draw, but I thought with her being parked so wide on the track and not showing blazing speed, I mean, she might have blazing early speed, she wasn't asked to use it last time. It'd be interesting to see how she's ridden today, whether they try to go forward. I'm not sure I think it's unlikely she's going to lead from a wide draw.
Hopefully Tej to home speed.
Yeah, yes.
If it can last.
if she's got Tej to home speed, she'll be pretty hard to beat here, but I thought she might be worth opposing from that draw. For all, she was impressive last time out.
Perhaps, I'm guessing, with Aldeflar at the top. Of course, Mubhira is rated 82, Aldeflar is rated 83. Good enough to run in local Group 1 company in December.
Yes, she's only been 7th on her last couple of starts, but those have been in better. Well, her penultimate start was in a better race. She was in a non-winner to 2 last time out, and probably needed the run. She'd need to run better than that, but she ended up last season behind Zaydan in the King Abdulaziz Cup, that local Group 1 you were talking about, which is an incredibly strong contest. She was far from disgraced in finishing midfield there. She got promoted to 7th in the end, and prior to that she was second to a really smart filly Hala in the Prince Abdullah bin Jaloi Cup, which is a Group 3 contest, isn't it? So if she finds that form, she wins this race. Those are 2 really solid efforts. She could actually put her higher than 83. The handicappers dropped her for her last run. But I think if she finds last season's form, she'll be very hard to beat. And I was delighted to hear Callum say that she looked very well.
Okay, that's the top two in the market considered. Third favourite is Jaguar. Of course, we should respect the connections. Mohammed Al-Dahan, Tharma Al-Dahani, 11-2 today.
Yeah, I thought this might be a little bit bigger, but I thought it was a potential dark one. Raced a couple of times in the UK, went fairly green. It's got a really nice pedigree, Jaguar, as you'll see from the page there.
See the stars.
By See the Stars out of a Frankel mare. And Jaguar wasn't really ready to do herself justice in 2 runs in the UK for Tom Clover. And then finished behind Mubira and Shibraya, went 5th to Shamkat to Wake here on her return from quite a long absence. I thought the return to this trip would be a massive help. She wants a mile really on pedigree, I would say, and I thought she would improve for that. But given that she's held by 2 of these, I thought she might be bigger than 11-2. For example, Bint Havana Grey was in front of her for every yard of that race until the dying strides. And Bint Havana Grey has a 33-1 shot. So the market hasn't missed Jaguar. But she is an interesting one going forward.
You mentioned Shibraya, number 20. What have you made of her last 2 runs?
I thought what I've said about Shibraya is she was 3rd to Mubira, and she was clear of both Jaguar and Bint Havana Grey the last time. She holds those on form.
Big price.
Didn't stay 1,600 metres. Went 4th last time out. I also didn't think. And she's got place claims, drop back and trip. She's not as sexy as 1 or 2 of these, but her last 2 runs suggest she's in very good form, and she's got reasonably good place claims. For All Stalls 16 again is not the ideal place to come from.
Anything else to mention?
Well, again, let's just touch on. We mentioned the price of Bint Havana Grey. We haven't really talked exactly about her chances. She's got no chance on the ratings, but her rating is just raw. I don't know where this rating.
56.
56. That's maybe a rating from her penultimate run here, but she ran 4 times for Richard Hughes in the UK and had an opening mark of 77. So she's not gone the wrong way since that. She's taken time just to acclimatise here, but there's no way she's a 56 horse. I thought she's overpriced at 33-1. The worry is whether she really stays this trip.
Yeah.
I think in a handicap over 6 furlongs off this mark, she would be an absolute shoe-in. I think she is capable of running to a mark in the high 60s at the very least, low 70s as she was in the UK, and her best run here was last time out when keeping on again late on over the 1200 metres. So I think she hits the frame here.
She might hit the frame.
I'll tell you who doesn't though. Number 3, 8-1.
Eunuch, yeah.
You can stick a 0 on that. Now she's rated 76. This is a situation where the 2 ratings are absolutely wrong. She got a massive rating for her debut effort in Taif in a race that was just no good.
Yeah.
And she's just dropped £2 every time she's run since. She's shown nothing in the last year, and she's still rated 76. I would give her a mark of about 50.
Well, swap her with.
Just swap her with. Yeah, exactly.
Literally. Okay, Aldaflar for you.
Aldaflar for me, yes.
Aldaflar for Rory to extend his lead in the selection competition. I'm going to go against him with the market leader Mabhira, who should be too good if repeating that performance last time. Draw is rather nasty, so I wouldn't be piling in, but I do think she's by far the best of these, and I think she's good enough to get through any traffic trouble. So much in hand the last day. She looks the one to beat for me. Aldaflar for Rory. Back to Callum for the final word.
Thanks, team. Yes, Aldaflar looked great. Real presence to Mubhira looked really good as well. They're both good selections. The Strong Girl is going to be the play for me. I am the paddock judge, and I judged her to be the best looking in the parade ring. She's got absolutely tons of weight to find on some of these, but I think the Strong Girl could run a better race than the price dictates. Gareth, it's all yours. Call them home.
Thank you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls fairly quickly as well, and Moscow slotting into line here. Tariq Al-Mansour taking the ride on this one. Next to head forward, Lily Nation with Fahed Al-Faradi into stall 15. The 9 about to go forward, that's Shamo Naya, and this is horse 8, Mumayaza, who was in shot a moment or so ago. As they continue to head behind, Mobira then the international betting market favourite at 13-8, with Aldaflar at 5-2, Jaguar at 11-2, Fadwat Uyunik at 17-2, and 10-1 Lily Nation and 11's Bar, as the final handful of runners are slotting into the stalls now. The 16 Jaguar, who's drawn quite wide here in stall 17. Mohammed Aldaham on board, just backing away a little bit. Still out of line as well is the Strong Girl, who Callum was quite keen on in the paddock beforehand as well. Mohammed Saeed taking the ride, and this is 19, Uneza, Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride. They're a bit Ryan Moore-esque, his interviews with Callum, aren't they? It's if it's Callum's Matt and Adele is Ryan, but let's see if he can get the treble here. Uneza drawn in 18 on the outside. Let's see how they go then. We're just about ready for the 5th race on the card. Set to go. Start to the race again at the entrance to the back straight, and they're off and racing. And one of the first to break the line will be Madat Karim, who's one of the first ones to show, with also prominent Garcia in the red colours. And they're being chased at what looks to be a fair gallop by up towards the outside, not too far off the pace, Bint Havana Grey, who's one of the Greys, a fairly prominent role as well for Mary Amney, who has the yellow cheek pieces on, and working back then to Fatmat Uyunik as they are about to make the turn left-handed out of the back straight. Madat Karim over towards the inside, and Garcia on the outer. They are the first two, with Bint Havana Grey in fairly close proximity on the home turn, with Mary Amney as well, and they're being followed by Alamia in a green coloured jacket up towards the outside. Hagwa following that one wide on the course, and deeper still the driven along Mabira, who's trying to step forward as they're coming into the home straight. Lily Nation not entirely done with as they now race on down the home run, and from here just over 200 metres left to travel. And as they race down to the closing stages, Mumayyaza now in the blue sleeves rushes through along the inside to take over, has shown a nice turn of foot here in the hands of Osama Al-Sharani and has quickly put it to bed. Racing up towards the line, Bint Havana Grey has gone second without being any match at all for Mumayyaza. Mumayyaza running clear to beat Bint Havana Grey, and they were followed home by Alamia, who's through for third. Close for the minors in behind Al Reem, and also it looked like Shamonaya down along the inside. But Mumayyaza just seemed to appear in the home straight and very quickly settled this in the hands of Osama Al-Sharani from stall 2, and Mumayyaza coming nicely away in the closing stages to win in a time of 1 minute 28.11 seconds. And as I say, has put daylight between herself and her toiling rivals. Jockey looks delighted, and it's easy to see why. Bint Havana Grey has run a nice race in second, but beaten fully 5 3/4 lengths by Mumayyaza, and Alamia was late on the premises to grab third, and as you can see it was close for fourth. Al Reem given the verdict by the judge for fourth place. Mumayyaza though has gone on to land this and is going to return at a pretty nice price as well on those international betting markets.
Mamiada is your winner of race number 5, this fillies contest for non-winners of 2 over the 1400 metres. That's the second career win on her 15th career start. She's ridden by Osama Al-Shahani, who is a 3 kilo claimer who is well worth following. 3 winners for Osama last week. He's already had a winner this week. Jimmy Jerkins is using him as a jockey for him as well. He had a big winner last week on one of Jimmy's runners for the Red Stable. So good to see that he's taking his opportunities, and like we mentioned, the 3 kilo claim is absolute gold dust here in Saudi Arabia. He's also a very nice man, so we'll grab a word with him once he jumps off. Just make sure everyone keeps on the right side of the horse, and he just swings around there, and we'll try and grab Osama as he makes his way out of the gates and down to weigh in. This horse is rated 71. Don't imagine she'll go up too much for that. I imagine she can still find herself in a 0 to 75 handicap if she was lucky. A handicapper can't be too harsh on her. And hopefully she can get another win. Let's try and grab one now. The jockey straight away has made the error and tried to go to the weighing scales. The concern for these weighing scales is the fact that the weighing scales don't work. So he's just going to head around and, see now, this is the problem. I'll get you. Don't worry, you go. We'll follow. Don't worry, Osama. We will follow. See, I told you he's a nice man. He's coming towards us now. He's been directed to the second set of gates, which is half the problem, but he is going to come and join us. We'll get him as soon as he comes round. He's saying no, but he's smiling, so it's fine. So it'll just be a couple of words. I don't know where he's going to go. Oh, he's going to go all the way up here. He's going to go all the way along. So we're going to walk and talk all the way, and I'll grab him as he makes a right turn. So just stick with us here, team. We will get Osama, because he has been in such good form recently, and it's well worth giving him a view to our English-speaking audience. He's going to come here. See, now even the stewards know that this is going to be a quick one. Osama, well done. Congratulations.
Alhamdulillah. Good, alhamdulillah.
Lovely horse, and you're riding really well. Really good riding.
Good, alhamdulillah.
Thank you.
Shukran.
Yeah, Osama Al-Shirani has another victory here. Had 4 winners in the whole of the Taif season over 13 weeks. Now has 4 winners here in the capital in the space of 6 weeks. He's certainly a rider getting towards the top of his game. Still a 3 kilo claimer. We can't see the weighing in process, of course, because it's held indoors today with the outside scales not seemingly to work. But Mamiaza has come through to win this, Rory, in a little bit of an upset, as Mopira and Aldaflar were very much below par.
Yeah, well, she had half-decent form last season. Mamiaza was 5th in a cup contest over course and distance in the spring. And we mentioned earlier that Al-Dafla was in as well. Al-Dafla was in front of her that day, and she'd won 1 or 2 good races, but she returned to action with a disappointing 9th last time out. So I made the comment that she needed to bounce back. But her the best of her form last season give her a chance of getting amongst them here. Yeah. Not an outstanding chance on paper, but she's taken advantage of a very good draw in stall 2. She wasn't brilliantly away, but again, as we've talked about with the draw, she's got that lovely position where she's got space in front of her, and she's not being compromised by anything else. She just had to be asked to come forward on the rail there so she didn't get boxed in, and Osama just asked her to go through that gap, and she's nicely placed now in about 5th place behind the leaders who've gone pretty hard. At this stage I was hoping that Bint Havana Grey was going to run a cracker at that price. She was the one I thought was her official rating makes no sense in terms of what she's achieved. She's been running really well and just running herself into form here.
Got the winner here as well, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She travelled best at this stage, but your eye then becomes drawn to the filly who's essentially scraped paint all the way, saved every yard on the inside, and probably a stronger stayer than Bint Havana Grey. For all, the Grey filly plugs on very gamely in 2nd place. Disappointing runs from a couple. The particularly disappointing run from Mobira, who was too wide to win the race, but has stopped very quickly in the straight and has ended up being eased right off in the end. Yeah. And Al-Dafla went the other way. Al-Dafla tried to get it to the inside rail and make ground, but made only very laboured headway to finish midfield in the end. But that gave others a chance here, and Mamiaza's grabbed her opportunity, I would say with both hands, but both are jockey's hands.
Yes, Mamiaza has won for Osama Al-Shirani. It's a pretty disappointing race from our perspective, really. None of ours were really ever given a winning chance, but trying to take a positive from a negative, it doesn't happen that often, does it?
I couldn't really tip up Bint Havana Grey.
Why not?
I mean, it's nice to have 33 to 1 winners, but you've got to be cynical in this game. If you're just getting a point for a winner,
We might as well just go
and you
favourite then.
Well, in a manner of speaking, unless you got the wrong favourite. We've seen that today. Basharat should have been favourite and was second favourite. So where it's quite close at the top of the market. Again, I thought Al Dafa should have been favourite here, but you know she wasn't at her best on her return and didn't really step up on that here. But there you go.
Okay, that is the conclusion to race number 5. We're heading into race number 6, which is the purebred Arabian Maiden. We'll get to those runners and riders shortly, but let's preview the big race, of course, in February. Who can repeat the dose of Senor Buscador?
Senor Buscador, the lead is taken by Esposito, but right on the line, Senor Buscador might have tipped him out.
I guess the only horse that can repeat that dose is Senor Buscador himself, but he's going to have a fair few challenges this season, next year, of course. Delighted to hear that Sierra Leone might be one of those challenges.
Yeah, tremendous news. Sierra Leone so impressive in the Breeders' Cup Classic. We were talking about how City of Troy should have come here. The surface would be much more to his liking than the dirt at Del Mar. But
Jimmy Jerkins has told us that as well,
yeah,
hasn't he?
exactly. But and given what that race is, obviously, the Breeders' Cup Classic sits a little bit further up the pecking order for for the European challengers, given where it comes and the prestige and the history of that race. But the Saudi Cup is creeping up very nicely, and it falls at a time of year when, if you have it as your first port of call for the season, then you can build the rest of your season around that. Whereas with the Breeders' Cup, it's always been the last point for a lot of trainers. But of course, the international season is changing all the time, and Hong Kong's now a big thing. We've got very, very good international racing there coming up. We've got strong international racing at Bahrain we saw last week. The racing in Maidan we know all about, and Saudi Cup weekend is becoming more and more of a focus for a lot of big stables as well. So it's great to see that develop.
Let's get back to Callum.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Here in the pre-parade ring ahead of this contest, this handicap contest for Arabian horses. Thought I'd give you a look at a couple of the high players here in this stakes race and just let you know who sort of caught my eye in this paddock. Let's start with horse number 2. The top 2 in the handicap here are 2 and 3. Humama is the first one. And let's take a look at horse number 2. For me, if you were looking for a well put together purebred Arabian, this is what you'd be looking at. When you talk about horses that just look a little bit more thoroughbred than your typical Arabians, it would be this type. Just to put in perspective how small she is, I'll walk alongside the team and just let you know, she is absolutely tiny. Absolutely no size about it at all. And she's a 4-year-old. She's got no scope about her, but she looks in really good nick. She's clearly ready to go today. She's a little bit weak in behind, but I don't think you can hold these to the same standard you hold the thoroughbreds. So that would be my slight concern. But she comes here with the best rating, has a second place effort to her name on penultimate start, and hopefully she can go one better today. We'll look at Khalil Al-Dam as well, a horse we know plenty about. That's horse number 3. We'll do another size comparison for horse number 3. She is even smaller here, Khalil Al-Dam. Sorry, I say he is even smaller. Can you imagine the size of this thing? It couldn't be more than 15 hands. You do show jumping on ponies that are bigger than this one. So my concern for anybody would be thinking, if you like this horse, just not that scopy, not that big, and you can just see the size difference is absolutely it's just a lot smaller. We've also got some housekeeping for you. The previous horse that was beaten for Nicolas Bachelard in our last contest, Connection were really, really disappointed with the run. They've had a look. They think she might have a medical issue, which is why she stopped so quickly. So she seemed to be going well. They were happy with the fact she was drawn very wide and there was plenty of pace out wide, but she seemed to have some sort of medical issue. Remember, she's a full sister to Scotland Yard, so she's got plenty of opportunities to make back her value in the paddocks as a retired broodmare. So not all hope is lost, but the racing career might be. But breeding might be an option for her. Gareth Topham, you can take us through the runners and riders for this purebred Arabian contest.
Thanks, Callum. And we'll scratch the one horse here, Zilzal. Number 2, Humama, the mount of Abdul Al Hussein, with number 3, Kahilan Aldam, Fahid Al Faradi. Number 4, Alpha Mega with Adel Al Faradi. And number 5, Mumtalik, Osama Al Sharani. Number 6 is Omran Al Rif, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Number 7 is Reem Aladia with Abdullah Al Credis on board. 8 is Al Wazir, Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 9 is Jawahir Violet, Abdullah Al Khamis in the saddle. Number 10 is Amo Handi's Hamza Saad. 11 is Kafu Aldam, Tab Al Timias. Number 12, Yes Tara, Abdullah Al Sayedi. Number 13, Jada Carrier with Eddie Castro. And 14, Jawad Al Khaladir with Abdullah Al Atabi on board. We've got 13 runners then in the absence of number 1, Zilzal. Back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Yes, the first Arabian race of the day is certainly not the best this weekend, but still a winner to be found. It is 0 to 75 the grade, where the market leader is number 7 at 130. That's Reem Aladaya. Second choice is Alpha Mega at 4 to 1. Mumtalik 5 to 1. Some of these very, very inexperienced indeed. Umran Al Reef at 11 to 2. Gahilan Al Daha, who has seen the race course on 22 occasions, at 8 to 1. And Humama at 10 to 1. Looks a big price to me after Ella Al Hussein and for the Age Meal stable. We should start with the market leader, I guess, Rory, number 7. I don't really have too many comments for Reem Al Adaya. What do you have on your screen?
I imagine I don't have an awful lot more than you. Has run her best race over course and distance, so the track and trip are ideal. Didn't race in time, so her last run came behind Al Mash Al Bahar at the end of February here. So fitness has to be a little bit of a concern off a layoff, but she's lightly raced for her age. She's only had the 5 runs here. There might be more to come from her, and there aren't too many. I wouldn't say there are ticks in all the right boxes, but there aren't too many X's in the bad boxes, and that's one of those races where it's more about finding the negatives than finding the positives with most of these runners.
Indeed, she's one of 4 mares in the lineup. We'll go through the other runners in just a few moments. Meanwhile, it's back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, found a paddock eye catcher. I'm going to make it very clear. Just like Bint Mahaj in the earlier race, this is Alpha Mega. This is a paddock pick for me. Just a little bit more scopy than some of the others we've seen earlier. Alpha Mega comes here looking, for me, like a very likely winner. Looking really well in the coat, strong back end, good shoulders, well put together, typical purebred Arabian elongated neck, but that's not too much of a concern for me. And just overall, quite a nice looking individual. You can see, if we get a good look at the tail, you can see he's had his tail just clipped a little bit, so they've almost pulled the tail, I would say. You do a little bit of mane pulling with a lot of horses, but they've also done some tail pulling with this one and sort of given up halfway along the line. So certainly not winning any dressage competitions, but for me, if I had to pick one who was going to win a race, Alpha Mega would be the pick for me. Let's go back to horse number 7, one of your market leaders. Reem Aladaya is the horse we're looking at here, and you can see why. Absolutely gorgeous individual here. She's got a beautiful head. She looks really well in the coat. She's exceptionally well turned out, walking around here like a lamb. Got a couple of third place efforts to the name, and clearly has the smallest saddle you will ever see. Look at the size of the saddle. It's a postage stamp on the withers of this horse. So certainly a jockey doing a very low weight in the plate. We're going to take our time to stop here and have a look at horse number 5 that's just been checked by the vet. They're just checking horse number 5. Let's have a good look at this. We'll stop going at horses and we'll look at horse number 5. They just checked the near 4 on horse number 5 just to make sure that everything was okay. We'll have a good old look. Are they going to bring this into the middle now, I think? Or are they going to stay on the outside? They're good. The vets are having a good look at horse number 5. It's not in the right order, so they might just be trying to reorder it, but certainly worth a look at that near 4, and they're just going to get into the reorder there. Let's go back to see horse number 10, who's just in front of us. Actually, that's worked out really, really well. Horse number 10, we're just going to have a good look at that runner now. Probably the scopiest of all of these in the field. Horse number 10, Alahadis, who is just walking around nicely. Tall, leggy individual, got some fitness on side as well, and there's a hint of a poverty line, which is very rare to see in these purebred Arabians, and certainly looks like ready to put the best foot forward. Intrigued to see how this gelding gets on. Whopping 7 years old, but has only had the 4 career starts. Now that might just mean 4 starts in Saudi rather than 4 career starts. But walking around, looking plenty excited to get on with the job at hand. And finally, horse number 13, Jcsa. I always have to bring this horse up with the paddock eye catcher because she is always turned out so incredibly well. This gorgeous 5-year-old mare. She makes start number 23 today and is still looking for her first win. Could today be the day, lads? It might just be.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, let's go through the rest of them in market order, Rory. We've already spoken about the market leader, that's number 7. Going to number 4, Alpha Mega, who is certainly worthy of a win with 3 good runs this campaign.
Yeah, 4th, 2nd, and 5th on his last 4 starts for Alpha Mega, and just lost out in the place very late in the day. Was in 3rd place with a few yards to run and just got shuffled back in the closing stages. Still a maiden, as they all are in this race. Had 11 runs, and I suppose you tend to concentrate on those who've had fewer runs, but Alpha Mega comes here in form, no question marks over fitness, handicapped appropriately. Adele Alpha Radio on boards.
Lost the like.
Tempted.
Yeah, lost the like. Just below that one is number 5, Mumtalik, who could be one of the potential improvers here for a jockey looking for his 2nd victory of the day.
Yeah, well drawn in stall 3, has only had the 2 runs, was behind Alpha Mega last time out, but obviously has more scope for improvement, you would like to think, after just the 2 career starts. And that man Al Sharani on board, who's riding at the top of his game at the moment. Osama claiming the 3 kilos, which he won't be doing for much longer, I wouldn't have thought. So Mumtalik is another one that I'd be quite interested in. I'll come clean with you. I'm tossing up between Alpha Mega and Mumtalik as my selection in this race.
Okay. Also inexperienced is Uram Al Reef from stall 1. That one was 4th on debut. Can certainly go better. Let's speak about number 3, Galen Aldaham, who Callum highlighted in the parade ring. Possibly clutching at straws here, but one of his better efforts last time. Yes, 8 lengths behind the winner, but the winner was rated north of 100. Surely his day is due.
Yeah, I wouldn't read that form absolutely literally. In that race won by Angad Al Khaladia here last time out. Angad Al Khaladia not the type to run absolutely to his rating unless he's being dragged along by superior horses, and was beaten by a horse rated 63 on its previous start, so slightly dubious. Cahalan Aldam is a pretty consistent horse who regularly hits the frame in races like this, and you can basically say that there's a few of these rated sort of 64 and below that Cahalan Aldam has a bit of a class edge over, but that not from 22 career record is off-putting, and he's more likely to hit the frame than he is to go and win. Obviously, statistically speaking, they're all more likely to hit the frame than they are to win, but we're bearing that in mind. 3 times more likely, at least, to be placed than to win.
You can see the magnificent skyline in the background of number 12 there, who's just been saddled up. That is Tara for double seeking Abdullah Al Saidi. You can see how bright it is in the distance and how dark it is overhead. The floodlights very much now on. A quick word on number 2 as well, Rory. First time cheap pieces for Humama. How do you assess her chances?
Just the 3 starts to date for Humama. Caught the eye 2 starts ago. Looking inexperienced, I would say.
To say the least.
Yeah, but didn't handle the bend particularly well. Was only 7th last time out, which is, I suppose, a little bit of a concern, but she does look like she's learning on the job, and she gets a much better chance of being competitive here than she has thus far. Represents a really powerful stable in events such as this, the Ashmill stable, and I would expect Humama to be very competitive in what's a pretty tight race, it has to be said. Yeah, but there are definite upsides with her, and she's got a chance. I know you like her.
I do indeed.
Yeah.
I do indeed. Very, very powerful connections when it comes to purebred Arabian racing. We jump from 11 to 1 to 14 to 1 in the market. Numbers 9, 11 and 14 all the same price. But number 14 is definitely one to highlight, Rory. More of the same expected with him. Can he get his challenge underway earlier? Jawad Al Khaladia?
Yeah, the slightly odd thing about this race is the horses who are on the minimum weight of 54 kilos, normally we're sort of reading out of the handicap, further out the handicap, further out the handicap with those. I think they're listed in alphabetical order. So you got Al Mohandes number 10, then you got Kafu Al Daham, ES Tara, which is just Tara to us, Jade Carrere and Jawad Al Khaladia. So it looks like 14 is right at the bottom of the weights and is potentially out of the handicap, but actually has been rated over 60, has just dropped to a mark of 59. So actually has got more chance than that position in the handicap would lead you to believe, and has been running largely very competitive competitively this season. Often does its best running late, isn't particularly well drawn and stole 13, but obviously we've only got 13 runners here, with the Zilzal being a non-runner. So Jawad Al Khalidiyah is definitely one to bear in mind in terms of, you know, making the frame, because again,
there he is.
This is a horse with a well, I can't say a poor win record in a maiden handicap, with a lot more runs than most of these. 20 career starts without getting his head in front, but running in pretty consistent style at the moment, and being given a chance. The handicap is actually dropping it for those placed efforts rather than nudging it up the handicap. So definitely a player, more so than dear old friend Jcsa, I would say, who's pretty much the most experienced one here. Yeah, the most experienced with 23 runs, Jcsa. Bits and pieces of form, but recent efforts have been very disappointing.
We've got a new favourite. Alpha Mega, 11-4. Mumtalik now second choice at 3-1. The old favourite is now third pick. I think that's probably the right order now.
I think that's correct. It's simply because of the break. I know Reem Al-Adea has shown her best form here over course and distance, but for a 7-year-old mare to be ready to go first time since February, I think is asking an awful lot. And 4 and 5 seem to be the two to concentrate on.
Back to Callum quickly.
Thank you, team. Yeah, Alpha Mega is going to be the pick for me. You've got the jockey, you've got a little bit of form to play with, and I thought looks really well in the parade ring. This colt, or this horse, I should say, entire 5-year-old, is the pick for me. Best of luck with your selections. I'm sticking with Alpha Mega.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. Looking at the YouTube page, we've had plenty of interaction over the past hour. I haven't been ignoring you, just been waiting for the right time to shout you out. Sharoja and Sajid and Devsa have all been firing in numbers, including Life is Blessed, who had a 33-1 second, I believe, in our previous race, and has gone with number 8, Al Wazir, in this one, who is one of the debutants. 8, 10, 14, the numbers highlighted there by Life is Blessed, who, as you say, Rory, was one of the main contributors to the show last year. Right, all we want to know is what you're going with.
Oh, well, right. Callum was a little bit negative about Mumtalik. And
big cross there.
Well, yeah, big tick. That's you've written a big tick on your card. I can see it.
Wins.
Mumtalik. So I was tossing up between Mumtalik and Alpha Mega. So I've got to give Callum some sway here, and I will make Alpha Mega my choice in the race.
Okay, Alpha Mega for Rory Delagi. That's number 4. I quite like the chances of Humamar here. I do think she has some ability locked away and has proved she likes to throw the towel in. I think the application of cheek pieces will help her out massively here. She's in the right hands, definitely when it comes to purebred Arabian racing. Nice stall and has better claims than most. So Humamar for me, Alpha Mega for Rory. I can't remember what Callum actually went for. I know he was picking between 1 or 2.
He's going to claim it was the winner after the race.
I know, which is why we need to hear from him once more, I imagine. But Humamar for me, Alpha Mega for Rory, and we'll confirm during the race which one Callum's gone with.
I have a feeling he went for Alpha Mega, but we'll have to go to Gareth first.
We will do. Humamar for me, Rory is with Alpha Mega, Callum unknown. Gareth, what do you like here in race 6?
I thought Mumtalik might run all right, but the runners are down at the start, and indeed Mumtalik at 4-1. Currently, Osama Al-Sharani taking the ride already, of course, on the score sheet, and one of those who's just a bit more lightly raced than a few in this particular contest here in Saudi. Just the third placing from last time out left a bit to work on, no doubt. Reem Al-Adea is one of the market principals on the international betting front, but the favourite Alpha Mega, as the guys were saying in the studio a few moments ago, and currently in at 11-4. As the loading for this Arabian horse maiden handicap is very soon going to be getting started. There with the light blue coloured jacket, Cahilan Alden, with Fahed Al Faradi on board. This one has got quite a consistent profile, ultimately without winning. Of course, they've all found winning a little bit difficult, these runners here. But in these circumstances, you're looking for those who have got fairly close on one occasion, or hopefully more than that. and you can all of a sudden then build a bit of a shortlist together out of those runners and take quite a few runners out. So we shall see how this unfolds. And the runners, as I say, about to head into the starting stalls. The distance in front of the field this time is 1,600 metres, so the starting point is just upon entry into that little chute over near the entrance to the back straight. Going through shot there is Reem Aladia, who's not a massive price necessarily here, is one of the fancied contenders. Al Wazir was following that one around as well, as the field very quickly now head behind the stalls. For this sixth race, the halfway point of the card here in Riyadh today, and we're down to the final few to load up. The 8-horse Al Wazir slotting in under Yasser Al-Bakawi, and just a couple left out of line now, Maha, and also the 13, which is Jcsa under Eddie Castro. Purebred Arabians then in the stalls. We're just about set for a start for race 6. And off, jumping away, and early pace being displayed by Jawa Hadavialet, who just swerved a little to the right as the gates open, but will hold the advantage, together with on the outside Alpha Mega, who's away well and takes over now. Alpha Mega into the lead from Jawa Hadavialet, who's the grey on the right-hand side. The grey away to the left is Kafu Aldam, and further left to the check jacket of Al Wazir, who's also pushing forward as they cover the first couple of furlongs. Not too far off the speed is Mumtalik, and then a little bit wider out on the track is Tara, as they bunch up together now, racing on towards this left-handed turn. Jcsa is in this leading group as well, as they now prepare to turn left-handed. Humama is following those. Then a little break back to Omran Al Reef, who heads off the others. Reem Aladia is well back in the field, so too is Almo Handis, and also Kahilan Aldam, the back marker Jawad Al-Khaladir. But we've got a leading group of 7 working their way back on into the home straight, and they're being led by Kafu Aldam, who's come there very sweetly to move on now from Alpha Mega, who's being pushed along down along the inside. A sweeping move now from Jcsa down the outer, moves into 3rd place, and then in behind those is Humama, who's trying hard to stay on. Then along the inside is Almo Handis, and out wider Oman Al Reef, as they're homeward bound now with just over a furlong left to travel. And up ahead to the outside, Kafu Aldam, just about in front here from Alpha Mega, who's battling all the way towards the inside. Just a neck or so between the pair. Jcsa 4 lengths back in 3rd. It's Kafu Aldam with a battling Alpha Mega. Alpha Mega will not hear of defeat along the inside. Alpha Mega and Kafu Aldam, they're going to hit the line as one. Maybe Alpha Mega got back up. It will go to the judge. What a finish. Alpha Mega down along the inside has forced the photo. Kafu Aldam just could not put it away, and it will go to the judge to decide. I think that Alpha Mega and Adel Alpha Radio had to be at his very strongest there. I've got back up, but we will just await confirmation. They've come a little bit close together as well, as we can see here on the slow motion replay inside the final 100 yards or so. And Alpha Mega has been confirmed as the winner. Gets back up to win here in a time of 1 minute 54.1 seconds. It's a treble on the card for the champion Adel Al-Faradi. Beats Kafu Aldam by a head in the end, and the two of them nicely clear of their rivals. As you can see, there was a little bit of brushing side by side throughout that final furlong. I wonder if the stewards will have a look. Jcsa was best of the remainder back in 3rd, but as they hit the line head down, it's a game win for Alpha Mega. Really battled on heartily.
Adel Al-Faradi is absolutely mustard, isn't he? My goodness, he has physically lifted Alpha Mega home. At the bottom of the bend, you thought this horse is beaten. If it was a thoroughbred, you'd be convinced this horse is absolutely beaten. But Adele has physically lifted Alpha Mega to victory, and this 5-year-old entire has finally landed his first race. Shout out to Rory Delagi, who had 4 winners from the first 6 races. Shout out to Adel Al-Faradi, who has 3 winners from the first 6 races. This is a man on a mission, and he is flying right now. Kamir Ospina, you better be sleeping with one eye open, because you've got to catch this man now. Boys, what a ride, and well done, Rory. We're both on a winner.
Yeah, Callum looks very happy with himself in shot. Give us a smile, Callum. Very happy indeed. I'm sure that Rory is as well. We'll get his thoughts in just a moment. You can see Alpha Mega on the right of shot, battling away on the far side of Cafu Aldaham. I thought that Alpha Mega was a spent force at halfway, but has re-rallied under the champion-elect to win for the 3rd time this afternoon. And Alpha Mega, his first success on start number 12. It got very tight in the closing stages. As Gareth alluded to, they will have a look, the stewards, but I think the contact came after the line, Rory. Well, what was your assessment?
Yeah, I thought there was some contact beforehand, but I think both horses, I think initially the runner-up was tending to hang in towards the rail, and as a result, Adele on the winner always wanted to try to give against that, so that he was always getting a clear run, because there's no point in snatching up and getting beaten 3 lengths and then complain that you were hampered. You've got to give yourself every chance of winning it, and he's done that. Now, there has been contact between the horses a couple of times, but I would say that both of them were leaning towards each other. So from a steward's point of view, I would deem that to be 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, as they tend to say in these scenarios. You know, if this horse had been beaten a short head, you feel he was unlucky getting leaned on.
Yes.
And obviously now that he's got the verdict, you might feel that the second's a bit unlucky because he was leaned on. But they were both doing it, and I think you tend to ignore that in such circumstances. We see the fronts 2 are in the first 2 of the first 3 positions. From the start, Alpha Mega got a good start, but it was Cafu Aldaham who's gone up on his outside to take the lead. And from this point onwards,
I thought you were done.
He's under pressure now. He must hold his position. If he allows Cafu Aldaham to get a length and a quarter ahead of him, that horse will lean to the rail, and there'll be nowhere for Alpha Mega to go. So from this point onwards, Adel Al-Faradi had to ride for his life just to stay within a length. And I thought here he might just been squeezed out, but
back he comes.
But luckily for him, the runner-up just eases off the rail again and gives him a second chance of getting through, and he immediately takes that opportunity to get alongside. Takes him a long time to get his head in front. It's a neck between the pair of them for a long way up the straight. Cafu Aldaham just holding that edge, but Adele kept asking, kept getting his mind to pull out a little bit extra, and you felt that he was going to force a photo at the very least. Still the neck down here, but he keeps in there and worries the second out of it. Now you'll see, I think the second rolled onto him briefly in the first place, and Adele has then given him a bump back. But I don't think that's a case of him. Now in the last 50 yards, he just there's a bump after the line. He eased off the rail a little bit, maybe 20 yards from home. Yeah. But I think he'd been leaned on at that stage anyway, so it was just not revenge, but it was a sort of a retaliatory nudge. But for me, Cafu Aldaham, just by dint of getting tired, and not because of what his jockey's doing at all, you see that he just wants to lug away. And his jockey, in fairness, tries to correct him all the way up the straight, but he keeps lugging back. He wants to get on that rail, and you can see that he's putting pressure on Alpha Mega there, and the result is the correct one. Yeah. And we've heard that the stewards have given it the all clear as well.
Yeah, result is now official. 4, 11, 13 and 6 are the numbers. I guess the final word to say about this is the ride from Adel Al-Faradi. Now we know it's legal, that this is certainly one of his best. I have no idea how to ride purebred Arabians, but clearly the trend is to keep them revved up. And as you just said a moment or two ago, is to not concede that length to what the second was, Cafu Aldaham. By not losing that length and keeping the revs up on Alpha Mega has allowed Adel to get the position he wants and to keep re-rallying on that far side.
Yeah, he had to try everything for the last 2 furlongs of this race just to hold the position and eventually get up on the line. You can see why the runner-up has run on well enough, but you can see that he gets lazy when he's in front and he's not helping his jockey and running around a little bit. And you can see why he's been placed plenty of times without getting his head in front. This is his 16th run without a win. Obviously, with Alpha Mega, This was 12th time lucky for him. They both got plenty of talent, more than capable of winning races at this level, as we've seen. But neither of them the easiest ride. But that produced a great finish in the end, so it's good to see.
Indeed, 6 races down. Rory Delagi with 4 winners already. He's going to take some pegging back, isn't he? Alpha Mega, the winner of our first Arabian race of the day. We're back with the thoroughbreds now, over 1,800 metres. We can go back to Callum, who's in the pre-parade ring.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, just a quick bit of housekeeping after that. The stewards have got back to me. Really appreciate this from the JCSA. The stewards are now back in touch with me. They've said, we did look prior to the all clear, but the result does stand. So they did have a look at that bumping, but the result does stand. All clear. The majority of the causing of the bumping was the second horse shifting over, not the winner. So they're saying the second horse caused the majority of the bumping. It wasn't the winner. They've had a look at it, but it's the all clear. The result stands. Gareth, could you give us the runners and riders for our next contest?
Certainly can, Callum. This is a locally bred horses open race coming up over 1,800 metres. Number 1 is Al Gadaf with Adal Al Faradi. Now looking for a 4th winner of the day. 2 is Mafrood, Camilo Ospina. Number 3, Shibal Alanea, Thab Al Timiat. Number 4, Tayal Al Kia, Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 5, Esh Taha, Ricardo Ferreira. 6 is Mo Sakar with Rakan Al Obeid. And 7, Tomahawk with onboard Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Scratch the 8. Number 9 is Farday with Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 10 is Mr. Mobham, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 11 is Kadrak Ali with Naif Al-Anazi on board. Take out 12. 13 is Salaf, Abdullah Al Credis. 14 Al Najm Al Qaseb with Mohammed Al Yami. 15 is Al Shahab Al Takeb with Mohammed Al Daham on board. Number 16 is Jada Al Khair with Fahed Al Faradi. 17 is Karehom with Amin Badroum. Number 18 is Shibal Al Harak with Ahmed Al Tayar. Number 19, Tathor Fawaz Wanas. 20 is Wahi. Abdullah Al Khamis takes the ride. And the reserve that gets in here, 21, Al Juk Al Harba with Fala Al Dahazi taking the ride. So take out numbers 8 and 12. 21 gets a run. Big field here. Back to the guys in the studio to have a look in further depth at the field.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Yes, the red stable and the white stable dominate the international market here. Mafrood 4-5 at the top, was even money, now backed into 4-5. Camilo Ospina, his 3rd ride of the day in these colours, already on the score sheet. Once Al Gadaf, the first pick seemingly for the red stable, as Adel Al Faradi goes in pursuit of a 4-timer, 13-8. Both of those drawn in 14 and 18. Wider of those is Tail Al Khair, who was my early idea of the winner at 12-1, has just been sliding a little from 10-1 out to 12s. Ayad Al Tarizi. Ishtaha also for the red stable, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira gets a ride here for Prince Faisal. That is a 12-1 chance. 16 Jade Al Khair is 12-1, and Tathor also 12-1, as we see some of the riders ready to compete in this race. As we can see, one of the trainer's sons on the right-hand side with a pro cush in hand, perhaps a jockey in the making. But some of the leading names ready to take their place in this race. Rakan Al Obeid towards the left with the orange and blue. Naif Al-Anazi with the red hoops and white sleeves towards the right. Some of those in with chances as the Al Timyat emerges from the paddock as well. Let's look at these then. Rory, starting at the top. Mafrood 4-5 was certainly at his peak last summer at Type, but has disappointed 3 times this year.
Yeah, this is a tricky little contest because 2 of them are well clear in the ratings, but they've both got a little bit to prove and aren't ideally drawn. Mafrood is our favourite, as you said. Camila on board. 2 wins in Type last season, including a 1,600 metre JCSA challenge. Repetition of that would surely win him this race, but hasn't reached the same peak in 3 runs after a lengthy break. This, in fairness, is a lot easier than the Group 2 he ran in last week. And it may well be that he's just running himself into form. And obviously, it's a massive step down in class from that run. We know he's fit now. He maybe took a couple of runs to reach fitness. He wouldn't have been good enough last week, even at his best. And this will be the real test of how much of his old ability remains.
Al Gadaf at the top is second choice, red stable. Adel Al Faradi, lots to like, 13-8. Has been a regular over a mile in his career. Going to be more than 1,800 metres today from stall 18.
Yeah, I just preferred him to Mafrood, I have to say. Last of his 3 successes was in a winners of 3 over 1,600 metres a year ago. His best recent effort came when third, beaten only a length and a half by Leila Doro at Taif in a cup prep. 7th in the Africa Cup last time out. That was a pretty warm contest. I don't think that was a bad performance at all, and drops markedly in class after that. Obviously, Stall 18's difficult, but there are so many in here that are hard to fancy that you hope that 1 or 2 of the top ones will be able to get over from a wide draw and give us a good race.
Well, how about the claims of number 4, Tail Al Khair, who confirmed he wasn't a miler last time when running on to be 5th. Back at 9 furlongs today has got to be in his favour, albeit stall 20.
Yeah, I did not like, I have to say. I know you're quite keen on Tail Al Khair. Stall 20 is not easy. His course and distance win last month is in a 0-65 handicap, and I've got one of these wrong this season. There was a horse running an open race who'd won a 0-55 in his previous start. And I was like, how can a horse who won a 0-55 win an open race against an 80 rated performer? And indeed he went and beat the said 80 rated performer into second on the day. So it can happen. But I think it's most likely to happen with horses who are completely unexposed. You know, so they get a handicap mark that's wrong in the first place. They take advantage of it, then they step up into open class. Whereas Tail Al Khair has had 26 runs. Does win in his class. I've got no issue with that. 0-70 would be fine. The trip and the track are absolutely ideal, but only 5th up to 0-75 last time. I know you can make some excuses for that, but I thought unless the top two, both fluff their lines, which is possible.
Yeah.
Then Tail Al Khair I thought was an unlikely winner. If they do, then this looks a very different race altogether.
Second choice for the Red Stable seemingly is Eshtaha, who is the same price as Tail Al Khair, joint third favourite at 12-1. Certainly can't ignore a Red Stable runner, but comes here with plenty to prove.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is with Eshtaha this season, because, again, as you can see from the rating, rated 83, has been rated 90 odd. Unsurprisingly, because this was a very good second to Abu Sheikha in a course and distance, a winners of 3 here last December. Abu Sheikha has shown itself to be a really high class horse, although a little bit out of his comfort zone in that Group 2 here last week. And this was, Eshtaha was fundamentally reliable last season, almost always gave its running, but the last 3 runs have been very disappointing for whatever reason, and it's difficult to put your finger on why that is. Good draw on stall 5, good jockey on board in Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see it bounce back. I'd love to get some kind of idea from the trainer as to whether he's expecting better.
Okay, that is the top 4 in the international market, seemingly with the best chances here. Let's see what Callum thinks.
Thank you, team. Yes, a fascinating local bred open this for the older horses. We're going over the 1800 metre trip, the trip of the Saudi Cup, and the first horse we'll look at is Al Gadaf. Horse number 1 comes here with a rating of 94 off the back of a 7th place effort last time out, and is getting very warm. First thing I would say is this horse is carrying quite a bit of condition and looks like he could probably come forward a little bit in fitness-wise for me, personally, if I was being super harsh, and it's getting a bit warm in the prelims too. I'd be concerned about this one. This is not doing much for me in the paddock, but we know he's well fancied, and on the ratings, he has every chance in a race like this. But for me, the paddock is not a positive. Let's go back to Mafrood, horse number 2, a horse I absolutely adore. Gorgeous grey Mafrood, cross nose band on, that's no concern for me. Walking out nicely, hip pointers are on show, still got a very strong poverty line as well. I know I say it every single time we come on air, but it's often so hard to see if these greys are actually fit. But this horse is clearly showing signs of fitness, despite being a beautiful light grey. Plenty of dappling on the hind quarters as well, strong in behind. If I was to pick between the top 2, Mafrood would be the pick for me. However, the paddock selections come much further down the field. 14 and 15 are both eye-catchers for me, and we'll start with number 14, Najim Al-Kassab, who's going to walk towards us now. I thought connections of this horse we know are in fine form at the moment. We always talk to Saad, the assistant trainer, it's either for his father or his brother, and I think this horse here, horse number 14, is certainly one you've got to take a pick of. Coming towards us now, good muscle definition all the way through, a very good looker. When we talk about fitness all the way through, this is one you have to keep an eye on. I thought this horse is going to run a much bigger race than advertised. Al Nagin Al Ghassab is one. Al Shahab Al Taqib is horse number 15, straight in behind, in the colours of Fonda. I don't know whether you remember that horse as quite a smart 2-year-old as well. Good looking, and I say if there's a horse that looks the most fit today, it would be this horse. Al Shahab Al Taqib is certainly a horse that strikes me on fitness. The form doesn't look to be that strong. A rating of 67 means he's got plenty to find, but if just on looks, what a picture. What an absolute paddock eye catcher, and what a horse you have to put on the shortlist. He might be the one for me. Let's go back one more to Jade Al-Khair, horse number 16, who's another gorgeous type. And we pretty much know all about Jade Al-Khair, this 4-year-old filly by this point. She runs well enough, but she was quite disappointing last time. She was a paddock catcher on that a paddock eye catcher on that occasion. But for me, I'd be looking elsewhere. Horse number 15, Al Shahab Al Taqib, is the paddock pick for me.
Number 15 in the race card then is the Paddock Plus for Callum Helliwell, and I think we can start there and head downwards, Rory, because there are some of these big numbers on the race card that are certainly worth a mention. So quickly on Callum's eye catcher, number 15, nice draw today.
Yeah, nice draw on stall 3 for Al Shahab Al Taqib, who's around a 25 to 1 chance, or was when the market opened.
Still is.
I thought not entirely disgraced in 4 runs this year, having been off the track for quite a long time before that. Best effort came on his return at Taif, and he hasn't really built on that without being disgraced. 15 lengths behind in a not a 70 handicap last time out when finishing 8th. That's probably his most disappointing effort this season. My impression with him is that he'd probably be freshened up by a short break, because obviously he came back for a long absence. Had a few runs, isn't really thriving on his racing, but now that he's got his fitness back, what he might need is a bit of freshness. And I think he's capable of winning a race this season, but I didn't think it was going to be this one.
Jade Al-Khair, number 16, has all the 2s, 2 wins from 22 starts, runs for trainer Gaith Al-Gaith, who has had 23 winners so far this season.
Yeah, I quite like Jade Al-Khair if you're looking at this race without the top pair. Form figures don't look particularly impressive. 0-0-0-9 on her last 4 starts. But her best efforts last season came over this course and distance. She was placed in both the primary championship of the race course and the final race, the racetrack championship, as I said, for local breds. So if she can find that form again, she doesn't seem to like Taif. She didn't fire in Taif this season. I thought she showed a bit more here last time out. Only 9th that day. Callum quite liked her in the paddock. I thought that was a sign that she was beginning to come back to herself, and if she can build on that, then this track and trip is ideal. Again, she's not ideally drawn in stall 16, but I thought she was possibly the most interesting of those that you'd struggled to find on recent form.
17 is Correahom, who we should give a mention to, has been an excellent servant to Connection. Start number 50 today, so racks up a half century of starts. I was thinking that he might suit further though.
Yeah, I 2 from 49 is not a very good strike rate. He comes here in form at his level, has been in the frame and handicaps in 3 of his last 4 starts. 2,000 metres, maybe the ideal trip for him. This is a tougher task than his recent ones, but again, this is a race where essentially beyond the first 5 in the market, it's sort of 33 to 1 the field. So it's not that deep. And obviously, if you look at, there's prize money down to 5th, and I thought Correahom was an obvious one to pick up a little share of that prize money, given he's running in fairly good heart at the moment. As you said, perhaps a little bit longer would suit, but there's a possibility this falls apart a little bit, and I can see him running through horses to maybe get 4th or 5th.
Anything else you want to mention that we haven't discussed?
Shibal Al number 3, that would have been a chance on old form.
50 to 1.
Landed a 1600 metre open here in January 2023. But like a lot of horses in this race, has struggled to make the frame since. A lot of horses win their maidens here. There are a lot of maidens, as you'll notice on the Thursday cards, for example. And a lot of horses just are very hard to place after that. And they end up losing a little bit of confidence. But those horses are capable of bouncing back whenever they get an opportunity that suits them. I don't think this is that opportunity for Shibal Al, but if you read through a bunch of other horses, they've got remarkably similar profiles. A lot of horses have won maidens and then literally haven't been in the frame since, but still have a bit of ability. They just find bridging that gap from from maiden company to open company, just too tough.
Okay, the runners are heading down to the 1800 metre start here, so they just need to join up with the back straight and then turn right, the Saudi Cup distance, as Callum alluded to. Look, it's one of those where the top two are standouts, but I'm quite happy on this occasion to oppose both the white stable and the red stable. Ooh. How would you summarise with a hint at your selection? They both come here with plenty to prove, don't they?
If you were standing these at even money and 15 to bet, you'd be very happy to do that. Standing them as a pair, essentially at long odds on. I just hope that something pops up for you, because both of them come here with a little bit to prove. I think it's likely that one of them wins it, but at those prices, neither of them are particularly tempting to get involved with. But from a point of view of a selection,
to extend the lead,
I'll tell you what I will do. I will also go against the pair of them, because you are. I'll go with Jcsa Al-Khair, because I did.
That makes it interesting, doesn't it?
Yes, as long as you're not going with. Well, if you're going with Jcsa Al-Khair, that would be amusing.
I'm not going with the
Her form figures seem to give her no chance here, but I think she's been, time is a write-off for her. Her best ever to come over course and distance last season. She hasn't really had a chance to show what she can do since. And now that she's up to full fitness, I think she can step up markedly what she did last time out. Again, I think she's probably only looking at second or third realistically, but I'm willing to take a swing here.
As soon as you opened your mouth, it went from 14 to 1 to 12 to 1. Jcsa Al-Khair, number 16 then, is the selection of Rory Delaghi. I'm also going to go against the top two, ignore both of those. I'm going to take a chance with Jcsa Al-Khair. I don't trust the top two in the ratings. I think they're both on the decline. Jcsa Al-Khair does have a bit to find at the weights, but he certainly enjoys it here. Still 20, not ideal, but I think in time he's going to want further than 9 furlongs. I'll be running him over 2,000 metres minimum. Anyway, keep an eye on him, because he will be produced late under Ayed Al-Tarizi. So it's Jcsa Al-Khair, number 16 for Rory Delaghi, number 4 Jcsa Al-Khair at 12 to 1 for me. Callum, are you ignoring the top two as well?
I'm thinking of going for Mafrood now. No one's going for it. I feel we're leaving a 99 rated horse who won back-to-back contests only 3 starts ago. I think, but I'm not going to, because I have to go for the paddock pick here. The paddock pick is Al-Shahab Al-Kateb, who is horse number 15 on your race cards, in the colours of Turkey Abdulaziz Mohammed Al-Shai. Certainly a horse here who looks in absolute peak fitness. Mohammed Al-Daham on board. These connections wouldn't usually get the assistance of Mohammed. I think that's a very positive jockey booking. I imagine if there is sort of an agent system here, that's one that's become available, and he's available to ride, and the connections have absolutely jumped at the chance to get this horse partnered up with this jockey. I'm looking forward to seeing Jcsa Al-Khair. She's always a massive paddock eye catch, and I totally understand Rory's point of view, where she is just coming into her form now when she could be sneaking in under the radar. One horse that's clearly getting handicapped. We have a plot job in our Miss team. Farday, horse number 9. I will keep banging this drum. Watch this horse run right out the back of the field, show absolutely nothing, and when the turf comes around come December, this horse will grow another leg when the turf becomes an option. I'll actually go and head onto the turf track after this race and show you the progress that's being made on there. We saw them getting the lawn out on the turf track this afternoon before racing, so we'll have a peek at the green stuff and see how we're going ahead of a December the 7th start date. But Farday, watch horse number 9. Coming out of stall 19, connection will be chuffed to bits with that wide draw. This premium tap entire horse will be ridden out the back and allowed to come home at his own time. So he's the one to watch for future races. I'm going to go with horse number 15 in this race. Al-Shahab Al-Takeb is the one for me. Horse number 15. We like it. Come on, Gareth. Call us home. Another winner.
A good price for Al-Shahab Al-Takeb, currently in at 25 to 1, Callum, as the runners are about to head behind the stalls for the 7th race on the card. And Mafrood heading the betting on the international markets here at 10 to 11, so just a shade of odds on, with Al Gadaf at 7 to 4. Has got a little bit warm in the preliminaries. And generally, looking at the others, we're looking at double digits. So although we've got plenty of runners, it might not be the most competitive of open races here. And as you can see, the start to this race well into the chute. They'll have almost the full length of the back straight in front of them before that left-handed turn, which will bring them on towards home in an 1,800 metre distance here. Runners then slotting forward, and we've got around about half a dozen left out of line. Jcsa is about to slot forward now, one of the greys, and moves forward into stall number 5. And there aren't too many more. Wahi is still one of those to head on in as well, along with Tafur and also Mafrood. Favourite here will be coming out of stall 14. Camilo Ospina taking the ride and seeking a second winner of the day. And Tayal Al-Kir, Ayad Al-Tarisi on board that one, is another out of line. So just taking a turn here is Al Gaddaf before heading into stall 18. Drawn very wide here. And final couple heading in. Tayal Al-Kir, who is drawn in stall 20, about to head on into the stalls as well. And I think now we're just waiting on Al Gaddaf. Adel Al-Faradi looking for his 4th winner of the day. Goes in the famous Prince Faisal colours and will be the last one to slot into line for this locally bred horses open race. Al Gaddaf not quite there yet, all of the others standing well. Al Gaddaf now just about completing the set for this 7th race on the card, and the starter lets them go. They're off and running. And breaking out, well, Mr. Mobham is going to be one of the first ones to break the line. We've got an unseated rider at the back end of the field. It looked as if it was Aljouk Al-Hama who's got rid of Fala Al-Dahazi. Horse and rider hopefully okay as they continue their progress back onto the racecourse proper. Yeah, rider up and seemingly absolutely fine. Now along the inside, coming through is Jcsa, will be one of the front runners. They're well strung out. Also racing prominently is Mr. Mobham, who's never been too far away, and they're being followed a little wider out by Kare Hom, who's also in this firing line, and Al Gaddaf, the red jacket, to the outer. Mafrood follows those in a green cap, and then over towards the inner Jadai Al-Kir, who's racing in company with Shibal Al-Nea. And then out a bit wider on the track as they make a left-handed turn is Tayal Al-Kir, with Fardeh back in behind those as well, and then Tafur as they're racing back on into the home straight. Jcsa showing out in front here then under Ricardo Ferreira. From on the outside, Al Gaddaf. These two coming back towards the entrance to the home straight. Connections, I'm sure, would like to stop the contest right now. They have the 1-2 on cornering. Jcsa then, Ricardo Ferreira. Adel Al-Faradi though on Al Gaddaf, breathing down the leader's neck. They poached an 8-length buffer over the others. Tayal Al-Kir, the green jacket, is running on down the outside fairly well as they're now entering the final 200 metres, and Al Gaddaf moves on. It's Al Gaddaf now leading Jcsa as they race well inside the final furlong, with Jadai Al-Kir running on quite strongly. Will move into second place, but has a very big task in getting on terms with Al Gaddaf, who's going to give Adel Al-Faradi his 4th winner of the day, tying up a little close home, but the job is done. Al Gaddaf the winner. From in second position, Jadai Al-Kir. It was close for the miners in behind. Jcsa got a little bit tired in the closing stages, was involved in the minor honours for 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Adel Al-Faradi just absolutely unstoppable this Thursday in Riyadh, and that's a 4th winner on the card. Al Gaddaf nicely positioned throughout and got the better of the fellow Prince Faisal runner there inside the final furlong. Jcsa, who gave it his all but got a little bit tired in the latter stages. And it's gone to Al Gaddaf, 94 rated coming into today, and strikes in a time of 1 minute 55.32 seconds, pulled away in the latter stages. So we've had 7 races, 4 of them have gone to this rider. He's absolutely at the top of his game at the moment. Gets the better of Jadai Al-Kir by 3 lengths. Jadai Al-Kir in second place, and literally scrambling in for the third was Jcsa, who made a bold bid and just held on for third ahead of Tayal Al-Khair, who was best of the remainder back in fourth. But it's 4 on the day for Adel Al-Faradi, and this time it's Al Gaddaf who lands the spoils.
Oh, Adel Al-Faradi. He needed all his strength to win the last race, but in this, he needed all his skill and guile to guide Al Gaddaf to victory here in this local bred horses open over the 1800 metres for the older horses, and Adel has done that very, very well. Just a quick bit of housekeeping. I just caught up with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira after his ride on Jcsa. He said he could not stop this horse. He had to let this horse go early on, and with a sitting duck. He didn't use those words exactly, but that's what he sort of expressed. He was a sitting duck for Adel Al-Faradi on Al Gaddaf, who got a lovely toe into the race and gave the Red Stable another winner today. And this one never really looked in doubt, did it, for all connections. Big, strong type Al Gaddaf with a paddock negative for me. Just got a bit warm. Had to put him on your shortlist, obviously, with the quality that he possesses, but he got quite warm in the parade ring. He wasn't really taking it all in. He'd already been gelded, so you couldn't give him the excuse of like a Waladin to miss of a few weeks ago, who got very, very worked up, but that was because he's still got lots of testosterone going around his body. This horse has just won nicely. And Adel Al-Faradi, 4 fingers up to the camera, 4 winners today, and a very, very good day at the office for him. Camille Ospina, you need to catch up, son. You're losing more ground.
Waktuk, Bint Wajar, Alpha Mega, and Al Gaddaf are the 4 winners on the programme for Adel Al-Faradi. Totally dominant here, as with the Red Stable, as it looked as they approached the final furlong. Istaha on the far side gave the best of his running under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. My selection and Rory's selection both did run on into placings. A very good pick from Rory. Jcsa Al-Khair has got second, Istaha holding third, ahead of my pick Tayal Al-Khair, who's run a screamer off a mark of 72 from stall number 20. But it's the Adel Al-Faradi show, who broke well from stall number 18. We did lose Al-Juk Al-Hamar, who unseated, you can see, pretty much last at the moment. Ferez Al-Dahasi is about to be unshipped as the horse jinked. The rider got to his feet okay, and as we will see, the loose horse will gallop on okay. We'll head out of shot. Let's talk about the winner though, Rory, and I guess it's impossible not to mention the leading rider, Adel Al-Faradi, is stealing the show.
He is, yeah. Listen, he's an exceptional rider around here. He is
best in the country,
on his way to be champion jockey. Well, now we got Camilo back. I think it's a really interesting clash between the two. I would say for all we both like Alex Moreno, I think Adel is a better all-round jockey than Alex, and that's not to knock Alex. It's just that Adel tactically is incredibly sound. Also temperamentally, he's very sound. He doesn't get upset when he gets asked for an interview after the race. But yeah, in a race, he seems to have twice as much time to think as most jockeys do. Yeah. And you see, in difficult situations where you need to make a split-second decision, lots of jockeys just make the wrong call, you know, and Adele hardly ever does that. He seems to have ice running through his veins as well,
Yeah,
and that's exactly what you want in a top jockey. So he
Perfect placement here as well.
he knows he's top. Yeah, absolutely perfect placement. And he knew that he was getting a toe deep into this race because Esther was one of his dangers on last season's form. Hasn't been running great this season, but clearly in better heart now under Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. A little bit free in front, but I think Adele still knew that Esther was good enough to pull him through the race and wasn't going to weaken suddenly with 2 furlongs to go. That's left him in front. Ideally, he would have liked to get to be pulled through for even longer than that, and his mount idles a little bit in front. But the race is won at this stage. I hoped that he would get tired and the runner-up would get him to Jadelle Kerr, but she has, as I suspected, run much better than she's been doing in Taif. I thought there was hints of revival last time out. This is her ideal track and trip, and she's back to her best form in finishing second. She should build in this. Just gets checked slightly, as you see, early in the year. But she was moving out as Shibboleth Alanea was moving in. It's just one of those things. It didn't cost her the win, but she's run on strongly to be a clear second in the end. And well, she's dropped to a decent handicap mark if they want to use that. But she's capable of winning open races over this course and distance.
She's definitely one to watch next time, especially if the draw is in single figures.
Yes, exactly. And again, it's all about this trip. Over 1,600 metres, she's not as potent, but the 1,800 metres suits her down to the ground.
Okay, so the winner there of our previous race, it's another one for Adel Al Faredi. Al Gaddaf makes it a 4-timer. Adel still has some leading chances here, including the favourite in the next race. We'll get to those runners and riders shortly. Meanwhile, it's back to Mr. Helliwell.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, I have ventured out onto the turf track here ahead of turf racing getting started here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse on December the 7th. That's only a few weeks' time, and we're really looking forward to it. I thought I'd just give you an idea of what this turf track is looking like. We visited this course maybe 3-4 weeks ago now, and you could see there was a lot of sort of dirt just underlying. You could see where the grass was still going through. Look at us now. We are really getting a grass covering. You can really feel we're getting covering of grass over the top. Look, I'm not going to lie to you people, the ground is still going to be very, very quick, but we're seeing this covering of grass, and I think what's going to make this brilliant is the fact that we're going to get racing on this track, and we're going to get to use this wonderful turf facility. Look at the bend behind me here. This will signify just how tight this turf race course is. There's a slight camber as well, you can see that too. It just slightly dips in towards your inside and slightly banked on your outside. But look at the tightness of this bend, and it's going to be made even tighter because before we start, when we first get back racing, the rail is most probably going to be here. We'll be limited to about 10 runners in, which means as we get out here, and as you can see, the grass still needs growing at these points out here. There's still plenty of growing to be done, there's no doubt about it. But what's going to make this amazing is we're not going to use this part of the track. We're going to be stepping in, and we're going to be using just towards the inside rail. That will give the jockeys smaller fields and more chances to find out what's going on. I keep banging the drum about Far Day, and he is the horse we just saw in our last race, just finishing right out the back of the field after running well for a long way. That was a much, much tougher race than he'll face here in turf racing. I've also spoken to Nicholas Bachelard. He's keen to get some of his horses out on the turf, but he's worried that they're not going to be able to get into the races because of the limited fields and how competitive the handicaps and open races will be. Jimmy Jerkins wants to get horses onto the turf. He's really happy with the run of My Frankel last week in that Red Hot Cup race on Saturday, but this stuff, the turf, is what he's looking forward to. He's just slightly concerned that will there be a race we can get into. When you've got a horse like My Frankel, you should be fine, but Nicholas Bachelard has some nice European pedigree horses who might struggle. We spoke to Prince Bandar last week as well. We had a lovely chat with Prince Bandar, and he mentioned that there will be a sister track here in Saudi Arabia, hopefully giving us all-round turf racing. You can see the market they're trying to attract here in Saudi Arabia, and that is European trainers wintering out here with their horses, giving their horses an opportunity to run all throughout the year on a strong quality turf track. But the daddy of all the turf tracks in Saudi Arabia is this one right here. We've got a good covering of grass, we've got an exciting program of racing to look forward to, and it all gets started on December the 7th. I can't wait. I'm sure you at home can't wait either. Gareth Topham, give us the runners and riders for our next contest.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, our 8th race on the way. Locally bred horses maiden. Number 1 is Abu Safouk, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. Number 2 is Ajmal Tahiya with Abdullah Al Rashid. Number 3 is a non-runner. Number 4 is Al Zalmawi with Ayad Al Tarisi riding. 5 is Batuli, Victor Gutierrez. 6 is Quador, Adel Al Faradi. Looks for a 5th winner here today. 7, Fayyaf Al Sayel with Thab Al Timyat in the saddle. Over the page to number 8, Marsoud, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 9 is Nawa, Nawef Al Mudiani. 10 is Najm Oscar, Abdullah Al Saidi. 11, Kateb, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 12 is Sabil Al Kir, Osama Al Sharani. Number 13 is Tabur with Mohammed Al Yami. Number 14 is Waj Al Dareya with Abdullah Al Fayruz. Number 15 is Ajala with Rayan Al Toesh. 16, Daywat with Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 17, a non-runner. 18 is Romanilla, Salman Al Rashid. 19 is Sakaka, the mount of Nawaf Al Fayruz. Number 20, a non-runner. 21 is Modeye, the mount of A Al Tayyar, that's Ahmed Al Tayyar. 23 is the next one we see, that's Mana Al Badir, now the mount of Sultan Al Mamoni. 22 and 24 are additional absentees here. So a handful of them not going, but still plenty of them to run. We'll cast our eyes further across this field with the guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Gareth. Must also just say, yeah, the turf track is looking absolutely fantastic. And as Callum alluded to, we return to grass racing in just over 2 weeks' time. Really looking forward to that. And when you're here at the track at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, you can see the steady climb as they make that left-handed turn. It's not completely flat here at Riyadh. It's the small climb as they head towards the back straight and of course descend over towards the far side, sort of the top right of picture as you can see. So there's a real slingshot effect as they come into the home straight. But really looking forward to the turf racing that gets underway in just over 2 weeks.
But that sort of banking on the bends makes it an even fairer track. You know, we see lots of dead flat tracks in the UK, whereas if you're caught wide going into the bend, you've got absolutely no chance. Whereas the way this, the way it sort of banks away from the stands here gives every horse a chance, even if you're caught wide in the track, to maintain a position. And we've seen some horses sort of using that slingshot to come from off the pace here, and you get some really, really exciting races on the turf. I think it's an excellent track.
It really is. And I know Callum alluded to My Frankel, but perhaps Finest Sound will be another one that we'll be looking forward to running on the grass. Anyway, our attentions now turn to the 8th race on the programme here. Certainly one of the tougher puzzles on the card today. It's not particularly a very strong maiden. Is that a fair assessment of the field, Rory, overall?
It's terrible. I think. I like to be positive about most races here, but
it's pretty weak.
You know, you're looking. I tend to look at the ratings, see, right, how strong is the race, and you find the ratings, then you go, right, is this horse capable of running? And no, 60, 58, 56, and then you look through these horses' form and you go, that would never win a handicap off that mark.
It's a 0 to 55 at best.
Yeah,
really
and it does feel a lot like a handicap because nothing is really better than, in truth, than a mark of 55. I guess Waj Al Dareya, if you threw that into 0 to 55 handicap, you'd fancy his chances, but really nothing absolutely outstanding. And again, even the outsiders, the horses you wouldn't give much of a chance to, don't have that much to find to be competitive either.
Exactly. Unsurprisingly, Adel Al Faradi is right at the top in pursuit of a 5-timer this time. Stall 3, Curador. Any positives from form?
Number 6.
Number 6, yes.
Yes. Was a respectable 5th in a 1400 metre maiden here on a second start in March 2023, but hasn't been seen since. And that's almost as positive as you can say about most. Normally a sort of a 20-month layoff be an absolutely massive concern, but you still have to shortlist this horse for showing the ability to have made the money in a maiden race.
Waj Al Dareya, number 14, is second pick for the second pick of the White Stable normally. Abdullah Al Farouz, well drawn. Anything that really springs to life here?
If this was fit, this would nearly be my pick, to be perfectly honest. By far his best effort came when 4th in a course and distance maiden in February. Didn't repeat that next time out on his final start of the season, but he had been moving in the right direction before that, and if he's fit, he would have a very good chance.
I think Al Zamawi is certainly the standard setter of a mark of 58. We'll come to him very shortly. It's time to return, though, to more grass. Callum Helliwell's in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, big talking point in here. Horse number 4, Al Zamawi, sets the standard, but is a big paddock negative. Big paddock negative. This has been the case all the way around. Nearly took off my poor cameraman's head as we made it back in. You can just see getting really worked up. This is the sort of situation where you want 2 handlers or at least a chiffney, and this poor groom doesn't have either, so he's really just kind of leaning onto that bit and the horse is having none of it. So that is a big concern. Again, just hoping Mustafa just keeps his distance here because this horse is right on edge. We'll go back one more to horse number 5. This is Batuli. This is another horse with a big paddock negative. You can see now the groom here, he deserves an award for having to put up with this horse who has been an absolute terror all the way around. Typically, as soon as we mention this, Batuli looks like butter wouldn't melt. But if you're going to look for the jockey who'll be on Batuli, they'll be saying a prayer at this moment in time because this horse is right on edge. You can just see, look at the ears, look at the eyes. This horse is absolutely gripping. Just watching, just having a little lick of his top lip as well. You can clearly see this is a horse right on the edge. If you can contain this, Batuli would have every chance, but we're just going to watch the jockey get on now. Hopefully it should be fine. Victor Gutierrez in the plate, but you can see everyone is just, yeah, as you can see, just be very careful here, team. Yes, well done to all involved with that one. Let's go back and look at a couple of the others. Horse number 12 is, horse number 9, we're going to have a very quick look at here. This is Nawar, who comes in here, typical red stable, looks very fit and well, has to make the shortlist. Let's go back though to horse number 12. This is a proper eye catcher. This is Sabil Al-Khair, who we're having a look at right now. Osama Al-Shahani on board, looking for a quick-fire W. Well in for his 3-kilo claim. Well worth the play. Horse looked very well in the coat. Very positive for me. Looked fit. Has to make the shortlist. And there are 2 more here. Horse 14 and 15. Waj Al-Dareya. Gorgeous-looking individual here. Very nice looker. Looking fit. It's got beautiful quarter marks on as well. Abdul Al-Farouz is on board, I think. And we'll then go back to horse number 15, who would be one of my top 2 here. This is a Jala, who I absolutely adore, and the colour's very similar to Ramatuelle in France, and hoping that this horse can run to that horse's ability would absolutely hack up here, but it could be a little bit tougher for this runner. The paddock picks are a Jala and Sabil Al-Khair, and I think the paddock selection for me is going to be Sabil Al-Khair.
Number 12 on the programme, who starts his 15th race today, still in search of victory. Number 1 gets stall 1, Sabil Al-Khair, who we'll discuss with Rory in just a moment or two. But we were in the process of discussing number 4, Al Zamawi for Ayad Al-Tarizi. Sadly for Ayad, gets another wide draw here. It's certainly one of the standard setters of a mark of 58, 20 runs, no successes yet.
Yeah, and there's your issue. And you know, I've summed it up fairly simply. Placed 3 times at 1,400 to 1,600 metres, largely consistent, and makes some appeal on paper. For all, a strike rate of 0 from 20 is clearly a bit of a warning, but there aren't many who've got really positive profiles here, so automatically Al Zamawi has to be shortlisted.
And was a big negative, I should say, with Callum. We're just seeing, an unship there, number 19.
I don't know, sometimes you get a slight change in climatic conditions which causes a few horses to get on edge, but they all seem a lot less relaxed in this race than they have earlier on the card as a rule.
And the outrider also just clashing there with Sakaka and North Al Farouz, who is now bouncing down to start. As is the case for the yellow colours there. I think it was Abu Al-Safouk in the pink, green and yellow. Anyway, elsewhere, number 9 is Nawar Muriani, who is on board, stall 20. Time might be running out for Nawar running in these colours.
Yeah, I mean, lightly raced, just the 4 starts, but not really going forward with each of them. Third to Golden Line on debut of 1,400 metres. A repetition of that would probably win this. Hasn't lived up to that promise in 3 subsequent starts. Trying a new trip now and has claims on form, but as I said, may not offer value because by definition, a horse in these colours is bound to be reasonably short in a race of this nature. But if any other horse with a different set of silks had the same forward figures, would probably be a 14 to 1 shot.
should just say, you may have heard the hesitation in my voice, it's not Norwith Modiani. Of course, he is banned. He's not here today. Abdullah Al-Lawfi now riding Nawar. So a quick change to the race card. Number 7 was interesting. Just the one start so far for the Al Asail stable. This is Faryaf Al Asail.
Yeah, stable looking for a double, or the owners, Al Asail stable looking for a double on the card.
Still 19.
Faryaf Al Asail. Listen, only 8th on debut, but that only one start. I must say, had a look at this, hoping for a bit of promise. Beaten 45 lengths.
No.
So very hard to fancy it. But in saying that, it wouldn't surprise if a horse with that profile won this race. One start, well beaten, improved enough to win a race where you only have to run to a mark in the low 50s to win. So there are a few who are very likely to race who wouldn't surprise. Abu Safuk, the top one there, I thought that went to post nicely. Tariq Al Mansour claiming a kilo off that. That's been unsighted in 2 runs. Wasn't beaten outside in debut, beaten 15 odd lengths first time out, didn't build on that at all next time out, but certainly caught the eye more than most here. You can't make a case for it on form, but you can make a case on the basis so many of these are thoroughly exposed as unlikely to win a maiden that it's the old Sherlock Holmes story, isn't it? Once you've ruled out what can't happen, whatever you have left, however unlikely it looks, it must be the answer.
Yeah.
This is one of those races.
2 more to discuss. Number 12, I felt that you had a bit of a positive about Sabil Al-Khayyar. Plum draw, double seeking Osama Al-Shirani.
Yeah, I put this forward as my initial selection for the contest when we did the race comments. Not from 14 career, but has been placed in not to 60 handicaps, which shows that he can be competitive in the right sort of context. This effectively a not to 60 handicap, if even that at best. Unplaced in not to 70 the last twice, but essentially that's just showing that he's got a class ceiling that he's not able to compete off, but essentially back down to that class in an uncompetitive race here and should have a say in a maiden lacking any depth. So that was as positive as I could be about any runner in this race. Number 12 ended up my sort of default selection, Sabil Al-Khayyar, and to be honest, appeals enough at the price from a very good draw.
One final one to discuss, number 5, Batuli. We've got a big plus from Callum in the parade ring.
Yes, it was one of those, a plus that was, on the verge of becoming a big negative, really, wasn't it? He looked ready to go, but on the edge. So as long as he keeps that in the bottle.
But it's another one that can improve for the second start.
Yeah, but the first start was a long time ago. That's the thing. It's not like the first start was a few weeks ago. We saw Batuli last season. And it beat one rival home. So not much premise on debut, and it's short enough on the basis of that.
Are you sticking with Sabil Al-Khayyar, or are you joining the Adel Al-Faradi train?
I'm doing neither. I'm going to take a flyer on Abu Safuk from stall 2, horse number 1, and hope that he might be the complete dark horse of the race.
Okay, I have absolutely zero interest in this race.
Well,
so Adel Al-Faradi, I'm pretty sure will do for me.
You've got to play the percentages. As
Exactly.
Alan Hansen, you know who Alan Hansen is.
I know who Alan Hansen
Former
is.
footballer, yeah.
Defender.
I know you're a young lad and all that. Yeah.
Well, he was on Match of the Day for a few years, wasn't he? So I can just about cling on to that. Anyway, Abu Safuk for Rory, number 1. Number 6, Cuador for me. Callum, over to you.
Thanks, team. Sabil Al-Khayyar is going to be the pick for me. I think Jcsa is a real danger under Rayan Al-Taresh, but I am going to go Sabil Al-Khayyar. Just looked really well in the parade ring and gets the assistance of Osama Al-Shahani on board. And we're jumping out of stall 1, Rory. So you might have stall 2, but we've got stall 1. Sabil Al-Khayyar will be the play for me in a tricky little contest. Surprise, we've not heard any information for Nawa, who I thought looked pretty good in the parade ring. Naya Familiani on board. I imagine this horse would run a pretty big race here. Only the 5th career start, very unexposed. Could be a player at a bit of a price. So yes, the selection for me, Sabil Al-Khayyar. Best of luck with everyone at home. Gareth, call home this race here, please.
The runners heading forward then over in Riyadh for this locally bred horses maiden, and those of you following Adel Al-Faradi will be hoping here that the 6-door Cuador can land the spoils, and hasn't had that many goes, just a couple. There was definite improvement shown from the first run to the second. Just not many of these arriving in form. There's not that much good form to actually go on, so can fully understand what the guys in the studio were saying about this being a pretty weak race. Although it's a maiden, it's not a very strong one. Quador on the international betting front is 5-2, with Waj Aldareya at 3-1, 4-1 Alzal Marwi, 5-1 Nawa, who I thought was a little bit on his toes down at the start, and double figure odds the other runners, 12-1 Bar, as they're heading on into the starting stalls. The first few have slotted in. To go forward shortly will be Abo Safouk, who Rory quite liked the look of. That one due to head forward into stall number 2, will be over towards the inside. So the field loading up, still 7 or 8 left to head on in. The loading up process is here usually pretty swift, and even with these relatively inexperienced runners, until they've been they've had plenty of work at home with the starting stalls, and they've all slotted in pretty nicely. Fayaf Al Sayel will be one of the last to go in. Just looks like maybe Nawa on the wide outside, who heads in now to complete the set. Stretched across the track and started mounting the rostrum here, so we're nearly ready. I think there's one empty stall, isn't there, over to the inside. Yeah, Abo Safouk still to head forward. Coming in from a fairway back, will appear any moment. There he is. Abo Safouk then completes the lineup, and we are set to go. Race 8 of 12 here in Riyadh today, this locally bred horses maiden. Flags are up, gates crash back, and they're racing. Off they go. And Tabor was a little bit slow in getting going. One of the first ones out, Najam Oscar, who's over towards the inside, with Romanilla the grey away to the right as we bear down on them from bird's eye view. Down along the inside and not too far away, Waj Aldareya in the green coloured jacket, and Abdullah Alofi has Nawa in a nice position as well, just parked a little wider out through the early stages. Dewat is not too far away, nor is at this point Ajmal Taher. That one working its way up onto the heels of the leading few as they continue their progress going down the back. Quador at the moment sitting mid-pack as they run towards the end of the back straight. Making up a little bit of progress is Sakaka on the wide outside, and that one keeping company as they begin to bear left with Fayaf Al Sayel. But up front, making the turn left-handed back for home, it's Romanilla up towards the outside of Najam Oscar with the red noseband. They are the first two. Nawa runs in third. They're being followed by Ajmal Taher in the red and yellow jacket over towards the inside. Fayaf Al Sayel in white and blue is racing next as they're coming now back towards the home run, with from here less than 500 metres to travel, and Nawa, Abdullah Alofi, strikes for home and boots away here very quickly by a couple. From Najam Oscar, who's got no response. Ajmal Taher is now off in pursuit down the outside. Sakaka away to the left is trying hard to finish as they run down towards the concluding stages, and as they do so, it is Nawa who's got a 3-length cushion. Nawa showing out in front from Sakaka down the outside, who's trying hard to erode the deficit. With him behind them, Fayaf Al Sayel, but going close home, it's Nawa out in front, and it's going to be Nawa winning by around about 2 lengths in the end. From in second position on coming over the line, Sakaka, and they were a couple of lengths in front of the third placed runner who was staying on quite well. But Nawa it is. Abdullah Alofi coming in for a spare ride here at Nawaf Al-Mudiani's expense. I believe that rider banned at the moment, and Abdullah Alofi on Nawa has won this from stall 20. It's a good performance and comes home a couple of lengths to the good. We'll get you the winning time and distances shortly, but Nawa doing it quite authoritatively in the end, took the lead off the home turn, and that was a pretty decisive move as well, and has held on well in the latter stages. Sakaka up for second, of course, was very lively beforehand. It was Kartev who's come through along the inside to grab the third, and Fayaf Al Sayel, who threatened briefly, back in fourth. Quador was best of the remainder. I think has crossed the line in fifth. Nawa was won it by 2 3/4 lengths in a time of just over 1 minute 57 seconds, 1:57.02 seconds, and it's Nawa and another winner in these famous red silks here today.
Nawa is your winner of this contest underneath Abdullah Alorfi. Feel for Nayef Al-Mudiani, who was booked to ride this horse but is currently suspended at this moment in time, so unable to take this ride. But this jury, Abdullah Alorfi, is a perfectly good replacement here and a very, very accomplished rider within his own right. And Noah, we did mention this horse was probably just a wee bit unexposed. Only had the 4 starts, which is what you're looking for in this type of competition, and has done well to win. And look at this, Connections Young and Old all celebrating with this horse. Be over the moon with that. Just mind you, back there, young fella, just be careful. He was posing for the camera so much he forgot there was a horse stood behind him at this moment. We know Abdullah doesn't do much talking, but he is getting much nicer to me, so we will find a space to get out, and I imagine he's going to walk right down the main pathway which Osama Al-Shahani took. So we'll have a good chat with him down there, or a couple of words at least, and he's going to head down towards us now. He's over the moon with that. Fist bumps all round, as they should be, and he's won that well. Look at this, beautiful shots here. The young man there, that's one for the memory bank there. He's been told to go down. He's not ridden a winner yet today, so he doesn't quite know the rules, but we'll grab him now. We'll do a quick walk and talk. He's got to come that way. They're over the moon with that, and I'm sure Connection will be chuffed a bit. Abdullah, well done, good horse.
صان كذا 100 ما شاء الله.
Thank you very much. Shukran.
100 صان.
Thank you.
He seems much happier today, doesn't he, Abdullah Alorfi? I did think of Callum as soon as this horse crossed the line of possibly yet another winning interview-less race. But Abdullah Alorfi has come in, as Gareth said, for Nayef Al-Mudiani, who is banned today. I'm not too sure how long the ban is, but has come in for the ride and has run away with it in the end. Best horse in the race from stall 20. There's not really a lot to say for some of those in behind. Sakaka down the outside has closed well late, but the winner is very much on top at the wire, Rory.
Yeah, this always looked promising first time out, but hadn't built on that in 3 starts since. But only 4 starts to date meant that it was less exposed than most of these. Not one of the stars of the stable. The winning time was pretty slow, even for this trip. But got out of stall 20 quite nicely. Didn't go left, didn't try to cross over straight away, went just right to find room, and just finds a little bit of space in about 3rd or 4th at this stage. And that means that that Abdullah's not going to be forced wide on the bend, and that was the most important thing for him. And then he's just able to tuck in again as the field sorts themselves out, and suddenly he's in the perfect position. And that's what you want to be able to do. The problem is if you've got pace all across the track from horses who've got a bit of ability, it's hard to do that. But in a race like this, over a trip with a lot of horses who were very limited, it was a lot easier to get across from stall 20, but you still need to be a good jockey to do it. And you can't afford to get your horse lit up. Of course, when they're seeing that much daylight, some of them can race freely. So it takes a little bit of expertise to be able to do that. But as the race pans out over the first few furlongs, our winner is ideally placed, essentially. Plenty of them getting in trouble in behind. We saw 1 or 2 get tailed off from an early stage, and again, that's probably as much lack of application as lack of ability from them. A lot of these not so much limited in terms of their physical ability, but just they're not really cut out to be racehorses. And we've had a fairly ordinary winner, to be perfectly honest. I don't think Noah is going to go up an awful lot in the handicap, winning this off a mark of 54, but I think running to 54 was enough to win this race in the end. As you said, the runner-up is run on late in the day, and that's a nice enough performance, but not much to take from the race, in truth.
No, really isn't, as Noah makes it a 3-timer on the day for the Red Stable. We've got another local bred maiden coming up. This is due off at 7 o'clock. Once again, we race over 1,800 metres. 3-year-olds in action again, and I get the feeling this is going to be a better race than what we just saw. Let's go back to Callum, though.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, it's not often that I record an interview and have 2 cameras pointing at me, but that's what happens when you speak to content creators like Alec. Firstly, Alec, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you.
What brings you to Saudi Arabia, to King Abdulaziz Racecourse?
Well, I see that they have some Arabian horses here, which is very cool because you don't see them as much abroad as you do here. And I wanted to see them run, and I know they have the world's richest race course here, the world's richest horse race, the Saudi Cup. So I was like, okay, let's check out this venue and see the races, and it's very cool. It's very nice.
Yeah, it certainly is a very cool venue, a very exciting venue for both thoroughbred and purebred Arabian racing. Whereabouts in the world are you from? Where's home for Alec?
Yeah, from the US, from New York, and I'm traveling and I'm checking this place out, and it's very nice. I'm very, very impressed.
Awesome. So if we're talking about purebred Arabian horses, not very many running in the US of A. There's not a big scene for it in the United States of America, but you come out here to the Middle East and there is a real appetite for it.
Yeah, well, actually, I really wanted to see the camel races, but I understood that there wasn't any in the schedule. So I was like, okay, I'll do the next best local thing, which is the Arabian horse. Got to see the Arabian horses, and I'm very pleased.
In the USA, obviously, there's no camel racing in America, but would you go racing in the United States of America, see some thoroughbreds?
Yeah, I've seen thoroughbreds before, but we have that here as well. I see there's a racing culture is big in Saudi. It looks like so. They enjoy their racing, and it's less about betting here because you're not allowed to bet in this country. So it's interesting to see how people they get excited about the racing even when they're not putting big sums of money on it. They have a real passion for it.
Absolutely. And what sort of content are you creating, Alec? What can we find if we go online and have a dig for Alec Pollard? What do we find?
Yeah, well, I write some content online for companies and such, and I just do some stuff for my fun for my spare time here. So I'm not looking for exposure. I just came to enjoy the race. So thank you very much.
That's what they all say, Alec. That's what they all say. I'm not looking for exposure. We're all looking for exposure. A little bit about your time here in Saudi Arabia itself. How have you found traveling around, enjoying the whole country as a whole, and Riyadh as a city?
Yeah, Riyadh's very surprising. It's kind of like the undiscovered Dubai, Dubai kind of has, more is in the, let's say, in the public eye of a lot of people abroad, but I feel like Riyadh has a lot to offer because it has a lot of that like pizzazz, fancy stuff, but also more local, authentic feel as well. So you can actually meet a lot of local people. They're very nice, they're welcoming, they want to show you their culture and the country. A lot of history, like the old forts and things like that. So it's a very interesting location. I think it's on the rise. So let's see. Hopefully, more people will come to Riyadh and discover it soon.
And I think that's what makes Riyadh such an incredible city. Is you mentioned the culture and both worlds colliding there. A real appreciation of the history and of the past, but also an acceptance of the future. And melding them perfectly together can be challenging. But I think this city does it incredibly well.
Well, that's my impression. I haven't been here long enough. I'm very careful with what I say because, in the sense that to really understand a place, you need to spend a lot of time there. It's hard to, from just being briefly to know exactly everything. So, like, I know I've only seen the tip of the iceberg, really, when it comes to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. But definitely my first impressions, it's a very interesting place, and I'm very happy that I came.
And how long are you spending out here with us? How long will we get Alec Pollard, the celebrity Alec Pollard, here in Saudi Arabia?
Well, let's see, probably another week or so, and then I'll be moving on to my next destination. But I'm very happy that I came, and I hope I'll get to see more in the time that I have left.
Well, thank you for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you for letting us on your YouTube channel as well. We're very grateful for that too. And Gareth Topham, you can take us through the runners and riders for this next contest. It looks a little bit stronger than what we last saw.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Callum. It's another locally bred horses maiden. Number 1, Al-Kayas, the man of Ali Al-Mutib. Number 2, Anal Al-T, Fawaz Wanas. 3, Buscador, Mohammed Al-Ubail. Number 4, Kumandu, Mohammed Al-Nefsi. Number 5 is Caberni with Camilo Ospina. 6 is Orkob with Salman Al-Rashid. Number 7 is Sahab Al-Saad, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 8 is Sahib Al-Majid, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 9 is Sanhan with Mohammed Al-Daham riding. Number 10, Serendib, Khalid Al-Lazmi. Number 11 is Caroline, the mount of M. Al-Gharib. Number 12, Dreamcatcher with Berto Ramos. Over the page to number 13, Halia, now the mount of Fahed Al-Dahazi with number 14, Hod Hureya with Mohammed Saeed. Number 15 is Mazadia with Rahid Al-Fayroz. 16 is Sayreen with Aba Carter. Next in the list is 17. That's Sebra Nir with Abdullah Al-Kredis taking the ride. 18 is Sinar, Abdullah Al-Khamis on board. Over the page to 19, Taja Al-Watan with Mohammed Al-Yami. And 20 is Tazka, Osama Al-Sharani looks for a double. So take out 21 through to 24. It's a full 20-runner field here for this locally bred horses maiden. Runners are in the paddock.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. I hope you've got your blues and whites set accordingly. There are a lot of runners in a similar combination in this race, including Al Kayas for Ali Al Matib right at the top. This is a local bred maiden due off in just under 15 minutes time. 3-year-olds in action, and once again we race over 9 furlongs. A much better maiden than we saw half an hour ago, as Al Kayas is just calming back down, but has got very warm in the paddock. We'll get the thoughts of Callum very shortly. The international market is speaking in favour of number 18 Sinar. Again, another market leader drawn wide in number 19, still 19, Abdullah Al Khamis, who doesn't ride many winners but picks one up every so often. 7-4 at the top. Cabernet for Camilo Ospina in the white stable, a 7th place effort on debut, is second choice in the market here and gets stall 8, a nice post position if you're in single figures. Saham Al Sad in stall 10, 6-1, opening mark of 54. Al Kayas, who we just saw, 7-1. Then Sanhan, who is also 7-1, and the rest are 10-1 and bigger. Number 5's in shot there, Rory, Cabernet, who I want to speak about first. 1 start so far, second favourite.
Yeah, I like this one. Now, you have to take a small leap of faith to back at having finished 7th on debut Cabernet, but if you watch that race again, it's clear that this horse has got a lot of ability. Was drawn very wide on debut, the son of Blue Burner, but cruised through the race and got 3 or 4 less ahead of the field going into the turn. Looked like it was going to run right away in the style of a lot of good white stable horses previously. But when his jockey asked him to put the race to bed, there was nothing there, and he faded tamely to finish 7th. Now, you can read that 2 ways. You can always say, well, there's a bit of a hole in this, and you want to leave it alone. My view is this is just at the time when the white stable horses were starting to run indifferently, and we heard shortly after that from their representative that there was a virus in the yard, and they then started testing the horses before they ran, and it explained a few horses who were expected to run very well running disappointingly. I would think that's almost certainly what happened to Cabernet, who looked like a good horse, travelled like a good horse, but then when the taps were meant to be turned on, there was nothing there. I suspect you'll see a completely different animal today, and I think Cabernet is one of the better bets on the card, because I think the favourite is one to be very wary of here.
What you're saying is Cabernet is a monster in waiting.
I hope so, yes. I mean, obviously we might see the same thing again. We saw a couple of horses do that in these colours, look really good, getting to the front, looking, on the bridle, looking very good, but then when they came off the bridle, they just fell apart. And that's a sign of a horse who's sickening for something. Hopefully it's just minor and they can bounce back. Obviously the worry there is if a horse runs when they're sick, it can knock them back a little bit, but I hope not with Cabernet.
The 11-4 for Cabernet looks like an early Christmas present at the moment. Let's see what Callum thinks ahead of race number 9.
Thank you very much, team. Yes, and now Al-Teeb is the first one we'll look at here. This gorgeous grey for Abdullah Al Manif, a trainer who we know plenty of here in Saudi Arabia, and a good-looking son of 2 steps out of this 3-year-old. Just going to make sure that everyone just keeps the distance, because horse number 15 is doing the walkies. But yeah, this individual is very nice. I really like this horse. 7th last time out, needs to build on that, but looks in great shape. High hip pointers, good back end, strong front end. It's got to grow a bit in the middle, but certainly a positive for me. The bell is being rung very aggressively behind me to get these jockeys up very quickly. Almost so aggressive that the horses are going a bit crazy. Let's drop back. Let's talk to horse number 5. This is Cabernet, the horse that Rory has mentioned. Let's talk about horse number 5. Everybody just be careful, because it is all a bit haywire over here at the moment. This is an absolute gorgeous individual here. This gelded in by Blue Burner. Absolutely stunning. Let's look at horse number 5. It's just coming towards me now. This is a really, really good looker. Just coming towards us now, looking in very good shape, a very strong walk on it as well. For me, I'm really intrigued by what this horse is going to do after that strong start that Rory mentioned earlier on. I mean, you can't take your eyes off this horse. He really is just taking everything in and capturing everything. Camilo Ospina is about to get on now as well, and we'll look forward to seeing what he has to do on offer here. He is the horse that we really want to focus on at this stage, and Camilo will be looking for a second winner on the day. Rory, if I was like you, I think the 11-4 is a very, very nice Christmas present, because this horse looks absolutely ready to do some damage. Let's just look at one, just a couple further back here. Horse number 7, Saab Al Sahad, is another one that is well worth noting here with these blue cheek pieces on. I thought this horse looked really well in the coat, and certainly a positive for me. Not quite getting the same sort of attention as horse number 5, but well worth keeping an eye on. And let's go all the way back now to your international market leader. Horse number 18 is the next one we'll take a look at, who is just coming towards us for a little bit of a whirlwind. Sinar, the horse that I think is a little bit of an unreliable type. We're going to go straight over to horse number 18 with the black and the check sleeves, who is just walking on the other side of the parade ring. There's a reason why people like this horse, because physically he is an absolute country mile ahead of his rivals, because if you look at this thing, he looks like an absolute 4-year-old, 5-year-old. He really does catch your eye. The fact that she's a filly, the fact that she's only 3 as well, is just mad, because she's built like a truck. Probably the only negative you could give her would be her head is slightly small, and you'd imagine she would probably build up from that, but you can see physically she really is quite a specimen and quite a good looking individual too. I think she got every chance on looks. I think Rory's absolutely right, she can be incredibly unreliable, and I think that rating might just be a little bit higher than probably her actual ability, so I'd be looking elsewhere. But on looks, she certainly catches the eye, and she's one that you have to put on your shortlist. She won't be the pick for me though. I'll be joining Rory with my selection.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, the runners are on their way to start, over 1,800 metres. Just watching Ali Al-Mati get back aboard Al-Kayas. We see 1 or 2 just unship their riders on the exit to the parade ring, but all smiles now. Let's remind ourselves with the international market order. Sinar 15-8 at the top, remains favourite. Cabernet, though, unsurprisingly, Rory, is shortening.
Not too much, not too much.
11-4, now 9-4, but still, that's clear value, I think.
I think so. I mean, again, we haven't really touched on
don't need to.
Okay.
No, go on.
We haven't touched on the market leader, number 18, Sinar. Now, Sinar is rated 76, has a big chance of running to that mark, and Sinar's best efforts read very well. Second to Tape Fail in the TAFE Cup for 2-year-old fillies last season. Second in a winners of 2 there on her return. That sounds like good form, but she's beaten 11.25 lengths in a race that I thought completely fell apart that day. The form of that hasn't worked out particularly well since, and she was disappointing twice since, and I don't think she's trained on. I think the second is almost not a worthless piece of form. Actually, she was ahead of horses with good ratings in there, but the horses who were highly rated didn't run the races in that contest. It's difficult for him to be dogmatic about, but 2 runs since have been disappointing, and I just don't think she's running to anything like the form she showed when second to Tape Fail, who was a very, very good 2-year-old in TAFE last year. I think she's vulnerable. She's on a stall 19 as well. Don't like her at all, and this race is just crying out for a classy, unexposed sort to take it, and Cabernet, I think, is the one to do that.
Let's speak about number 9, who's in shot. That is Sanhan, Mohammed Al-Dahan, drawn wide, but 2 good runs last year behind good rivals. Layoff to overcome?
Layoff is a concern. There are positives with Sanhan. In the money in both starts to date. 4th on debut to a rival who's now rated 98.
Yeah.
That reads very well now. Didn't run to quite the same level next time out. I say in the money, it was 6th actually on his most recent start. That was still a very respectable effort in the context of this race. And the fact that Sanhan's been off since suggests that maybe something was slightly amiss there anyway, for him not to have built on the debut. Been off the track now for a long time. Mohammed Al-Dahan, though, is a very good jockey booking, and as Sanhan is fully fit after that layoff, would be a player. I'm concerned about the likelihood of Sanhan being fit, I have to say. Sol 17 means there's no room for error either, but certainly you can be positive about the 2 runs.
An improvement can be expected about number 11, Caroline, who's a 14-1 chance.
Sweet, as they say. Much better effort in maidens to date, when 11 lengths 7th of 19 behind Aina Weah here 4 weeks ago. Does need to improve again. That's just modest form, but at least it was a step up on debut. It was a recent run, and those are both positives, and Caroline should improve again, which gives her place claims.
Anything else to highlight?
Not a lot, but we'll deal with a few of those at short prices. Al-Qiyas was a single figure price when I looked earlier on.
Still is.
Showed ability on the first couple of starts, not progressing at the moment. Beaten 13 lengths in a 1400 metre maiden went out of the frame last time out. The step up and trip might help, but it's easy enough to have reservations about Al-Qiyas for All Stall 5 is a fair draw. Sahab Al-Saad, number 7, also a single figure price despite not finishing closer than 7th in 3 starts to date. Not beaten all that far in any of those 3 runs. You know, and you often see horses who finish 7th or 8th and they're actually beaten 35 lengths and the form isn't worth anything. This one's only been beaten sort of 10 to 14 lengths in those runs, so clearly has a little bit of ability. May yet do better after 3 runs. Whether this is the spot for Sahab Al-Saad to win, I have my reservations, but there's definitely been some promise, and the single figure price makes a degree of sense.
With that all said, I'm pretty sure you're with Cabernet in the selection competition.
So I think Cabernet, the way that he was shaping on debut, could be an 80-plus horse, and nothing else in this race is capable of doing that from what we've seen.
Yeah, and should hopefully show good early speed once again from stall 8, and hopefully see the race out better. Callum, there is so much confidence in this studio. We're already in the queue to collect.
Oh, yes. Form an orderly queue, ladies and gentlemen, and get aboard the Cabernet train. I'm joining you, this son of Blue Burner, with a real eye catcher in the parade ring. Just a big, strong type, looked rip-roaring fit to go. Went out like a light last time out. You'd be slightly concerned about that. Rory has made the perfectly eloquent points that the yard weren't in form. The stable was struggling. There was a virus going around. They seem to be better. Camille Ospina back on board. You'd like this one, to be honest. It certainly looks to be the pick for me in the paddock and the pick for the team. I think the triple kiss of death has to go aboard Cabernet in this race. The market leader, the horse number 18, Sinar, is certainly a good-looking individual. She's gorgeous. You'd just be concerned about coming from stall 19 in a race where there might be a wee bit of pace on the outside gates as well. We saw with the Nicolas Bachelard horse earlier on, if there's plenty of pace out wide and you're drawn out wide, you could end up in the car park. So I know we've said that the draw doesn't have quite an effect anymore. It still is a nightmare to be posted out wide around here. There's no getting away from it. And if there is pace slightly towards your inside, you can find yourself 6-7 wide around the bend. You've got the 1800 metre start here. A lot of jockeys will put the brakes on early, and you'll be able to get across a little bit easier than if you're going over the 1400, especially the 12. But I would be slightly concerned if you were drawn out in the car park. Rory have gave this horse a big talking to early on, and hopefully we're going to get a well-earned success here. So the triple kiss of death is confirmed. Cabernet is the play for the entire team. Best of luck with all your selections at home. Gareth, you know what to do. Call us home a winner.
9-4 is the price on the international betting market for Cabernet, who has been supported in from 11-4, but Sinar is the 15-8 market leader as they head into the stalls, and Sinar, horse number 18, will be heading into stall 19, so is one of those drawn very wide here. Sahab Al-Saad at 6-1, Sanhan at 8-1, and just splitting those into the market, Al-Qiyas at 7-1 now, and just easing out a little bit from 13-2 as they continue to head behind. Dreamcatcher heading in with Berto Ramos taking the ride in the green jacket with the white cross belts. Sanhan is still one of those out of line, but there aren't too many more. Sahab Al-Saad to go in as well, along with Anal Al-Tib. There's 1 or 2 in this race listed as different colours to grey, but I can tell you, look very grey, and the 2 is a prime example of that. About to head forward now, Anal Al-Tib, as they head into the stalls. Downers Bay, but looks pretty grey to me, and the final couple slotting in. So best of luck here if you are playing, and Hod Hurrea will be the last in. Mohammed Saeed taking the ride. This one just lingering at the back. Coming forward now though, Sanhan is the other one to go in, and we are just about ready. All eyes then will be on Cabernet, stall 8 for Cabernet. And out they come. Jumping away, a little bit of a ragged start. And the back end of the field early on, Sayreen. That one over towards the inside was one of the slower ones to break. But in the early stages, Buscador is away well, as is Cabernet, the red sleeves, green cap. And now racing forward down their outside is Serendib to take over at the end of a furlong and a half. So Serendib now in front, being followed through by Cabernet, and out a bit wider is Sanran, who's not too far away. With in the mix as well in the early stages Sahaba Al Saad, and they in turn are a couple of lengths in front of Tazga, and back in behind Tazga, Sinar in a black coloured jacket, grey cap on the outside. The favourite now looking to take a little closer order as they run towards the end of the far straight and are about to be left-handed. Sahib Al Majid is back in the ruck along with Taj Al Watan and also Halir as they're making this left-handed swing, and they're now galloping on with about 500 metres left of their journey. And with the lead it is Serendib to in second position, a nicely poised Cabernet, and they are about a length or so further in advance of Sanhan in third as they're coming into the home straight. Favourite with a bit of work to do here, Sinar, is up into fourth place, but it's a pretty modest fourth as they now race into the home straight down towards the final 300 metres. Serendib hanging tough, Cabernet trying to challenge with the white headgear and is now gradually getting on terms. Cabernet down the near side takes over now from Serendib in second. They pull 3 lengths away from Sanhan back in third as they race into the final 100 yards or so, and pushed out in front here Cabernet from the rallying Serendib. Cabernet not going away from Serendib but is in front of Serendib and wins by half a length. They came clear of in third Sanhan and a little break to the fourth. Well done to the guys in the studio. They were very sweet on Cabernet, and Cabernet provides Camilo Ospina with a second winner on the card. Had to be ridden right out in the closing stages because Serendib in the hands of Khalid Al-Azmi has battled all the way to the inside, but the two of them have pulled nicely clear of the remainder, and Cabernet builds on that debut effort when probably a little bit off colour, and today has got it all together to win. Wins by probably half a length in the end. We'll see what it is officially. From in second position Serendib, and they were nicely away from Sanhan in third, and the favourite back in fourth in the end there's Sinar, but no closer than that. Cabernet clocking a time of 1 minute 57.46 seconds, beats the gallant Serendib by 3/4 of a length officially. They in turn were well clear of Sanhan across the line in third. A happy result there for the studio. It's Cabernet who breaks his duck at the second time of asking, and a double for jockey Camilo Ospina.
It's another winner for Camilo Ospina as he rides Cabernet to success here in this local bred horses maiden. Rory Delaghi made a very good point about this horse earlier on, saying that this horse ran a big race last time and should build in it despite the fact that the yard or I should say, ran a big race despite the yard being in trouble, should build on this and had built on it well. Connections of the white stable are getting more and more comfortable with my presence, and I've just seen the stable staff come past me and say, very, very good horse. They like this horse a lot. Cabernet is absolutely mahoosive, and he has used that size and strength and power to all his ability to land this contest underneath Camillo Ospina. Great scenes here, and I've got to get my words out, I'm too excited. It's now a chance to get a look at him up close because he's a big, big, strong boy, this Cabernet. Like I mentioned, a gelding by Blue Burner, certainly worth keeping an eye on this one going forward. Just look at the size of him. Jalal Al-Shraim is with us as well, which is good to see. Camillo Ospina doing the steering. We'll try and grab a word with Camillo as well, and we might also then come back and try and grab a word with Talal, because I think this horse is quite highly regarded. And well done to Rory Delagi for picking this horse out, because if you looked at the bare form, it looked like a very disappointing debut. But everything needs context, and that is what you get with this horse when you look at the debut and realise the situation that's going on with the yard. Let's go and get him here. Oh, hang on, the scales work. The scales work, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable scenes. We say things get done quickly here. That's unreal work from everyone involved here. They work perfectly. Camillo can come and join me now. He's had that winner. Camillo, this horse was disappointing on debut, but much, much better today.
Yeah, the last time he was a little bit, not 100%, you know, his first time run, and 9 furlong is a little bit longer for him, but today, Ahmed Neheri, he brings the horse very good. And I just keep him to weigh a little bit, you know, because the horse he has a little bit sharp, but you move in early, he stops in the last meter. But this guy, I weigh until the last 400 meters, and this guy, he can win.
This was an 1,800 metre contest. Is he a horse at 2,000 metres is his future, maybe even beyond? He's a big, big boy.
I don't know, maybe I think it's better keeping in the 9 furlong or mile, because he win, but in the finish he stole a little bit, you know. This is long distance for him, 2,000.
So you felt he was getting tired rather than it was inexperience. He clearly knows what he's doing. He was just getting tired late on.
Yeah, I know. You know, we'll see, depend on the prince, and we'll see how stay the horse. And after that, the prince design and we race, he ran. But he's okay. Thank God he won, and especially for the prince Mita, you know, it's very important for us.
Certainly important. Just a quick one. You've ridden lots of cup horses. Is he a horse that could be a cup horse in the future?
Yeah, no, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. The horses is coming step by step. Thank God we have very good horses, and we'll see in the future, you know.
Thank you very much. Well done, and congratulations. A double today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And hopefully more to come for Camillo Ospina. 6 winners between himself and Adel Al-Faredi. It's a second for Camillo, possibly hat-trick seeker with Haki later on. You'll see some loose horses in the background. They have all galloped through the line okay. That's numbers 12, 14 and 4. We might see more on the overhead in a few moments' time, but those loose horses did all gallop to the line seemingly unscathed. But the winner has looked pretty green still, it's fair to say. Rory in the run has come through in the style of a good horse. Didn't exactly put away the second horse to bed that far.
No, but of course
still got the job
pool's
done.
well clear. The second was a little bit of a surprise package because it was actually behind Sanan last time out. That was at this meeting last year, so they're both on the sidelines for a long time. We see the start of the race again, and you see Serendipity finish second, get a good start from stall 20 and track over. That was, in retrospect, this is a very good run from a horse coming from a year off the track with only 2 runs under its belt and coming from the widest stall. But you get the impression that Camillo was always very happy indeed with Cabernet out of stall 7, immediately tucked into second place. And you can see straight away, once the leader gets to the rail, Camillo is immediately thinking, right, just ease off the rail myself and get onto this horse's shoulder. He's then joined out wide by Sanhan, who ran in the same race as Serendip here a year ago. And they were really his only dangers from this point. The favourite never featured at all.
No.
I thought she was very dubious favourite based on last season's form, which she hasn't really repeated. Yeah, it's just a case of whether the leader would be able to carry the second and third into this race for a long way. He was a pretty big outsider, Serendib, but has run very, very well. It looks like a horse with a future. And particularly impressive when it was passed, it didn't crack at all and kept Cabernet honest all the way through the race, which probably wasn't a bad thing for Cabernet, who needed the experience. Obviously showed the speed to this point of the race, first time out, and this is where Cabernet just sort of backed out of things first time out. But Camilo going for it now, just for a brief second you thought, is it going to just struggle to get past?
Well, look
again?
at the runner-up. It's always forcing him out wide. But
so pushing him out wide, but he gets to the front now, and I thought he was going to go away and win by 3 or 4 lengths at this stage. But fair play to Serendib in second, who sticks at it and keeps that margin down to a length and less all the way to the line. So you can be positive about both of these horses going forward.
I think they'll go in different directions, distances, won't they? I think this is probably the ceiling of the winner, perhaps 1,600 metres the next time. But the runner-up, I would have thought maybe further next time.
The runner-up will stay 2,000 metres. You'd have he's done a lot of running here from stall 20,
exactly,
and obviously didn't have the benefit of a run as well. And
the winner running around
has shaped like a stayer. The winner's ears are pricked at this stage. It's showing, this is essentially his first run because things didn't work out first time. So he's needed a lesson here, but you can see he's also coming to the end of his tether a little bit in the last 100 metres. And to be honest, when I watched this first time around, I was very comfortable with it. Watching the replay, I'm slightly more worried he's going to lose it.
Well, of course, we were in the queue to collect, so we didn't see the closing stage.
Yes, indeed, figuratively speaking. But the winner will clearly do well stepping back and trip.
I can see Callum just in the corner of my eye legging it to the pre-parade ring. We'll get back to him in just a second. Is it fair to say this is the race of the day coming up, race 10?
Yes, certainly better than a couple we've seen recently. We had a good start to the card, a little bit of a dip in the middle. The race coming up could be an absolute cracker.
Looking forward to it. It features the Taif Derby winner of 2024 up against Arabian Pleasure. We can go back to Callum in the pre-parade ring.
Let's have a little look at the field then for this 10th race on the card. It's an open race and a really good-looking one as well. We'll take you down from the top here. Number 1 is Arabian Pleasure, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 2 is Al Zuhal, Salman Al Rashid. Number 3, Hakit, Camilo Ospina looks for a treble. 4 is Saudi Neom. Adel Al Faradi looks for his 5th winner of the day. Number 5 is Dubawi Najid with Fawaz Wanas. 6 is Mari Fury with Abdullah Al Khamis. 7 is Saeed with Wigberto Ramos. 8 is Causeway, Youssef Al Hussein. Number 9 is Holt on the Nile, Eddie Castro. 10 is Karam Al Leia with Fahed Al Faradi. 11 Morkib Osama Al Shirani with number 12 My Runner, Abdullah Al Lawfi. 13 is Rich Max, Azil Al-Zahadi. 14 is Sayak Al-Kir Abdullah Al-Saidi. 15 is Sultan Road with Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. 16 is Takrim, Mohammed Al-Yami. 17 is World Without End, Thabar Timyat. And 18, Safar Rayan Al-Tuesh takes the ride. Back to the guys in the studio, a cracking 18-runner contest on the way.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. Sorry to catch you off guard there, Gareth. We will get back to Callum very, very shortly. But this really is the race of the day. As I say, it features the 2024 Taif Derby winner, who has been beaten on a couple of occasions, of course, with the same horse, Salam Al-Khair, who we saw win here last week, I think it was. But Hakit, Rory will take some stopping here.
He will. I don't think this is one-way traffic in this race. I know Hakit is an odds-on favourite. I think you need more than one horse to make a race, and this looks a cracker. I've been looking forward to seeing Arabian Pleasure again. He's unbeaten in 3 starts. He's got a stiff task here, giving weight away to Hakit. Obviously, Hakit's got that sort of group race form.
Yeah.
Arabian Pleasure's gone maiden, non-winners of 2, open, and on paper it didn't look the strongest open last time. It's worked out well since though.
Okay.
And he's an exciting sort. But Hakit, as you said, brings very strong form here on the Taif Derby in August. Matched that form with second to Salam Al-Khair in the Taif Cup the following month. He'd beaten Salam Al-Khair prior to that.
Yeah.
And he'd won here last season as well, so we know that he handles the track. And with a rating of 102, he's the highest rated horse we'll see today. And he's clearly going to take a fair bit of beating, but I think he absolutely needs to be on his mettle here, because this could be a very good race.
But Arabian Pleasure, as you say, has an extra kilo to carry, and we're not really too sure on the conditions of the race. as to why that is.
It'll just be recent races won. I would have thought. So he's won twice this season. I think he ends up with maybe an extra penalty for winning an open race here at the track this season. So not an easy task for him, but he's an exciting horse, and I hope that he can step up again and at the very least give Hakit a run for his money.
Indeed, we'll see both of those in winning action shortly. Now I have teased you for a little while, but we can finally, definitely get back to Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, Tim. I want to apologise for you seeing me legging it across the parade ring. I was trying to catch up with owners of fallen horses in the previous race. Got positive words on both jockeys and horses. There are a few broken bones, maybe a broken finger for a jockey, another jockey coming back in a neck brace, but no hospital by the looks of things. I will let you know when we get that fully confirmed. But let's have a look at Hakit in shot here. Not your typical white stable runner, really, is it, Hakit? This son of Arrogant, typical Arrogant, obviously, in the colouring and the dappling, a very good-looking individual, but quite small, not particularly imposing, doesn't blow you away. Interesting to see how this horse gets on. Very well put together. We know this horse has great fitness on side, but if we move over to horse number 1, if I take my cameraman a couple of steps up, and we go to horse number 1, I'll tell you why I like Arabian Pleasure more. Because I think Arabian Pleasure is one of the best looking horses we will see here running today. This is a proper animal. Look at this. Jet black, absolutely gorgeous son of Wootton Bassett. Thank you very much. I love this. This is absolutely brilliant. I hope Gina Bryce is watching from home, because this is one of her Wootton Bassets, and it's absolutely, this is one of the better looking Wootton Bassets you'll ever see. One of the stallion stories of the year. This horse getting its first proper run at Coolmore Mare. They're the leading stallion for them. It will only get better. Obviously, this individual isn't part of that progeny, but certainly worth keeping an eye on this horse, because my goodness, I have been totally blown away. Arguably, you could say carrying a lick of condition as well. Could improve from what we've seen already, but this horse has done nothing wrong in 3 career starts. Unbeaten in 3. The last horse he beat boosted the form massively with a very good second behind a horse that beat Hakit last time. The only issue is you've got to give some weight away here. Got to give a kilo of weight to the rivals. But for me, if I had to pick one straight in the pre-parade ring, it's got to be Arabian Pleasure, lads. This is an absolute stunner.
Arabian Pleasure in shot then, looking to remain unbeaten for Prince Sal bin Salman, and Alex Moreno gets stall 4. Certainly a better break from Hakit, than Hakit I should say, who gets stall 12. We should also say hello to some of the viewers on the channel today on YouTube. We've had plenty of interaction, not all of it English sadly, in the comment section on the JCSA English channel. Antonio has been certainly responsible for most of the comments, with Niranjan saying hello as well. Roberto has also been in touch. My mouse allows me to scroll up. Mohammed also, life is blessed. Debsa, Sajid and Saroja all in touch this afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the show and have had a few winners along the way. Okay, Rory, let's see some of these in winning action then. Of course, the 2 at the top of the international markets, headed by Hakit, of course, who is short enough. This was him finishing second to Salam Al Khair, who has already got away at this stage. Yeah,
Salam Al Khair, the race won here. It obviously shows that tendency to flash his tail in front, but Hakit had a little bit to do here, but runs on strongly for second place. Having beaten Salam Al Khair earlier in the season, his form is very strong at Taif. He did win his maiden at this track last season as well, so we don't have too many worries about him transferring the form. As Callum says, he's maybe not as physically impressive as Arabian Pleasure, but I wouldn't worry too much about his physique. He's been doing it on the track and looking very good.
Arabian Pleasure definitely has to be respected here. 3 from 3 so far.
Yeah, this is the most recent of his wins, and he's very impressive, getting the better of a battle here with the others, well beaten off. And as we've said a couple of times already this season, while he's not been running, the form of his races is working out. Horses finishing in his wake have been winning races, and the 2 races he's been in of late have thrown up more than their share of winners, and I think he's better than his current mark suggests.
I think we're in for a little bit of a delay here because the runners are just, as you can see, making their way into the parade ring itself. Callum, do you have any more information?
Thank you very much, team. Yes, no more information than I could give you earlier. We have got an ambulance lit up just behind the weighing room, so once I find that out, I will let you know more. Meanwhile, I am joined by Abdullah Al-Manif. You've run Dubawi Naj in this race. This looks like a very strong contest at the top end, but towards the middle, your horse would have every chance.
To be honest, Dubawi Naj quite postponed. He's a very he got ability. He showed very good performance while 2 years old. He broke his maiden from the second start. He already placed a few times. A very competitive horse. He was rated a good rating, to be honest, while 2 years old. But he had a little bit bad injury. We had to rest him for like 8 months. So I'm bringing him back again. He had a run in Taif, but he didn't show that much of performance that I expect from him compared to what he has done at 2 years old. However, I never evaluate any race during Taif since it's a little bit got its own environment and own condition. So this is the first time out here in Riyadh. We'll see how things will go, and hopefully we show that ability that we expect.
I imagine there'll be certainly more improvement from Taif to Riyadh. Does that mean a horse like Hakit, who was very, very good in Taif, you're happy to take him on here in Riyadh?
To be honest, some of the horses does very well back in Taif and here as well. Some of them cannot adapt Taif condition. You just have to do your work and due diligence to see if your horse is able to make it in Taif or not. I need also to add, this is a tough race. Dubawi Naj will not be happy about me, but I had to. It's a 3 years old only. I need to keep him rolling and see how things go with him, and we'll see.
And one more question, just about the goat, who must be coming to you very soon now. You bought him a new marquee, he must be on his way over soon.
He's on the track now.
Oh, perfect. He's already on the track. Great to see. When are we going to see him running in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest, he will be running, soon, as long as he adapts and he gets things easy. He eats well, he performs well. I kept him in training back in Newmarket, so he still has that muscle mass and condition and fitness level. So we now would like to work on adaptation to Riyadh environment and weather, and we'll see.
Well, best of luck with him and best of luck with Dubawi Naj here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely to hear from the connections of Dubawi Najad, who is a big price here, 66 to 1. But Farwas Wanas was in the winners' enclosure last week, of course, fresh off the back of Group 2 success. Looks set to play a minor role, would have thought, Dubawi Najad. Let's look towards the top again, Rory. We need to speak about Saudi Neom. Very talented, has never been out the top 3 in 5 starts. Is that correct? In 5 starts, sorry, there is a 7th as well.
There is, yes. Yeah. So ignoring that one. He won twice last season. He was also second in the National Guard Cup, and he was second in the Saudi Derby qualifier. He ran in the Saudi Derby, didn't he? That's where he finished 7th. That was a red hot contest.
Yes, exactly.
So it's easy enough to forgive that. And he bounced back when finishing 3rd in essentially the local 2000 Guineas, the 2000 Championship, on his latest start. He has got physical scope to do better again this season. He wasn't seen out in Taif, for example, so he was a little bit of a late developer as a juvenile. I can see him doing better. Again, the concern with him is that he's coming back for his first run since March, and he might just need this run for sharpness. Drawn out in stall 15, he's not the type to sort of circle this field early on and get to the front, so he's going to have to be tucked away. Not the ideal conditions for him, but he's a horse to look forward to later in the season. And if he is absolutely spot on and gets the run of the race here, he's a big player. I just thought potential lack of fitness and a difficult draw were probably enough to get him beaten on this occasion, but I do still like him.
There's not much to separate the top 3 in the international markets. Hakit remains odds on, 4 to 6. Arabian Pleasure 2 to 1. Saudi Neom 9 to 4. It's then 20 to 1 and bigger the remainder. We should speak about number 8, Rory, who is Causeway, formerly in the US. What did you make of his Saudi debut?
Yeah, Causeway was with Chad Brown in the US without winning. Made a promising start here, won 3rd to Sardin in a 2,000 metre open 3 weeks ago. I thought that was a pretty promising start. He's got place claims of building on that. He needs to do better if he's going to win. has got a rating of 80, essentially predicated on the form he showed in the States. Not the easiest figure to pin down. Could be a little bit better than that, could be a little bit worse, depending on how well he adapts. But he certainly adapted pretty well the first time of asking. A lot of ex-US horses need a little bit more time to bed in. So that was a fair start. He's got the pedigree to do it much better than that as well. So he's one to keep a close eye on here.
Saeed, number 7, Wigberto Ramos has been a big drifter, 12-1 out to 20-1. Will we see a wiggle post-race here, do you think? Unlikely?
It's unlikely. It'd be nice to see. It's always nice to see a wiggle. We missed it last time. It was an off-air wiggle, which doesn't count at all. Was successful over course and distance here a couple of starts back. That was in March in not so 80 handicap company. Wasn't discredited on his return in a winners of 1, but although he's got a rating of 86, I think that's probably right at the very top end of where he can be, and there are several who are capable of a fair bit better than that. So he might get a minor place side, but I think he's not as easy to fancy as his rating makes him look.
Any of the bigger price runners that we should highlight at all? Al Zahal, number 2, won a penultimate start?
Yeah, Al Zahal merits a mention. Won a 2,000 metre handicap at Taif 2 starts ago. Nowhere near that form in open class here 3 weeks ago, and I think he's up against it. Obviously, if he finds his Taif form, he's got a chance. But he does kind of look like one of those who probably likes the deeper surface there. I thought it was worth mentioning Halt on the Nile,
28-1 now.
Yeah, quite a big price, but not without interesting on paper. Halt on the Nile, much better effort. He's been behind Misk on both his starts here. A 4th in a 1,200 metre winners contest last time out. Still beating 12 lengths there. He's gradually finding his feet. I think he will do better. This race is probably too tough for him today, but I think he's one to watch as he gradually finds his form later in the season.
Okay then, what are you going to go with?
It's so difficult.
I know you want to go against Hakit.
I've made Hakit my selection. I've gone against one of my selections, or 2 of my selections today actually. One of them I didn't mind going against because it was an absolute swing in the dark anyway, and a horse I didn't like, and one that I thought would win that I've gone against because you were going for a horse at a price. So I can't be kind to you twice in one day, can I? I'd love this to be a really tight race. I'm going to go for Hakit. As I said, I don't think there's as much between him and Arabian Pleasure as the ratings suggest.
Yep.
But I think Hakit still edges it on balance.
Yeah, I'd agree. So Hakit is the selection of Rory Delagi. The same for me, Taif Derby winner, head on ratings and just a clear pick on everything considered. Lost the race against Salam Al Khair last time at the stalls. Will need to be much sharper there, but I think this longer straight at Riyadh will certainly suit. Hopefully is the White Stable's new star and can set up a clash with Salam Al Khair in January, who has already run 1 here so far this season. Hakit for me, Hakit for Delagi. Callum, is it another hat-trick?
No, it is not, team. I will reveal that in just a second. Just some housekeeping from our previous contest. The incident that we just missed out a shot involved 4 horses. Horses 14, horses 4, horse number 12 and horse number 6. I've got some really unfortunate news that horse number 6, Orcob, was euthanized on humane grounds after that injury he received in that incident. The medical team were all around in that situation. We also have medical teams for the jockeys. Now, this is the one where you need to get your pens and paper out, really. Wigberto Ramos and Naif Mawad Al-Fanazi as well will not fulfill the rest of their rides today. The other 2 riders who were involved were S. Al-Sharid and Mohammed Saeed. They will continue riding, and Naif Al-Nazi will replace Wigberto Ramos, so we will not be seeing a wiggle in this race aboard horse number 7 in this contest, race 10, because Naif Al-Nazi will replace Wigberto Ramos. Our thoughts do go out to the connections of Orcob, horse number 6, in our last race. And as we move on to this race, Arabian Pleasure will be the selection for me. My runner, horse number 12, is a very, very good looker as well, and certainly worth the play, but this might be a bit too tough. Plenty to keep track on. We're going to try and catch up time, no doubt, but the selection for me in this race is Arabian Pleasure to beat Hakit.
Okay, Callum, thank you very much indeed, as the runners are just milling around at the start. We're just running a little bit behind time here, approximately 5 minutes. Hopefully they can get the runners in quickly. Any other final thoughts, Rory? The market hasn't really changed that much. I guess the most movement has been for Arabian Pleasure, and as you alluded to before we threw to Callum, that there's not as much between them as is the case between ratings?
No, because Arabian Pleasure is a hard horse to put it. You've only got to rate him on what he's beaten, because he's stepping up in the grades. The horses he's beaten, at the time, he's rated X amount better than them, but he's not the flashiest type. He's not necessarily going to go and win by 12 or 15 lengths. And those who've been beaten by him have been frank in the forms, and so you can basically let his rating tick up a little bit because of that. He'll still have about £10 to find with Akit because he's giving the Akit rather because he's giving the weight away. But the Son of Wooten Basset, as you heard from Callum, is a big scopy sort who should continue to progress here. It might be that he needs the experience against this sort of company to help him graduate to the next level. So this might be a bloody nose for him before he progresses again next time. And I think he's not just a horse for today. He's a horse for further down the line as well. Yeah. So I think Akit probably just gets the better of him today, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Arabian Pleasure take that jump forward again. But he's going to be running a good races later in the season. And
given what we saw Salam Al Khair do last week, we'd like to see something special from Akit.
Yes, that we would. So that'd be great to see.
Definitely. So Akit is the studio selection for myself and Rory as the field are loading up here for our feature race of the day. This open contest for 3-year-olds over 1,800 metres, and the man to call them home is Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Mark. Runners continuing to head into the stalls. Sapphire going through shot with World Without End. And there is Akit the Grey. Currently the 4-6 favourite on the international betting market with 2-1 Arabian Pleasure, Saudi Neom at 9-4, and it is much bigger prices after that, 20-1 bar 3. So numbers in race card order 1, 3 and 4. They are the big three here, and the favourite Akit, the Taif Derby winner Camilo Ospina, already has had 2 winners today, and Adal Al-Faradi, who's on Saudi Neom, has ridden 4. Alexis Marino partnering Arabian Pleasure, who's unbeaten in 3 previous starts. So a really fascinating clash between these 3 classy-looking individuals. Akit, the horse in shot there, the highest-rated runner on the card, racing off 102 here today. Be getting a bit of weight as well from Arabian Pleasure as the field are just about ready to go. 18 of the men lined up. They stand. And they're away, off and racing. One of the slowest to break out was Takrim, that one right at the back end of the field early. One of the first to show, well, Arabian Pleasure is alertly into stride with Al-Zuhal over towards the inside, and also bang there in the early part of the race is Rich Max, who moves through into second place. Said is just up in behind those with Holt on the Nile, who's in all black colours, and then a little bit wider out in the green cap is Akit, and wider out on the course then to in the yellow colours Saudi Neom as they cover the opening 2.5 to 3 furlongs. Working midfield at the moment is Morkib, and that one racing just in front of My Runner. And Takrim, who's now made up a little bit of ground in a few places over towards the inside as they run towards the end of the back straight. Safar is on the very wide outside but is well back along with Karam Alanea as the race now begins to develop. Left-handed they head out of the back straight, and they've got about 600 metres left to go. Travelling strongly, the unbeaten Arabian Pleasure to the Taif Derby winner Akit, who's now just a neck behind. They are 2.5 lengths in front of, in third now going Causeway, with working hard in behind them Saudi Neom struggling to pick them up, but this Akit goes strongly and races on into the lead, back on into the straight, 400 left to go. Akit looks in command. Arabian Pleasure is being driven along in second position, but if anything is losing ground on Akit. Saudi Neom trying to stay on down the outside as they race now into the final 200 metres of the journey, or at least the leader does anyway, Akit, in the hands of Camilo Ospina. It'll be a treble on the card for Camilo, and this is a really impressive win. Akit bounding away with every stride, and Akit races away for a 3rd career win. That was most impressive. Second position Arabian Pleasure, Saudi Neom through for 3rd. 4th across the line was Causeway. Yeah, Akit has gone on to win. He was the highest rated horse in the race, the highest rated running here in Riyadh today, and he has performed right up to scratch there. If anything, a little bit above himself. We thought in the preliminaries that this race might well be close, sort of labelled it as the big three, but well, this was a one-horse affair on crossing the line. Hakit has raced clear. Clocks a time just shy of 1 minute 53 seconds, 1 minute 52.99 seconds, and certainly puts Arabian Pleasure and the others in their places. Look at Camilo's interactions there as he crosses the line, gazing across towards the stands, pointing hard down at Hakit. I think he feels he's ridden a proper horse here. Arabian Pleasure 12 lengths behind in second, Saudi Neon back in third, Causeway was fourth. It was the race of the day, and it was the performance of the day provided by Hakit. A treble on the card for Camilo Ospina.
Joined by Talal Al-Shraim after Hakit absolutely hacked up. What a performance.
Alhamdulillah, thanks God. Hakit is a champion horse. He ran very well races in Taif season, and he need more distance today. Alhamdulillah, he ran very well, 9 furlong. Hopefully, inshallah, he qualified to big race, inshallah.
He looks like a really exciting horse for the future. He's just coming in right now. I'll let you greet him, but well done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let's have a look at this horse coming in now. This is your race winner, Hakit, underneath Camilo Ospina. Absolutely bolted up. And I mean, Arabian Pleasure is no slouch. I grabbed a quick word with Nicholas Bachelard after their horse finished second, and he was very happy with the performance, but he said, I guess we have to drop back to a mile now. We're not taking on this over 1,800 metres. And just to put it into perspective, this horse is still absolutely revved up. This is a proper performance. He didn't just win, he bolted in. And he put some very, very good horses to the sword. Everybody just be very careful. It's just the rug there, I think, got him a little bit excited, but he's okay. Everyone making sure they're staying safe. People diving for cover left and right. But ladies and gentlemen, on a Thursday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, this is what we mean by the race programme improving. What a day for a Thursday. Now, Camille will have to speak to the boss, Prince Matib, no doubt, so we'll grab an interview with him after he speaks to his team leader. We'll stay on. So he's just going to get the phone call now. See, we know how this works now. He's going to grab the phone, have a chat with Prince Matib, and they'll discuss how good this performance was. It was a truly inspiring performance, because Arabian Pleasure looked to be going well in front, but absolutely could do nothing to repel the challenge of our eventual winner, Hakit. Saudi Neon flashing home for third, just like he did as a 2-year-old, and Causeway running a big race in fourth as well. Nicholas Bachelard, I don't think will be too disappointed with Arabian Pleasure, has lost very little in defeat, and I imagine dropping back to a mile might suit this horse down to the ground. So looking forward to seeing what happens going forward. And Camilo Ospina, that was exciting to watch. It must have been even more exciting to ride.
Oh, you know, always. Always thank you, appreciate it to Your Highness Prince Mita bin Abdullah. Our boss, Talal bin Sharain, you know, he's doing a great job with the stable. Ahmed Neheri, the Hamoud, the Neheri son. And you know, we are one team and we're working for that races. We're working for these horses. And thanks God he's nice horse, you know, from Thai he's doing very good. The last time he had some problems in the start. He entered early and he kept many times and he broke the last one, but he's nice horse, he finished second. Today he's coming very good. Akme, he's doing very great job with the horse. And today, I don't know how to say, you know, for me, I know he's nice horse, but surprised today, you know. We're looking one horse for this one because my focus always is the Saudi car. The first thing, the King's car. After that, the Saudi car. But inshallah, we have very good horses.
And those races are over 1,800 metres, and he has just proven he can handle 1,800 metres easily. You made Alex and Arabian Pleasure look slow. They're good horses, and he made them look average.
You know, you see that horse is a small one. You know, it's a small one, but the heart is bigger. It's bigger. And from 800 meters, I ask him a little bit because I want to come close to Arabian Pleasure, but he's coming very strong. I left, you know, my horse is coming comfortable. I just left. But when I asked him in the last 400 meters, he sprinted very good, and I'm so happy, you know. I feel something very good, you know.
Our viewers at home are all watching now, so all your fans in South America and Spain are all watching the race right now. And the way that he has extended when you've asked him in that final furlong, it must have given you an incredible feeling.
Yeah, no, you know, it's always when you are joking, when you come from, the last 200 meters is longer, you know. But when you come from behind, it's short. But thanks God he do very good, and I hope he got willing, keeping sound, and then we'll see.
Well done for this race. You've got a great horse, and at 3 winners today. Adel Al-Faredi has 4, but you've got 3. Well done.
Yeah, no, I'm very happy, you know, I'm very happy. I'm just looking for my good winners for my stable special. I'm focused on the big races. We prepare the horses for that races, and then we'll see, you know, we'll see. Adil is very good jockey, I say always. He's champion jockey, Saudi champion jockey. Alex, Dahan. There are many jockeys very good here, you know, and when the all jockeys winner, I'm very happy, you know, because we work for that. We work for winner, and thanks God today I taken 3 points, and we'll see tomorrow, after tomorrow.
Hopefully you can get some more tomorrow. Well done for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In depth with Camilo Ospina. 4 on the day for Adel Al-Faredi, 3 on the day for Camilo Ospina. Driving Hakit Clear makes a winning return in the capital. 2 out of 2 over this racecourse. First of all, over 1,600 metres on debut, handling the step up in trip here today with aplomb over 1,800 metres, and sets up a magnificent looking clash with Salam Al Khayyar if both of those two are declared in Cup company come January. Is this, Rory Delaghi, the best 3-year-old performance we've seen so far this season?
I think you have to say so, given that he's beaten very good horses by 12 lengths and more.
12 lengths?
Rated 102 coming into this, but when you consider that we were raving about Arabian Pleasure being better than 89, as well as been basically saying he's a mid-90s horse. We know Saudi Neom is a high 90s horse, and he's run well on his return, possibly just needed, but he was always handy and run his race, so he can't have run too far below form. And Causeway has been threatening to do something as well this season. So all the right horses came to the fore. He's not just beaten them; he's beaten them by 12 lengths and upwards.
Stuffed them.
So really, he must be at least a stone superior to Arabian Pleasure, even though he was receiving £2 today.
So what do you reckon? 106, 107?
Has to be nudging 110 after
wow.
that. So. For a 3-year-old to be hitting that kind of figure is something else. So he's not the biggest, but that's not really the most important thing. You don't have to be big to be good. He's very, very well put together, as Callum was saying.
He's 7 wide here.
He's a proper athlete. I love the way he's actually able to get across without covering any extra ground. The ground that you don't want to cover is when you're going round the bend now, and he's just managed to get past Saeed on his inside at this stage, and has cruised past without Camilo having to say, right, you need to go faster now, otherwise you get trapped wide. to go from what could have been a really difficult position to suddenly tracking the winner and on his shoulder with no apparent effort is a sign of a very, very good horse indeed. He's been beaten twice by Salam Al-Khair this season, but he's also beaten him. He beat him in the Taif Derby. He was beaten in the prep for that, and then beaten in the Taif Cup last time out. But it went wrong for him early on in the race, and he showed real heart to come through horses to grab second that day. This is much more what he's about. And what would he be like from a kind draw?
Wow, my next question to you would be how would you price it up? If they're both in action over 1,800 metres here in January, let's just say they're both drawn single figures, how would you price that up?
See, the thing about Salam Al-Khair is you're just worried about the fact that he always flashes the tail. Is there going to be a little bit of temperament come through? He's not really shown the temperament other than the tail flashing.
Well, he's beaten this horse twice.
He's beaten this horse twice, so he must be very good. You know this horse is going the right way. Salam Al-Khair has been holding that good form through. But this clearly sets the bar again. This is the best single performance. Salam Al-Khair may well come out and post something similar, but obviously we won't see him until January.
No.
We heard from his trainer that the race he ran in last week was pretty much the only one that was open to him over a suitable trip before his big target in January, and he was entitled to win as well as he did that day.
Absolutely. Hackett, certainly the standout winner on the programme today, and we look forward to reviewing that later in greater depth. Remember the name, Hackett. On to the final two races of the programme. We're now stepping up to 2,000 metres. 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds in action, all seeking their first success. And Gareth Topham has the numbers and names for race 11.
Cheers, Mark. For one of them today, they're going to gain their first win. Number 1 is Al Ajbar with Salman Al Rashid. Azama Al Sharani, the jockey for number 2, Al Johar Al Zafi, with number 3 Orjez with Ahmed Al Azari. Number 4 Dabeir with A Al Saidi taking the ride. Number 5 Ibn Al KM with Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 6 is Julani Abdullah Al Credis. Number 7 is Men Ayla with Fawas Wanas. Over the page to 8 Motata with Ricardo Ferreira. Number 9 is Motzaheb with Mohammed Al Yami. Number 10 is Notan Naifel Nazi. 11 Radar Alaseo with Alexis Marino. Azuz Al Yesh on board at number 12 Sheikh Al Zamar. Over the page to 13 A3 with Rakan Al Obeid. Number 14 is Sanahar with Azil Al Zahani. And 15 is Shahanat Lina with Thab Al Timyat taking the ride. Let's head paddock side now for this, the 11th and penultimate race on the card.
Thank you, Gareth. Orjez is the first horse we'll look at here. Horse number 3. Looks like he should be in a Head and Shoulders advert. One of the most gorgeous mane and tail colours you'll ever see. Very Palomino-esque, beautiful chestnut individual here, Orjez. Found it very tough last time when I highlighted him as a paddock eye catcher. Hopefully he'll find it a little bit better today. He's a good-looking individual, not the greatest of top lines. You can see he's got quite a high set of withers, but his hind quarters look lovely. The hip pointers are on show. He's got a plenty of muscle definition. You can see that poverty line is shot as well. He's well put together. He's a nice-looking horse, and this looks like an opportunity. Has to make the shortlist. Let's go back. Horse number 5, Ibn Al KM is the next horse we're looking at. Another horse that looked incredible in the coat, handling himself in really good fashion. This gelding here, there's had plenty of opportunities to get the head in front, but you'd be hoping that he can do a little bit better than he's shown recently. This is start number 23, very exposed, and I know Mr. Rory Delagi in the studio does not like overly exposed horses here in Maidens. You'd hope that handicapping would be the plan for him, and off a mark of 56, should he be beaten today, 0-55 is suddenly an option, and he will probably get in. He's one to keep an eye on, maybe not for today, but in the future, because he is a good-looking type with a lovely walk and handling the prelims very, very well. Let's track back. The Red Stable have been in incredible form so far this week, and they've got Matueta, horse number 8, in shot in front of me now. A gorgeous, gorgeous individual, and I'm not going to lie, has to be the paddock pick. Are you picking because of the selection? Are you picking because of the connections? Or are you picking because of the coat? I am picking because of the coat. absolutely lovely individual here. You think that this is a race that this horse should be winning. If it isn't able to get his head in front here, I don't imagine he'll be with the red stable much longer. Motueta, this 4-year-old colt, is certainly the paddock eye catcher for me so far, and we will go back a couple more horses to horse number 15, the bottom horse here, and this is Shahanat Lina. We've seen this horse plenty of time, but it's worth noting the connections, because we've just seen arguably the best 3-year-old in Saudi Arabia so far. These connections own what possibly is the best 2-year-old, that absolute flying machine that hacked up last week over 1,200 metres. This isn't of the same type, Shahanat Lina, but you'd hope for a good run here. Has had 12 starts, a best effort last time out when finishing third. Could definitely build on that, and I must admit, is very well put together. And I take it all back, team. This is the paddock eye catcher for me. Shahanat Lina looks in very good shape today. Look at the neck, look at the hind quartered, well put together, and coming here off the back of a good run. I take it all back, a last minute change. The paddock pick is horse number 15.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Callum. You were thinking of Jcsa, the 2-year-old who dotted up here. Was it last week? I think it was. It was one of the first races here on Thursday last week.
Time flies here.
It certainly does, and connections also have Green of Truth, which is certainly another horse to keep an eye of. Okay, let's have a look at the numbers that matter, the international markets, where we have a debutant, Rory, who is the favourite. I will help you out with the numbers, don't worry. Yeah. The market leader is number 11, Radar Al Sayal, who is gone from 9-2 into 3-1. Actually now joint favourite with E3, number 13. 11 and 13, joint favourites at 3-1. Mota Eta, number 8, is second favourite, or third favourite if you take out the top two. 130 for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. Al Abjar at the top, 6-1. And then both 14 and 15, Sanahar and Shahanat Lina, 12-1 chances, did open up at 10s. The remainder are 16-1 and bigger. So we have a first-time starter here as the market leader, Rory. What can you tell us about number 11, Radar Al Sayal?
Thanks to the old website here, which we make sure we keep in touch with.
Still gets plenty of use.
If you looked at what the pedigree is, by Harlington out of America, gone for home, we won a couple of times in the States, you wouldn't find anything out about her offspring, but she was imported here and she's had runners in Saudi Arabia, notably a mare called Jennifer, who was a very useful performer here. She won 3 cup races in 2021, the last season she raced. That was among 9 victories in total here in Riyadh. So very, very well-bred local runner. And Radar Al Sayal represents the same connections. That's always interesting. Sometimes you see well-bred horses who were, mares raced for the Red Stable, for example, and then the newcomer is starting off at 4 for a completely different yard, for a small stable. This is a horse who is starting fairly late at the age of 4, but is running for the same connections, and that's always a big positive.
And of course, they've been in the winners' enclosure already with Waktuk in the opening race. Adel Alpha already there. Alex Moreno in need of a winner here.
Yeah, Alex could do with a winner today. It's drawn in stall 14, and obviously this horse doesn't have previous experience, so that would be the big worry here. I don't know how well forward it is. Again, we'll get another word from Callum before we see them race.
There's Alex.
About to get on, so we'll have a quick look at this horse here. Certainly doesn't look
skinny.
Doesn't look to be carrying too much extra condition. Looks ready enough to go, but difficult to know for a horse of his age making his debut. But I thought on pedigree, he was very eye-catching in a race where the standard that's set by those who've raced is not particularly high.
Well, we got a new favourite, and that is number 13, E3, Rakan Al Abeid. The second and penultimate start we actually saw as an insert last time, but was a real no-show. It must have been last week.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
New favourite, 11-4.
Second in a 1600-metre maiden that we saw on that insert last week gives him solid claims. A rating of 60. And he was expected, I think he might have been favourite for his race last week, but was very disappointing. That was over course and distance. It was disappointing, but if you put a line through that, then this is a player, and it's one of those races where you have to be forgiving of at least 1 or 2 efforts for most of these horses. I thought E3 from stall 3, with a blind eye turned to his latest run, was one of the more interesting players in the race.
Mota Eta is proving costly to follow. Number 8 for Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Ricardo Souza Ferreira, 0 from 10. Definitely possesses ability. What sort of chance in this spot?
We've already seen one winner today with a similar profile from the Red Stable. Looked promising first time out, reasonably highly regarded, didn't build on that in a few subsequent runs, and then won well today. So Mota Etter in the same sort of spot, found a very weak maiden on paper. Second in a 1600 metre maiden here last month, reads well in the context of this race. I thought the drop to 1400 was probably against him last time out. Jockey switch to Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is definitely a positive, going to post nicely. This is a very good jockey, isn't he?
Absolutely. He rides for so many different connections, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's never going to be champion jockey because he only rides in Riyadh, because he is, he rides in Spain and the south of France through the summer, and it's only when the season is over in France that he comes here. So he never races in Taif, but he's always seen to excellent effect here. Got a lovely pair of hands, very good judge of pace, very good at getting horses to settle.
Indeed. Let's highlight a couple more. Al Abjara right at the top for Salman Al Rashid.
Yeah, not from 5 thus far. Again, showed the ability to win a race, went second over 1400 metres last December. Not discredited over further and better races on his final 2 starts last term, so needs consideration in what, again, as I've said, is a pretty weak race coming by. Definitely has the ability to win a race. Fitness is a slight concern, obviously, with him coming back, but with a lot of horses struggling to make a mark of marks in the 40s and low 50s, anything that's got solid form with a 60 plus rating has to be considered.
Shihanat Lina, we've already highlighted some of the very, very talented stablemates. This is number 15 for Thurb Al Timyat, who is a 12-1 chance and very well drawn today.
Drawn and stalled to Thurb Al Timyat, riding with a lot of confidence here this season, so positives there. Arguably going the right way despite being not from 12 in her career to date. She's found her level essentially in not to 60 handicaps, and we had this conversation about an earlier race. Would you look at this race and go, well, this might as well be a not to 60 handicap in terms of what they've shown?
Definitely.
So she has her limitations, Jahanat Lina, and she ran well in the balance of her form, went third to Al Rajhi in a maiden here over 1600 metres last time out, despite being beaten 13.5 lengths. Probably caught an above average winner in that contest. If she repeats that effort, she should be in the money here. She's more exposed than most with 12 runs, but she's a difficult one to rule out, given that she's running consistently at the moment, and that mark of 52 is very fair. She's been running to that and above that mark in handicaps.
Okay, anything else you want to highlight, or can we crack on with selections?
There's nothing else that gets a particular positive from me. We didn't really mention Ojes, did we, who Callum picked out in the paddock. Again, representing powerful connections, runs in the colours of Fehan Almondale and Sons. Has claims on his third in a similar course and Dessus event in February. And a repeat of that would definitely put him on the premises. But he's not from 7 now and hasn't progressed since that run. The most interesting thing about him is the fact that connections are actually persevering with him. You'd have thought with his profile, given the nice horses they have in the stable, they'd be looking to ship out. But they clearly think that he's better than he's shown to date, and they're giving him at least one more chance. I'm less willing.
Could be the last colours. Could be the last run in those colours, as you've highlighted. Okay, what do we like in race 11 as you look to extend your leads?
I'm going to stick with what my original selection when I wrote this card up yesterday was the newcomer.
Yeah. 11.
I can't say he blew me away physically, but the pedigree is one of a horse who should be winning races here, and Radar Alasail, with Alex Moreno in the saddle, hopefully can give Alex a boost by winning our penultimate race.
Well, I'm also going to go with the jockey who is seeking his first success today, and that is Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on Mota Etter. I've been on side with this horse more than enough occasions, and I'm not willing to go against it for it to just pop up in a little local bred maiden.
Was my second pick when I wrote this up ahead of a large bar, and
well, I'm on the right lines then.
E3 was the other one that
I'm on the right lines, perfect.
Well, okay. hopefully we're both on the right lines, yes.
Okay, the debutant Radar Alasail, second favourite in the market, is the selection of Rory Delagi, as Rory's very much in red-hot form today. Radar Alasail is number 11 on the programme. I'm with Mota Etter, looking to continue this excellent day for the Red Stable. That is number 8. So 3-1 for Rory, 130 for myself. It's over to Callum for the penultimate time for race 11.
Probably probably a much better paddock reporter than me. I want to find out who Talem is, Mark. I'm furious, absolutely furious. Yeah, Talem, probably much better at his job than I am. Shout out to Talem and everything that he does in the future. A3, I heard Rory mention that as one of his selections. You'd be lucky he didn't go for that. That one with a big paddock negative, which in my current form would suggest it's probably going to win. But A3 would be a little bit of a negative for me. I like Shahanat Lina here, horse number 15, the bottom horse. Off a mark of 52, coming out of stall 2, put up a very good effort last time out and just looks like a very, very well put together individual. They've already got the stalls together and I think they've started loading. So the selections are 15 Shahanat Lina for me, 11 Rada Al Thail for Rory, and number 8 Motoeta for Mark Francis. This is a cracking contest and the man to call it home is Gareth Topham.
Yeah, what a great sight that is as well. They'll go the full length of the back straight here and the chute at 2,000 metres, the journey in front of the field. That will be the case in our final race as well in around about half an hour or so's time. We're down to the final few to load here. Favourite on the international betting market is E3, horse number 13, with Rakan Al Obeid taking the ride. Sheikh Al Zamar heading into the stalls, and E3 is to head in as well. A bit of rocking and rolling in the stalls there, one of them wider out, but they're all in now. Lined up, oh, get that. Is that a fox running across the course there? Out of harm's way, thankfully. Just about set. And yeah, last one edging, no, back out here. This is Al-Ajbar, was in stall 9. Was in the stalls, and looks as if the 14 as well, Sanehar, just manoeuvring back into position here. The one horse Al-Ajbar is in now. As I said, there was one or two of them maybe just getting a little bit worked up in those wider stalls. Perhaps that was the reason. Set to go though now, and they are off and racing. Jumping away, and the slowest to get going was Rada Al Sayal, the newcomer there, right at the back end of the field in that white and blue coloured jacket. One of the first ones to show is Motzaheb, the grey around the outside, from prominent in the yellow noseband Shahanat Lina, and also E3 in a yellow and green coloured jacket. As they cover early ground, Notan in pink is over to the inside, and Al-Ajbar following those. Out a bit wider is Our Jez in the green colours, working back through the field in these early stages to find Sheikh Al Zamar. And then out a bit wider on the track is Al-Ajar Al Safi as they continue their progress over in the back. Motoeta is on the outside as well in red colours. Mon Ayla is over towards the inside, is keeping company at this stage. Well back in the field with Darbeya, and out a bit wider then comes Julani, and also towards the back end of the field as they continue their run over in the back, Ibn Al-Qayyem, as they now are about to make the left-handed turn out of the far straight and on towards home. And as they do so, with the advantage, it is Motzaheb who broke well and brings them back towards the judge. From in second position, E3, who's nicely poised, and so too Motoeta around the outside. Al-Ajbar is back in fourth. Pushed along next is Shahanat Lina, without wider Our Jez as they're heading back for home, and a leading wave of 3 here, getting away from the others. Motzaheb leads them in, but only just. E3 on the case, and so too Motoeta, looking very threatening now as they're less than 400 metres from the line. Motoeta senses a big opportunity here. Ricardo Ferreira sends Motoeta into the lead, shifted a bit left-handed, did E3 no favours. Battling away to the inside is Motzaheb. Motzaheb trying hard to put up a fight, but it's Motoeta in front, continues to lug left-handed. Looking held back in behind them is E3, but going close home, it's Motoeta who shows in front. Tonight will be the night for Motoeta. Strides on by 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths to collect the winning money. Second position, that goes to Motzaheb, with E3 back in third, and in turn nicely clear of Shahanat Lina, who was best of the rest. It's a win for Motoeta. It's been a good day for the Red Stable, and Motoeta, Ricardo Ferreira on board, makes it 11th time lucky. Lugged over towards the inside running rails somewhat, but was comfortably enough on top and gets the better of Motsaheb, who's run a gallant race, and out wider of him E3, who was forced to switch inside the final couple of 100 metres. Motsaheb winning in a time of 2:11.63 seconds and coming clear in the latter stages. Beats Motsaheb by 2 lengths in the end. Good run from Motsaheb in second, a real return to form for that one. E3 was back in third place. They were quite some way in front of Shanahat leader back in fourth, but Motsaheb, that win a long time coming, but tonight it has come in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. Records a fairly polished display, despite that lugging in the closing stages, was nicely on top at the winning post.
Jcsa Ferreira had another winner today. He had a winner last week, and that was his first of the Riyadh season. He's now got his second of the Riyadh season, and he's done it very easily aboard a Motsaheb, who has won this race nicely, giving Mark Francis a winning selection as well. He kept the faith. I well and truly lost it. This horse has relished a step up in trip. The slower gallop has suited him down to perfection, and it's been won very, very easy in the end. His 4-year-old colt, I still think, is quite unexposed at this trip. I know he's now 1 win from 11, but there's a reason they've kept hold of this runner, and I think they will be rewarded in the future. Not the most biggest, strapping individual, but we just saw with Hakit, size doesn't always matter. And hopefully that we'll see this horse do better in the future in more races over the 2,000 metre trip. And to be honest, it would be no surprise if this horse did better even over further. And Ricardo Jcsa Ferreira will be hoping to maintain the partnership. And this is a jockey that is well worth following here in Saudi Arabia. He mentioned his good friend Camille Ospina helped him out with everything regarding coming over to Saudi. And he'll be very happy to see Camille has ridden a winner. And Camille will be very happy to see that Ricardo has ridden a winner too. Let's go catch him as he weighs in. This race won't go down in the annals of history as a great race, but keep an eye on the form, because Motsaheb finished an absolute country mile clear of the rest of the field, and certainly is a name to keep on the right side of. Your winning jockey weighing in, doesn't have to take anything off. Ricardo, that was very, very easy.
Yes, I think today 2000 is better for this horse, you know. I check all the race, and Abdullah Sharif tell me sure 2000 is better for him, and good form, you know. The race not champion horses, but they come very easy. I try clean face all the time. He doing well.
I said as much when you came in. This horse, you rode him with lots of confidence. You kept him out wide. You never looked rushed, and he did it very easily. Clearly, slowing down has helped him.
Yes, you know, Abdullah Sharif tell me just keep good position and later on that go step by step, and I doing what the trainer tell me.
And step by step, you're riding more winners. 1 winner last week, already a winner this week. Can you make it 2, 3, maybe 4 by the end of the week?
I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, this is really a lovely performance from Ricardo Ferreira and Mota Eta, who obliges on the 11th start. And as we heard there, Rory has really relished this step up to 2,000 metres. It's been costly to follow, has been frustrating to follow in recent weeks. I've kept the faith, it has worked out. I think this is a very nice performance from both horse and rider.
Yes, I mean, again, I don't think Mota Eta is anything special. Had a rating of 55 coming into this, but the step up and trip is important. As I said pre-race, I think the rider was really important. Has been ridden by one of the better jockeys here in recent starts, but I do think Ricardo Sousa Ferreira is an exceptionally good rider. He gets a little bit more out of horses. He might be a little bit nervous.
Wasn't the best
away. Might be a little bit disappointing. No, but again, he's not rushed, and he's not in a massive hurry to push this horse 8 or 9 horses wide into the bend. Just allows the horse to find his own stride and then rides his race. And he's one of those jockeys you always enjoy watching his rides back, because always considered, always well judged, and horses just respond to him, and I suspect he's probably like that on the ground as well. The horses take to him. He comes across very well when we interview him. He clearly knows the game very well, but he's a very kind rider, and that comes across as well. And the horses sometimes respond to kindness more than they do to brute force, and Mota Eta very much in that. You see how he's making ground mid-race without making an obvious massive move. He's gradually improving his position without the horse being asked for a massive effort, and he doesn't. Even though he's wide on the track at the moment, he doesn't get pushed wide by other horses, and he's again. Now, Ricardo's asking him to make a bit of ground as the horse on his inside begins to weaken, and he's able then to get into a chasing position without having to race wide of horses and cover a lot of ground. So, third place now, and the leader's probably gone hard enough in front. There's an improved effort from the runner-up, Motsaheb, who held on for second place in the end. That showed a bit on its debut and has shown very little since, but that was a big return to form and probably a career best effort. We knew that E3 had it in him to run a half-decent race. He looked dangerous at this point, but just once he gets passed by Mota Eta, he kind of backs out of it a little bit. But this is a lot better than he showed last week, and much more like his placing from 2 starts ago. And these 3 are clear. There aren't many positives here. As I said, I was looking for something different, given that most of these had disappointed in the past. So I went with the newcomer, Radar Al Sail. If I turn around now, there's a chance I might say, in fact, he was a furlong and a half behind them, turning into the straight. Showed absolutely nothing at all, despite that really nice pedigree. He looked fit enough going out, but he didn't look particularly impressive as a physical specimen. And that's the problem when you're judging horses and breeding. You're taking a chance that they're going to live up to that pedigree, and I'm afraid this one, at this stage, maybe just too backward included to show it, but isn't one you want to be following in on the back of that disappointing debut effort. But Mota Eta, who's been disappointing himself in recent starts, has shown a lot more. You can see he's tired at the finish.
He's very tired, yeah.
But they're all tired up front. They've got a reasonable pace, as they do in all races. And the difference is, in the good races, they finish off strongly. And in these moderate maidens, they struggle to get home a little bit. Won't be easy to get another win out of this horse, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, I'd agree. But Mota Eta, it is certainly his day today for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Another victory for Prince Faisal in the colours of the Red Stable. The finishing order 8, 9, 13. Mota Eta wins for the first time, with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira landing his second victory, now returning to Saudi Arabia. Okay, we've come to our final race of the programme. This is a purebred Arabian maiden. This is due off about now, so we are a little bit delayed as we approach the final race on the programme. 10 furlongs is the trip here, already playing for around 19,000 Saudi Riyal. 4-year-olds and upwards, 2,000 metres here, one of the longest races on the programme. And for the final time, Gareth Topham can take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Mark. An Arabian horse maiden to finish with today. Number 1 is Ababil Awam with Muhammad Al Daham. Number 2 is Al Mindli with Abdullah Al Kredis. Number 3, Varzan Al Rayli with Abdullah Al Kredis on board. Number 4, Naham Nawaf Al Fairuz. 5 is Hadaj Al Shahib with M Al Mazid. Number 6 is Harut with Faras Wanas taking the ride. Over the page to horse at number 7, Kara Al Sabi with Rakan Al Obeid now in the saddle. Number 8 is Qaid Aldam with Osama Al Sharani. Number 9 is Kenz Aldam with Tariq Al Mansour. Next is number 10, Mahouba Al Amal with Mohammed Al Yami. 11 is Shagmom with Abdullah Al Otaibi. 12 is Ziab Entlak Azuz Al Yesh in the saddle. Over the page to number 13, Apache with Ali Al Mutib. Number 14, Divine de Violette, Abdullah Al Saidi. 15, Jacques Desarnais, Naif Al Nazi. Number 16, Jamria, Ayad Al Tarisi. 17, Jet de Violette with Ahmed Al Azari. 18, Razina with Abdullah Al Khamis. 19 is Moa Jeza, Abdullah Al Rashid taking the ride. And there's one more, number 20, Al Muzon with Thab Al Timyat, scratch 21. We're hearing that the 17 horse Jet de Violette has just been scratched. That's news hot off the press. Number 17 has just been withdrawn, Jet de Violette. Let's head back to the lads in the studio ahead of our finale.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth, with thanks to you for taking us through those runners and riders as we approach the final race of the programme here on this Thursday. You can see the horses towards the far side are lapping around the parade ring for the final time. Jockeys speaking to connections ahead of this purebred Arabian maiden, 4-year-olds and upwards, 2,000 metres, where Divine de Violette is the 7-2 market leader for double seeking Abdullah Al Saidi. It was a long time ago that Merva Alay's won in race number 3, but here we are in the finale. Naham 5-1, second pick. Barzan Al Rayli is third choice at 7-1, 8-1 bar. Let's get the thoughts in the parade ring from our reporter, Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, team. Yes, let's have a look at these horses in the parade ring. We'll start with Barzan Al Rayla, obviously one you've got to keep an eye on according to the ratings, and in looks as well. Looks very well. Good shiny in the coat, strong neck, strong hindquarters. Certainly barrel-chested, but don't worry about that. That's absolutely fine. Let's go back. Horse number 4 is the next one to look at. This is Naham, another horse that comes here with a fairly decent enough rating of 63. Not quite blowing me much away as Barzan Al Rayla, but certainly worth following. Now of Al Farouz in the saddle, a rider that we often see in the purebred Arabian races. Let's go back. Horse number 10 is the next horse to look at. This is one that really caught my eye, a bit of a paddock eye catcher, just a more leggy, athletic sort. Some of these didn't look really racy at all. Mahbub Al Amal is this runner that we're having a look at right now. An 8-year-old entire horse. You can see the testosterone pumping around this one, and certainly not the easiest to take around the parade ring, but just a really scopy, athletic type. We don't quite have a rating for this horse yet, and this is the first run in Saudi Arabia, but Mohammed Al Yami is on board, and I just think that maybe if you wanted to have a little stab at a horse, you could do a lot worse than this one. Horse number 10, certainly a positive in the paddock. Let's go back. I've only got 2 more to look at. They are horse number 14 and horse number 15. Horse number 14 is Divine de Violettes. You will know this horse plenty if you watch the channel. We highlight it every single time it runs. Abdullah Al Saidi is in the plate as well. That's a very good jockey booking, and certainly one to follow. Looks really well in the coat. Go one further back, and we've got another one that we know very, very well. This is Jacques Desarnais, ridden by Naif Al Nazi, looking for his first winner of the day. Looking resplendent as per usual, Naif there. $1 million smile on show, and certainly looking ready to ride himself a winner. Those are the horses that made the shortlist, and the pick is going to be the 10, Mahbub Al Amal. Could we get a win on Saudi debut?
Oh my good lord, was the reaction from Rory Talaki there from Callum's pick in the parade ring. It's not a strong race to close things, Rory. We certainly got past the quality type races, but still a chance for us to find a winner here in the finale. Let's start with the market leader, Divine de Violette, 7-2. Abdullah Al Saidi, stall 1. There are positives on paper. The form figures, though, don't look that promising.
No, they're not. Divine de Violette, number 14, isn't she?
The selection?
Well, the selection because someone else has written up this race. I think you know.
Yes.
And made it the selection. Has a fitness edge in a few of these.
Yeah.
And has been keeping better company through the season. Second over in a course and distance maiden back in March. A repeat of that would give her every chance. as you said, the form figures don't look particularly enticing, but they have generally come in better races than this. So in a race where, again, as we said with a maiden earlier in the day, there are more negatives than positives, you're clinging on to something, and she does have a little bit more to offer behind Angar Al-Khalidi last time out, and running into some very good horses. Was second to Saab Athba in March, and that form probably good enough to win this, but it doesn't inspire you. You wouldn't want to be going too short with a horse with her overall record.
7-2 the field then. Second choice is Naham at 5-1. What can you tell us about Norweth Al Farouz's ride here?
The horse we've seen plenty of, Naham, has been in the money on his last couple of starts. He's exposed after 16 runs, but he's pretty consistent. Was behind Barzan Al Rayla over 2,000 metres last time out, but as tends to be the case with horses with this sort of rating, was also well ahead of Barzan Al Rayla 2 starts ago, and they tend to meet each other both in maidens and in handicap company, and there's not much between. They both got a rating of 63 now. I thought Naham would get a good position from stall 7. Has got a bit more early toe than Barzan Al Rayla, who's stuck out in stall 17. So I preferred him of those two, and that's pretty much the top of my my pecking order.
15 is Jacques de Arnett, for a jockey who was in good form here last week.
Has shown his best form over this trip, I would say. And as you said, we saw Naif Al Anazi in good form last week, riding 3 winners over the 3 days, including a double. Jcsa Arnett looked okay coming out of the parade ring to me. Doesn't have an awful lot to find with the race, despite those couple of disappointing efforts on her last 2 starts rather. I know Naif had a spill earlier on, but he's obviously okay because he rode in the following race. Stall 12 is not the end of the world for her, and again, she doesn't have an awful lot to find on the ratings, and I couldn't rule her out, but at the same time, I couldn't find myself liking her enough to make her my selection.
You need to be very, very careful how you pronounce number 11.
Well, not the only one. Shamom, newcomer with a pretty ordinary draw, has been given time to mature. The 5-year-old is an entire. What else can we say about it? There's nothing particularly appealing about that pedigree. Not related to lots of winners. Blinkered for debut, which would normally be alarm bells back home, but tends to be pretty normal in purebred Arabian races. So a little bit of an unknown quantity.
Okay, the runners are circling down at the 2,000 metre start. What are we going to side with in the finale then, Rory?
I'm going to be with an old friend in Naham. At least I know where I stand with him. He should give us a reasonable run for our money from the front. And although obviously he hasn't been the easiest to win with, that's pretty much the case with most of these. So by elimination, he's the one I end up coming to.
That is Naham, number 4, yeah?
Naham, indeed.
Naham, number 4. Okay, Rory's looking to continue or end what's been a really good day for him. Callum is going with horse number 10 here, which is Mahub Al-Amal from Mohamed Al-Yami, drawn in stall 2. Mohamed Al-Yami, a 2-kilo claimer on debut here. So good luck to Callum and also Rory on Naham. I'm going to side with Divine de Violette here at the top for Abdullah Al-Sayidi. Was the selection when I wrote the comments, and I think will come home in front here. So the final race of 12 here at Riyadh, this purebred Arabian maiden. As you can see, we're using the full circuit of the track here. We're right down the far side. The entire back straight here in operation, 2,000 metres. They will run for 5-6 furlongs before they turn left-handed and complete up the straight here, and we will close the show in the studio. Still 24 races to come here this weekend on the JCSA English channel. We've had very, very good figures today, viewing figures that is. Lots of interaction on the YouTube comments. We've had a listener in, or a viewer rather, from Liverpool who's been very pleased with the reporting and indeed the selections. Great analysis as well, but there's no name sadly, so we can't give you a full shout out. The same viewer actually highlighted Saudi Neon earlier on in the card, which I think placed actually in the big race in that really good open race back in race 10. So the runners are going in for our finale. For the final time, we can get up to the commentary box with thanks and say a very good night to Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Mark. And runners then loading for the finale. And there's one or two just in the middle of that circle there. Number 12, I can see that's Ziryab Enplak. Just receiving some assistance late. Down at the start has been dismounted here, but the runners going in. We are about 10 minutes or so behind the clock. Got a bit delayed earlier on in the card. But a good day's racing. And although it's not the strongest of concluding contests, it certainly looks one of the more open ones, with Divine de Violette 130 favourite on the international betting market. But down to the final few to load up here. And looking now down on the Mahub Al Amal, still to go in. The 12 horse still being attended to here, Ziryab Enplak. And they continue to load the others up. Harut in an orange coloured jacket is still to go forward. And so too is Kara Al Sabi, now with Rakan Al Obey taking the ride. And there aren't too many more out of line. Just the horse that was being assisted down at the start, Ziryab Enplak, who's now reunited with jockey Azuz Al Yesh, used to be known as Azuz. And out of line as well, looks like Mahub Al Amal and Harut will be the final couple then for this closing race. This Arabian horse maiden. Just about set. 2,000 metres then the journey in front of the field. The full length of the chute and the back straight. Circuit of the racecourse here in Riyadh. Now the 10 horse back out of line again here, Mahub Al Amal. Due to go into stall 2. Then we'll be ready to go. All of the others standing nice and still, nice and patiently here. Mohamed Al Yami on board Mahub Al Amal. As the assistance of a good handful of the stalls team needing this one to go forward. Mahub Al Amal due into stall 2, so just one off the inside rails. Halfway there, and is now locked away. So we're just about set to go for the finale. Best of luck. Starter on the rostrum and sends them on their way. Off and racing, quite slow, Al Mindli and Barzan Al Rayli, both of those trailing the field through the early stages. Carting forward here is Apache up towards the outside in that light blue coloured jacket, Ali Al-Mutib. And they go on into the lead here by half a length or so. With racing prominently as well, Harut in the orange coloured jacket now just coming through to lead, with Kara Al Sabi not too far behind them, and they're being followed by Al Muzon as they hook up with the racecourse proper and come away from the chute. Over towards the inside is Mahub Al Amal, that's the grey, just racing at this stage a couple of lengths adrift of the leading pack as they continue their progress going down the back. Ababil Awam is on the very wide outside and is racing in company with Ziryab Enplak, and they're being chased further down the field at this point by Rosina and also Jamria as they head now towards the halfway point of the race. And it is Harut who shows in front under Fawas Wanas, but now just nudged along to remain ahead, with up towards the outside Kara Al Sabi, the yellow jacket, blue cap, and still there wider out in the light blue is Apache, who made that good beginning as they now swing left-handed back towards home. Al Muzon is not too far away in the light green colours, with Ziryab Enplak moving well, and Ababil Awam on the wide outside in the lilac colours also looking threatening as the race now begins to unfold. Harut very quickly dropping away. Jamria beginning to make some eye-catching progress. Black jacket, blue headgear on the wide outside as they're coming back towards the straight, and as they do so, we're about to have a change of leadership as Ziryab Enplak, who's gone through the race strongly now, comes through to try and challenge for the lead, but the eyes are drawn to Jamria, who's swept past them around the outside, and Jamria now races on under Ayad El Tarisi, goes for home home. And with just over 200 metres to travel, Naham now runs through into second position, and then staying on is Barzan Al-Rayli from a fairway back. That one hanging badly to the left, but is going forward. But going forward even more effectively is Jamria. Jamria, who looked to have settled this on the home turn, is 4 lengths in front on the approach to the line and scores under Ayad Al-Tarisi. Jamria won the last. Second position, that goes the way of Naham. Barzan Al-Rayli best of the remainder in third, and they were chased home by Ann Mindley and Qaid Alden putting in some fair late work down the outside. Jamria has won our final race in good style. We'll hand back to the guys who'll have a quick reflection on the day's racing.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth, for your hard work today. My Gareth's and Callum's confused all day, haven't I? But Jamria is the winner to race number 12, and thanks very much indeed to Gareth Topham for taking us through all 12 races today. The highlight, Rory, has to be Hakit from race number 10, was utterly dominant.
I quite like the first Arabian race, to be
I know
honest.
you did, but
Hakit,
we're not gonna...
without a shadow of a doubt, Hakit was our highlight, and we're getting a chance to see him again winning what looked the highest quality race on the card, and a really good clash between 3 high-class horses who finished first, second and third. He turned it into a rout, winning by 12 lengths in a time of 1:53 dead for the 1800 metres. And this is, we decided on air afterwards, the most impressive performance by a 3-year-old this season, unsurprisingly, because the second and third are very good horses, but they're just in the distance. This is a Shergar-like run from our winner to throw in a recent quote. Callum, what was your impression there?
I think you need to put it in the perspective of Arabian Pleasure. Connections of Arabian Pleasure were quietly confident, had a good chat with all of them, and was very much like, if the trip is going to get this horse beat, that was their own concern. They said the trip beats this horse, but it wasn't the trip that beat this horse. This got beaten by an absolute monster. Hakit is a freak. And that performance was very impressive. I mean, Alex was hard on the steel on Arabian Pleasure, sitting there on the rail. I mean, the horse wasn't easy to turn, and obviously he was drifting about a bit, but clearly Alex had plenty in hand. But the fact that he's romped away from him, and Saudi Neom, who likes to come from nowhere, couldn't even get into second place, suggests just how strong that form was. Arabian Pleasure, drop that back to a mile. I think we have another good horse on our hands. I think this is a very good race, but Hakit is an exciting horse and a proper performer.
But we're really looking forward to that rematch, of course. Hakit, who won the Taif Derby, looking to get the better of Salam Al-Khair, who has already won here this season. Of course, got the better of Hakit back in the Taif campaign. Speaking of jockeys, Rory, or leading jockeys, it's a day that's been dominated by Adel Al-Faredi and Camilo Ospina, who rode Hakit. 3 for Camilo, 4 for Adel. No surprise to see the leading names in the winners' enclosure on more than one occasion. Absolutely.
Adel Al-Faredi, as we've been saying, has been riding exceptionally this season. Camilo, we've been waiting for him to come back, and he's come back with a bang, but 7 wins between those 2 jockeys in the 12 races today tells its own story.
And we'll be back here tomorrow, Callum, to do it all over again.
Looking forward to it to go again tomorrow. How strong was this Thursday? I mean, credit to everyone that puts the programme together. This Thursday was absolutely quality. Can't wait to do it all again tomorrow.
Same said, Rory.
Absolutely.
Rory's been in excellent form today, as has Callum. The 3 of us will be back here tomorrow for 12 more races. Make sure you do not miss it. Plenty of winners to be had here on the JCSA English channel.